Section 1 of Back to Methuselah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw, Section 1, read by Thomas Copeland. The Infidel Half-Century. The Dawn of Darwinism. One day, early in the 1860s, I, being then a small boy, was with my nurse buying some things in the shop of a petty newsagent, bookseller, and stationer in Camden Street, Dublin, when there entered an elderly man, weighty and solemn, who advanced to the counter and said pompously, "Have you the works of the celebrated buffoon?" My own works were at that time unwritten, or it is possible that the shop assistant might have misunderstood me so far as to produce a copy of Man and Superman. As it was, she knew quite well what he wanted, for this was before the Education Act of 1870 had produced shop assistants who know how to read and know nothing else. The celebrated buffoon was not a humorist, but the famous naturalist Buffon. Every literate child at that time knew Buffon's natural history as well as Aesop's fables, and no living child had heard the name that has since obliterated Buffon's in the popular consciousness, the name of Darwin. 10 years elapsed. The celebrated buffoon was forgotten. I had doubled my years and my length, and I had discarded the religion of my forefathers. One day the richest, and consequently most dogmatic, of my uncles came into a restaurant where I was dining, and found himself, much against his will, in conversation with the most questionable of his nephews. By way of making myself agreeable, I spoke of modern thought and Darwin. He said, "Oh, that's the fellow who wants to make out that we all have tails like monkeys." I tried to explain that what Darwin had insisted on in this connection was that some monkeys have no tails, but my uncle was as impervious to what Darwin really said as any neo-Darwinian nowadays. He died impenitent and did not mention me in his will. 20 years elapsed. If my uncle had been alive, he would have known all about Darwin and known it all wrong. In spite of the efforts of Grant Allen to set him right, he would have accepted Darwin as the discoverer of evolution, of heredity, and of modification of species by selection. For the pre-Darwinian age had come to be regarded as a dark age, in which men still believed that the book of Genesis was a standard scientific treatise, and that the only additions to it were Galileo's demonstration of Leonardo da Vinci's simple remark that the earth is the moon of the sun, Newton's theory of gravitation, Sir Humphrey Davy's invention of the safety lamp, the discovery of electricity, the application of steam to industrial purposes, and the penny post. It was just the same in other subjects. Thus Nietzsche, by the 2 or 3 who had come across his writings, was supposed to have been the first man to whom it occurred that mere morality and legality and urbanity lead nowhere, as if Bunyan had never written Badman. Schopenhauer was credited with inventing the distinction between the covenant of grace and the covenant of works, which troubled Cromwell on his deathbed. People talked as if there had been no dramatic or descriptive music before Wagner, no impressionist painting before Whistler, whilst, as to myself, I was finding that the surest way to produce an effect of daring innovation and originality was to revive the ancient attraction of long rhetorical speeches, to stick closely to the methods of Molière, and to lift characters bodily out of the pages of Charles Dickens. The advent of the neo-Darwinians. This particular sort of ignorance does not always, or often, matter, but in Darwin's case it did matter. If Darwin had really led the world at one bound from the book of Genesis to heredity, to modification of species by selection, and to evolution, he would have been a philosopher and a prophet, as well as an eminent professional naturalist, with geology as a hobby. The delusion that he had actually achieved this feat did no harm at first, because if people's views are sound about evolution or anything else, it does not make 2 straws difference whether they call the revealer of their views Tom or Dick. But later on, such apparently negligible errors have awkward consequences. Darwin was given an imposing reputation as not only an evolutionist, but as the evolutionist, with the immense majority who never read his books. The few who never read any others were led by them to concentrate exclusively on circumstantial selection as the explanation of all the transformations and adaptations which were the evidence for evolution. And they presently found themselves so cut off by this specialization from the majority who knew Darwin only by his spurious reputation, that they were obliged to distinguish themselves not as Darwinians, but as neo-Darwinians. Before 10 more years had elapsed, the neo-Darwinians were practically running current science. It was 1906. I was 50. I published my own view of evolution in a play called Man and Superman, and I found that most people were unable to understand how I could be an evolutionist and not a neo-Darwinian, or why I habitually derided neo-Darwinism as a ghastly idiocy and would fall on its professors slaughterously in public discussions. It was in the hope of making me clear the matter up that the Fabian Society, which was then organizing a series of lectures on prophets of the 19th century, asked me to deliver a lecture on the prophet Darwin. I did so, and scraps of that lecture, which was never published, variegate these pages. Political inadequacy of the human animal. 10 more years elapsed. Neo-Darwinism in politics had produced a European catastrophe of a magnitude so appalling and the scope so unpredictable that as I write these lines in 1920, it is still far from certain whether our civilization will survive it. The circumstances of this catastrophe, the boyish, cinema-fed romanticism which made it possible to impose it on the people as a crusade, and especially the ignorance and errors of the victors of Western Europe, when its violent phase had passed and the time for reconstruction arrived, confirmed a doubt which had grown steadily in my mind during my 40 years' public work as a socialist, namely, whether the human animal, as he exists at present, is capable of solving the social problems raised by his own aggregation, or, as he calls it, his civilization. Cowardice of the irreligious. Another observation I had made was that good-natured, unambitious men are cowards when they have no religion. They are dominated and exploited not only by greedy and often half-witted and half-alive weaklings who will do anything for cigars, champagne, motor cars, and the more childish and selfish uses of money, but by able and sound administrators who can do nothing else with them than dominate and exploit them. Government and exploitation become synonymous under such circumstances, and the world is finally ruled by the childish, the brigands, and the blackguards. Those who refuse to stand in with them are persecuted and occasionally executed when they give any trouble to the exploiters. They fall into poverty when they lack lucrative specific talents. At the present moment, one half of Europe, having knocked the other half down, is trying to kick it to death, and may succeed. A procedure which is, logically, sound neo-Darwinism. And the good-natured majority are looking on in helpless horror, or allowing themselves to be persuaded by the newspapers of their exploiters that the kicking is not only a sound commercial investment, but an act of divine justice, of which they are the ardent instruments. But if man is really incapable of organizing a big civilization, and cannot organize even a village or a tribe any too well, what is the use of giving him a religion? A religion may make him hunger and thirst for righteousness, but will it endow him with the practical capacity to satisfy that appetite? Good intentions do not carry with them a grain of political science, which is a very complicated one. The most devoted and indefatigable, the most able and disinterested students of this science in England, as far as I know, are my friends Sidney and Beatrice Webb. It has taken them 40 years of preliminary work, in the course of which they have published several treatises comparable to Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, to formulate a political constitution adequate to existing needs. If this is the measure of what can be done in a lifetime by extraordinary ability, keen natural aptitude, exceptional opportunities, and freedom from the preoccupations of breadwinning, What are we to expect from the Parliament man to whom political science is as remote and distasteful as the differential calculus, and to whom such an elementary but vital point as the law of economic rent is a pons asinorum, never to be approached, much less crossed? Or from the common voter, who is mostly so hard at work all day earning a living that he cannot keep awake for 5 minutes over a book? Is there any hope in education? The usual answer is that we must educate our masters, that is, ourselves. We must teach citizenship and political science at school. But must we? There is no must about it, the hard fact being that we must not teach political science or citizenship at school. The schoolmaster who attempted it would soon find himself penniless in the streets, without pupils, if not in the dock pleading to a pompously worded indictment for sedition against the exploiters. Our schools teach the morality of feudalism corrupted by commercialism, and hold up the military conqueror, the robber baron, and the profiteer as models of the illustrious and the successful. In vain do the prophets, who see through this imposture, preach and teach a better gospel. The individuals whom they convert are doomed to pass away in a few years, and the new generations are dragged back in the schools to the morality of the 15th century, and think themselves liberal when they are defending the ideas of Henry VII, and gentlemanly when they are opposing to them the ideas of Richard III. Thus the educated man is a greater nuisance than the uneducated one. Indeed, it is the inefficiency and sham of the educational side of our schools, to which, except under compulsion, children would not be sent by the parents at all if they did not act as prisons in which the immature are kept from worrying the mature, that save us from being dashed on the rocks of false doctrine instead of drifting down the midstream of mere ignorance. There is no way out through the schoolmaster. Homeopathic education. In truth, mankind cannot be saved from without by schoolmasters or any other sort of masters. It can only be lamed and enslaved by them. It is said that if you wash a cat, it will never again wash itself. This may or may not be true. What is certain is that if you teach a man anything, he will never learn it, and if you cure him of a disease, he will be unable to cure himself the next time it attacks him. Therefore, if you want to see a cat clean, you throw a bucket of mud over it, when it will immediately take extraordinary pains to lick the mud off, and finally be cleaner than it was before. In the same way, doctors who are up to date, % of all the registered practitioners and 20% of the unregistered ones, when they want to rid you of a disease or a symptom, inoculate you with that disease, or give you a drug that produces that symptom, in order to provoke you to resist it, as the mud provokes the cat to wash itself. Now, an acute person will ask me why, if this be so, our false education does not provoke our scholars to find out the truth. My answer is that it sometimes does. Voltaire was a pupil of the Jesuits. Samuel Butler was the pupil of a hopelessly conventional and erroneous country parson. But then Voltaire was Voltaire, and Butler was Butler. That is, their minds were so abnormally strong that they could throw off the doses of poison that paralyze ordinary minds. When the doctors inoculate you and the homeopathists dose you, they give you an infinitesimally attenuated dose. If they gave you the virus at full strength, it would overcome your resistance and produce its direct effect. The doses of false doctrine given at public schools and universities are so big that they overwhelm the resistance that a tiny dose would provoke. The normal student is corrupted beyond redemption, and will drive the genius who resists out of the country if he can. Byron and Shelley had to fly to Italy, whilst Castlereagh and Eldon ruled the roost at home. Rousseau was hunted from frontier to frontier. Karl Marx starved in exile in a Soho lodging. Ruskin's articles were refused by the magazines. He was too rich to be otherwise persecuted, whilst mindless, forgotten nonentities governed the land, sent men to the prison or the gallows for blasphemy and sedition, meaning the truth about church and state, and sedulously stored up the social disease and corruption which explode from time to time in gigantic boils that have to be lanced by 1,000,000 bayonets. This is the result of allopathic education. Homeopathic education has not yet been officially tried, and would obviously be a delicate matter if it were. A body of schoolmasters inciting their pupils to infinitesimal peccadilloes with the object of provoking them to exclaim, "Get thee behind me, Satan!" or telling them white lies about history for the sake of being contradicted, insulted, and refuted, would certainly do less harm than our present educational allopaths do. But then nobody will advocate homeopathic education. Allopathy has produced the poisonous illusion that it enlightens instead of darkening. The suggestion may, however, explain why, whilst most people's minds succumb to inculcation and environment, a few react vigorously, honest and decent people coming from thievish slums, and skeptics and realists from country parsonages. The diabolical efficiency of technical education. But meanwhile, and here comes the horror of it, our technical instruction is honest and efficient. The public schoolboy who is carefully blinded, duped, and corrupted as to the nature of a society based on profiteering, and is taught to honor parasitic idleness and luxury, learns to shoot and ride and keep fit with all the assistance and guidance that can be procured for him by the most anxiously sincere desire that he may do these things well, and, if possible, superlatively well. In the army he learns to fly, to drop bombs, to use machine guns to the utmost of his capacity. The discovery of high explosives is rewarded and dignified. Instruction in the manufacture of the weapons, battleships, submarines, and land batteries by which they are applied destructively is quite genuine. The instructors know their business, and really mean the learners to succeed. The result is that powers of destruction that could hardly without uneasiness be entrusted to infinite wisdom and infinite benevolence are placed in the hands of romantic schoolboy patriots, who, however generous by nature, are by education ignoramuses, dupes, snobs, and sportsmen to whom fighting is a religion and killing an accomplishment. Whilst political power, useless under such circumstances, except to militarist imperialists in chronic terror of invasion and subjugation, pompous, tuft-hunting fools, commercial adventurers to whom the organization by the nation of its own industrial services would mean checkmate, financial parasites on the money market, and stupid people who cling to the status quo merely because they are used to it, is obtained by heredity, by simple purchase, by keeping newspapers and pretending that they are organs of public opinion, by the wiles of seductive women, and by prostituting ambitious talent to the service of the profiteers, who call the tune because, having secured all the spare plunder, they alone can afford to pay the piper. Neither the rulers nor the ruled understand high politics. They do not even know that there is such a branch of knowledge as political science. But between them they can coerce and enslave with the deadliest efficiency, even to the wiping out of civilization, because their education as slayers has been honestly and thoroughly carried out. Essentially, the rulers are all defectives, and there is nothing worse than government by defectives who wield irresistible powers of physical coercion. The commonplace sound people submit and compel the rest to submit because they have been taught to do so as an article of religion and a point of honor. Those in whom natural enlightenment has reacted against artificial education submit because they are compelled. But they would resist, and finally resist effectively, if they were not cowards. And they are cowards because they have neither an officially accredited and established religion, nor a generally recognized point of honor, and are all at sixes and sevens with their various private speculations, sending their children perforce to the schools where they will be corrupted, for want of any other schools. The rulers are equally intimidated by the immense extension and cheapening of the means of slaughter and destruction. The British government is more afraid of Ireland now that submarines, bombs, and poison gas are cheap and easily made than it was of the German Empire before the war. Consequently, the old British custom, which maintained a balance of power through command of the sea, is intensified into a terror that sees security in nothing short of absolute military mastery of the entire globe. That is, in an impossibility that will yet seem possible in detail to soldiers and to parochial and insular patriotic civilians. Flimsiness of civilization. This situation has occurred so often before, always with the same results of a collapse of civilization. Professor Flinders Petrie has let out the secret of previous collapses, that the rich are instinctively crying, "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die," and the poor, "How long, O Lord, how long?" But the pitiless reply still is that God helps those who help themselves. This does not mean that if man cannot find the remedy, no remedy will be found. The power that produced man when the monkey was not up to the mark can produce a higher creature than man if man does not come up to the mark. What it means is that if man is to be saved, man must save himself. There seems no compelling reason why he should be saved. He is by no means an ideal creature. At his present best, many of his ways are so unpleasant that they are unmentionable in polite society, and so painful that he is compelled to pretend that pain is often a good. Nature holds no brief for the human experiment. It must stand or fall by its results. If man will not serve, nature will try another experiment. What hope is there, then, of human improvement? According to the neo-Darwinists, to the mechanists, no hope whatever, because improvement can come only through some senseless accident which must, on the statistical average of accidents, be presently wiped out by some other equally senseless accident. Creative evolution. But this dismal creed does not discourage those who believe that the impulse that produces evolution is creative. They have observed the simple fact that the will to do anything can, and does, at a certain pitch of intensity, set up by conviction of its necessity, create and organize new tissue to do it with. To them, therefore, mankind is by no means played out yet. If the weightlifter, under the trivial stimulus of an athletic competition, can put up a muscle, it seems reasonable to believe that an equally earnest and convinced philosopher could put up a brain. Both are directions of vitality to a certain end. Evolution shows us this direction of vitality doing all sorts of things, providing the centipede with 100 legs, and ridding the fish of any legs at all, building lungs and arms for the land and gills and fins for the sea, enabling the mammal to gestate its young inside its body, and the fowl to incubate hers outside it, offering us, we may say, our choice of any sort of bodily contrivance to maintain our activity and increase our resources. Voluntary longevity. Among other matters apparently changeable at will is the duration of individual life. Weismann, a very clever and suggestive biologist who was unhappily reduced to idiocy by neo-Darwinism, pointed out that death is not an eternal condition of life, but an expedient introduced to provide for continual renewal without overcrowding. Now, circumstantial selection does not account for natural death. It accounts only for the survival of species in which the individuals have sense enough to decay and die on purpose. But the individuals do not seem to have calculated very reasonably. Nobody can explain why a parrot should live 10 times as long as a dog, and a turtle be almost immortal. In the case of man, the operation has overshot its mark. Men do not live long enough. They are, for all the purposes of high civilization, mere children when they die, and our prime ministers, though rated as mature, divide their time between the golf course and the Treasury bench in Parliament. Presumably, however, the same power that made this mistake can remedy it. If, on opportunist grounds, man now fixes the term of his life at 70 years, he can equally fix it at 300 or 3,000, or even at the genuine circumstantial selection limit, which would be until a sooner or later inevitable fatal accident makes an end of the individual. All that is necessary to make him extend his present span is that tremendous catastrophes such as the late war shall convince him of the necessity of at least outliving his taste for golf and cigars, if the race is to be saved. This is not fantastic speculation. It is deductive biology, if there is such a science as biology. Here, then, is a stone that we have left unturned, and that may be worth turning. To make the suggestion more entertaining than it would be to most people in the form of a biological treatise, I have written Back to Methuselah as a contribution to the modern Bible. Many people, however, can read treatises and cannot read Bibles. Darwin could not read Shakespeare. Some who can read both like to learn the history of their ideas. Some are so entangled in the current confusion of creative evolution with circumstantial selection by their historical ignorance that they are puzzled by any distinction between the two. For all their sakes, I must give here a little history of the conflict between the view of evolution taken by the Darwinians, though not altogether by Darwin himself, and called natural selection, and that which is emerging under the title of creative evolution as the genuinely scientific religion for which all wise men are now anxiously looking. The early evolutionists. The idea of evolution, or transformation, as it is now sometimes called, was not first conceived by Charles Darwin, nor by Alfred Russel Wallace, who observed the operation of circumstantial selection simultaneously with Charles. The celebrated Buffon was a better evolutionist than either of them, and 2,000 years before Buffon was born, the Greek philosopher Empedocles opined that all forms of life are transformations of 4 elements, fire, air, earth, and water, effected by the 2 innate forces of attraction and repulsion, or love and hate. As lately as 1860, I myself was taught as a child that everything was made out of these 4 elements. Both the Empedocleans and the evolutionists were opposed to those who believed in the separate creation of all forms of life, as described in the book of Genesis. This conflict between religion and science, as the phrase went then, did not perplex my infant mind in the least. I knew perfectly well, without knowing that I knew it, that the validity of a story is not the same as the occurrence of the fact. But as I grew up, I found that I had to choose between evolution and Genesis. If you believed that dogs and cats and snakes and birds and beetles and oysters and whales and men and women were all separately designed and made and named in Eden Garden at the beginning of things, and have since survived simply by reproducing their kind, then you were not an evolutionist. If you believed, on the contrary, that all the different species are modifications, variations, and elaborations of one primal stock, or even of a few primal stocks, then you were an evolutionist. But you were not necessarily a Darwinian, for you might have been a modern evolutionist 20 years before Charles Darwin was born, and a whole lifetime before he published his Origin of Species. For that matter, when Aristotle grouped animals with backbones as blood relations, he began the sort of classification which, when extended by Darwin to monkeys and men, so shocked my uncle. Genesis had held the field until the time, 1707 to 1778, of Linnaeus, the famous botanist. In the meantime, the microscope had been invented. It revealed a new world of hitherto invisible creatures called infusorians, as common water was found to be an infusion of them. In the 18th century, naturalists were very keen on the infusorian amoebas, and were much struck by the way in which the members of this old family behaved and developed. But it was still possible for Linnaeus to begin a treatise by saying, "There are just so many species as there were forms created in the beginning," though there were hundreds of commonplace Scotch gardeners, pigeon fanciers, and stock breeders then living who knew better. Linnaeus himself knew better before he died. In the last edition of his System of Nature, he began to wonder whether the transmutation of species by variation might not be possible. Then came the great poet who jumped over the facts to the conclusion. Goethe said that all the shapes of creation were cousins, that there must be some common stock from which all the species had sprung, that it was the environment of air that had produced the eagle, of water the seal, and of earth the mole. He could not say how this happened, but he divined that it did happen. Erasmus Darwin, the grandfather of Charles, carried the environment theory much further, pointing out instance after instance of modifications made in species apparently to adapt it to circumstances and environment. For instance, that the brilliant colors of the leopard, which make it so conspicuous in Regent's Park, conceal it in a tropical jungle. Finally, he wrote as his declaration of faith, "The world has been evolved, not created. It has arisen little by little from a small beginning, and has increased through the activity of the elemental forces embodied in itself, and so has rather grown than come into being at an almighty word." What a sublime idea for the infinite might of the great architect, the cause of all causes, the father of all fathers, the ens entium. For if we would compare the infinite, it would surely require a greater infinite to cause the causes of effects than to produce the effects themselves. In this, published in the year 1794, you have 19th century evolution precisely defined. And Erasmus Darwin was by no means its only apostle. It was in the air then. A German biologist named Treviranus, whose book was published in 1802, wrote, "In every living being there exists a capacity for endless diversity of form. Each possesses the power of adapting its organization to the variations of the external world, and it is this power called into activity by cosmic changes which has enabled the simple zoophytes of the primitive world to climb to higher and higher stages of organization, and has brought endless variety into nature." There you have your evolution of man from the amoeba, all complete, whilst Nelson was still alive on the seas. And in 1809, before the Battle of Waterloo, a French soldier named Lamarck, who had beaten his musket into a microscope and turned zoologist, declared that species were an illusion produced by the shortness of our individual lives, and that they were constantly changing and melting into one another and into new forms, as surely as the hand of a clock is continually moving, though it moves so slowly that it looks stationary to us. We have since come to think that its industry is less continuous, that the clock stops for a long time, and then is suddenly put on by a mysterious finger. But never mind that just at present. End of section 1. Section 2 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 2. The Advent of the Neo-Lamarckians. I call your special attention to Lamarck because later on there were Neo-Lamarckians as well as Neo-Darwinians. I was a Neo-Lamarckian. Lamarck passed on from the conception of evolution as a general law to Charles Darwin's department of it, which was the method of evolution. Lamarck, whilst making many ingenious suggestions as to the reaction of external causes on life and habit, such as changes of climate, food supply, geological upheavals, and so forth, really held as his fundamental proposition that living organisms changed because they wanted to. As he stated it, the great factor in evolution is use and disuse. If you have no eyes and want to see and keep trying to see, you will eventually get eyes. If, like a mole or a subterranean fish, you have eyes and don't want to see, you will lose your eyes. If you like eating the tender tops of trees enough to make you concentrate all your energies on the stretching of your neck, you will finally get a long neck, like the giraffe. This seems absurd to inconsiderate people at the first blush, but it is within the personal experience of all of us that it is just by this process that a child tumbling about the floor becomes a boy walking erect, and that a man sprawling on the road with a bruised chin or supine on the ice with a bashed occiput becomes a bicyclist and a skater. The process is not continuous, as it would be if mere practice had anything to do with it, for though you may improve at each bicycling lesson during the lesson, when you begin your next lesson, you do not begin at the point at which you left off. You relapse, apparently, to the beginning. Finally, you succeed quite suddenly and do not relapse again. More miraculous still, you at once exercise the new power unconsciously. Although you are adapting your front wheel to your balance so elaborately and actively that the accidental locking of your handlebars for a second will throw you off, though 5 minutes before you could not do it at all, yet now you do it as unconsciously as you grow your fingernails. You have a new faculty, and must have created some new bodily tissue as its organ. And you have done it solely by willing, for here there can be no question of circumstantial selection or the survival of the fittest. The man who is learning how to ride a bicycle has no advantage over the non-cyclist in the struggle for existence. Quite the contrary. He has acquired a new habit, an automatic, unconscious habit, solely because he wanted to and kept trying until it was added unto him. How acquirements are inherited. But when your son tries to skate or bicycle in his turn, he does not pick up the accomplishment where you left it, any more than he is born 6 feet high with a beard and a tall hat. The setback that occurred between your lessons occurs again. The race learns exactly as the individual learns. Your son relapses not to the very beginning, but to a point which no mortal method of measurement can distinguish from the beginning. And now this is odd, for certain other habits of yours, equally acquired, and to the evolutionist, of course, all habits are acquired, equally unconscious, equally automatic, are transmitted without any perceptible relapse. For instance, the very first act of your son when he enters the world as a separate individual is to yell with indignation, that yell which Shakespeare thought the most tragic and piteous of all sounds. In the act of yelling he begins to breathe, another habit, and not even a necessary one, as the object of breathing can be achieved in other ways, as by deep-sea fishes. He circulates his blood by pumping it with his heart. He demands a meal, and proceeds at once to perform the most elaborate chemical operations on the food he swallows. He manufactures teeth, discards them, and replaces them with fresh ones. Compared to these habitual feats, walking, standing upright, and bicycling are the merest trifles. Yet it is only by going through the wanting, trying process that he can stand, walk, or cycle, whereas in the other and far more difficult and complex habits, he not only does not consciously want nor consciously try, but actually consciously objects very strongly. Take that early habit of cutting the teeth. Would he do that if he could help it? Take that later habit of decaying and eliminating himself by death. Equally an acquired habit, remember. How he abhors it! Yet the habit has become so rooted, so automatic, that he must do it in spite of himself, even to his own destruction. We have here a routine, which, given time enough for it to operate, will finally produce the most elaborate forms of organized life on Lamarckian lines, without the intervention of circumstantial selection at all. If you can turn a pedestrian into a cyclist, and a cyclist into a pianist or violinist, without the intervention of circumstantial selection, you can turn an amoeba into a man, or a man into a superman without it, all of which is rank heresy to the neo-Darwinian, who imagines that if you stop circumstantial selection, you not only stop development, but inaugurate a rapid and disastrous degeneration. Let us fix the Lamarckian evolutionary process well in our minds. You are alive, and you want to be more alive. You want an extension of consciousness and of power. You want, consequently, additional organs or additional uses of your existing organs, that is, additional habits. You get them because you want them badly enough to keep trying for them until they come. Nobody knows how, nobody knows why. All we know is that the thing actually takes place. We relapse miserably from effort to effort until the old organ is modified or the new one created, when suddenly the impossible becomes possible and the habit is formed. The moment we form it, we want to get rid of the consciousness of it so as to economize our consciousness for fresh conquests of life, as all consciousness means preoccupation and obstruction. If we had to think about breathing or digesting or circulating our blood, we should have no attention to spare for anything else, as we find to our cost when anything goes wrong with these operations. We want to be unconscious of them just as we wanted to acquire them. And we finally win what we want. But we win unconsciousness of our habits at the cost of losing our control of them. And we also build one habit and its corresponding functional modification of our organs on another, and so become dependent on our old habits. Consequently, we have to persist in them even when they hurt us. We cannot stop breathing to avoid an attack of asthma or to escape drowning. We can lose a habit and discard an organ when we no longer need them, just as we acquired them, but this process is slow and broken by relapses, and relics of the organ and the habit long survive its utility. And if other and still indispensable habits or modifications have been built on the ones we wish to discard, we must provide a new foundation for them before we demolish the old one. This is also a slow process and a very curious one. The miracle of condensed recapitulation. The relapses between the efforts to acquire a habit are important because, as we have seen, they recur not only from effort to effort in the case of the individual, but from generation to generation in the case of the race. This relapsing from generation to generation is an invariable characteristic of the evolutionary process. For instance, Raphael, though descended from 8 uninterrupted generations of painters, had to learn to paint, apparently as if no Sancio had ever handled a brush before. But he had also to learn to breathe and digest and circulate his blood. Although his father and mother were fully grown adults when he was conceived, he was not conceived or even born fully grown. He had to go back and begin as a speck of protoplasm, and to struggle through an embryonic lifetime, during part of which he was indistinguishable from an embryonic dog, and had neither a skull nor a backbone. When he at last acquired these articles, he was for some time doubtful whether he was a bird or a fish. He had to compress untold centuries of development into 9 months before he was human enough to break loose as an independent being. And even then, he was still so incomplete that his parents might well have exclaimed, "Good heavens, have you learnt nothing from our experience, that you come into the world in this ridiculously elementary state? Why can't you talk and walk and paint and behave decently?" To that question, baby Raphael had no answer. All he could have said was that this is how evolution or transformation happens. The time may come when the same force that compressed the development of millions of years into 9 months may pack many more millions into even a shorter space, so that Raphaels may be born painters, as they are now born breathers and blood circulators. But they will still begin as specks of protoplasm and acquire the faculty of painting in their mother's womb at quite a late stage of their embryonic life. They must recapitulate the history of mankind in their own persons, however briefly they may condense it. Nothing was so astonishing and significant in the discoveries of the embryologists, nor anything so absurdly little appreciated, as this recapitulation, as it is now called. This power of hurrying up into months, a process which was once so long and tedious that the mere contemplation of it is unendurable by men whose span of life is 70. It widened human possibilities to the extent of enabling us to hope that the most prolonged and difficult operation of our minds may yet become instantaneous, or, as we call it, instinctive. It also directed our attention to examples of this packing up of centuries into seconds, which were staring us in the face in all directions. As I write these lines, the newspapers are occupied by the exploits of a child of 8, who has just defeated 20 adult chess players in 20 games played simultaneously, and has been able afterwards to reconstruct all the 20 games without any apparent effort of memory. Most people, including myself, play chess, when they play it at all, from hand to mouth, and can hardly recall the last move but one, or foresee the next but two. Also, when I have to make an arithmetical calculation, I have to do it step by step with pencil and paper, slowly, reluctantly, and with so little confidence in the result that I dare not act on it without proving the sum by a further calculation involving more ciphering. But there are men who can neither read, write, nor cipher, to whom the answer to such sums as I can do is instantly obvious without any conscious calculation at all, and the result is infallible. Yet some of these natural arithmeticians have but a small vocabulary, are at a loss when they have to find words for any but the simplest everyday occasions, and cannot for the life of them describe mechanical operations which they perform daily in the course of their trade. Whereas to me, the whole vocabulary of English literature, from Shakespeare to the latest edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, is so completely and instantaneously at my call that I have never had to consult even a thesaurus, except once or twice, when, for some reason, I wanted a third or fourth synonym. Again, though I have tried and failed to draw recognizable portraits of persons I have seen every day for years, Mr. Bernard Partridge, having seen a man once, will, without more strain than is involved in eating a sandwich, draw him to the life. The keyboard of a piano is a device I have never been able to master. Yet Mr. Cyril Scott uses it exactly as I use my own fingers, and to Sir Edward Elgar an orchestral score is as instantaneously intelligible at sight as a page of Shakespeare is to me. One man cannot, after trying for years, finger the flute fluently. Another will take up a flute with a newly invented arrangement of keys on it and play it at once with hardly a mistake. We find people to whom writing is so difficult that they prefer to sign their name with a mark, and beside them men who master systems of shorthand and improvise new systems of their own as easily as they learnt the alphabet. These contrasts are to be seen on all hands, and have nothing to do with variations in general intelligence, nor even in the specialized intelligence proper to the faculty in question. For example, no composer or dramatic poet has ever pretended to be able to perform all the parts he writes for the singers, actors, and players who are his executants. One might as well expect Napoleon to be a fencer, or the astronomer royal to know how many beans make 5 any better than his bookkeeper. Even exceptional command of language does not imply the possession of ideas to express. Mezzofanti, the master of 58 languages, had less to say in them than Shakespeare with his little Latin and less Greek, and public life is the paradise of voluble windbags. All these examples, which might be multiplied by millions, are cases in which a long, laborious, conscious, detailed process of acquirement has been condensed into an instinctive and unconscious inborn one. Factors which formerly had to be considered one by one in succession are integrated into what seems a single, simple factor. Chains of hardly soluble problems have coalesced in one problem, which solves itself the moment it is raised. What is more, they have been pushed back, or forward if you like, from postnatal to prenatal ones. The child in the womb may take some time over them, but it is a miraculously shortened time. The time phenomena involved are curious and suggest that we are either wrong about our history, or else that we enormously exaggerate the periods required for the prenatal acquirement of habits. In the 19th century, we talked very glibly about geological periods and flung millions of eons about in the most lordly manner in our reaction against Archbishop Usher's chronology. We had a craze for big figures, and positively like to believe that the progress made by the child in the womb in a month was represented in prehistoric time by ages and ages. We insisted that evolution advanced more slowly than any snail ever crawled, and that nature does not proceed by leaps and bounds. This was all very well as long as we were dealing with such acquired habits as breathing or digestion. It was possible to believe that dozens of epochs had gone to the slow building up of these habits. But when we have to consider the case of a man born not only as an accomplished metabolist, but with such an aptitude for shorthand and keyboard manipulation that he is a stenographer or pianist, at least 5/6 ready-made, as soon as he can control his hands intelligently, we are forced to suspect either that keyboards and shorthand are older inventions than we suppose, or else that acquirements can be assimilated and stored as congenital qualifications in a shorter time than we think, so that, as between Lisle and Archbishop Usher, the laugh may not be with Lisle quite so uproariously as it seemed 50 years ago. Heredity, an old story. It is evident that the evolutionary process is a hereditary one, or to put it less dryly, that human life is continuous and immortal. The evolutionists took heredity for granted. So did everybody. The human mind has been soaked in heredity as long back as we can trace its thought. Hereditary peers, hereditary monarchs, hereditary castes and trades and classes were the best known of social institutions, and in some cases of public nuisances. Pedigree men counted pedigree dogs and pedigree horses among their most cherished possessions. Far from being unconscious of heredity or skeptical, men were insanely credulous about it. They not only believed in the transmission of qualities and habits from generation to generation, but expected the son to begin mentally where the father left off. This belief in heredity led naturally to the practice of intentional selection. Good blood and breeding were eagerly sought after in human marriage. In dealing with plants and animals, selection with a view to the production of new varieties and the improvement and modification of species had been practiced ever since men began to cultivate them. My pre-Darwinian uncle knew as well as Darwin that the racehorse and the dray horse were not separate creations from the Garden of Eden, but adaptations by deliberate human selection of the medieval warhorse to modern racing and industrial haulage. He knew that there are nearly 200 different sorts of dogs, all capable of breeding with one another and of producing cross varieties unknown to Adam. He knew that the same thing is true of pigeons. He knew that gardeners had spent their lives trying to breed black tulips and green carnations and unheard-of orchids, and had actually produced flowers just as strange to Eve. His quarrel with the evolutionists was not a quarrel with the evidence for evolution. He had accepted enough of it to prove evolution 10 times over before he ever heard of it. What he repudiated was cousinship with the ape, and the implied suspicion of a rudimentary tail, because it was offensive to his sense of his own dignity, and because he thought that apes were ridiculous and tails diabolical when associated with the erect posture. Also, he believed that evolution was a heresy which involved the destruction of Christianity, of which, as a member of the Irish Church, the pseudo-Protestant one, he conceived himself a pillar. But this was only his ignorance, for man may deny his descent from an ape and be eligible as a churchwarden without being any less a convinced evolutionist. Discovery anticipated by divination. What is more, the religious folk can claim to be among the pioneers of evolutionism. Weismann, neo-Darwinist though he was, devoted a long passage in his History of Evolution to the nature philosophy of Lorenz Oken, published in 1809. Oken defined natural science as the science of the everlasting transmutations of the Holy Ghost in the world. His religion had started him on the right track, and not only led him to think out a whole scheme of evolution in abstract terms, but guided his aim in a significantly good scientific shot which brought him within the scope of Weismann. He not only defined the original substance from which all forms of life have developed as protoplasm, or, as he called it, primitive slime, Urschleim, but actually declared that this slime took the form of vesicles out of which the universe was built. Here was the modern cell morphology, guessed by a religious thinker long before the microscope and the scalpel forced it on the vision of mere laboratory workers who could not think and had no religion. They worked hard to discover the vital secrets of the glands by opening up dogs and cutting out the glands, or tying up their ducts, or severing their nerves, thereby learning, negatively, that the governors of our vital forces do not hold their incessant conversations through the nerves, and positively how miserably a horribly injured dog can die, leaving us to infer that we shall probably perish likewise if we grudge our guineas to Harley Street. Laurens Oken thought very hard to find out what was happening to the Holy Ghost, and thereby made a contribution of extraordinary importance to our understanding of uninjured creatures. The man who was scientific enough to see that the Holy Ghost is a scientific fact got easily in front of the blockheads who could only sin against it. Hence my uncle was turning his back on very respectable company when he derided evolution, and would probably have recanted and apologized at once, had anybody pointed out to him what a solecism he was committing. The metaphysical side of evolution was thus no novelty when Darwin arrived. Had Oken never lived, there would still have been millions of persons trained from their childhood to believe that we are continually urged upwards by a force called the will of God. In 1819, Schopenhauer published his treatise on The World as Will, which is the metaphysical complement to Lamarck's Natural History, as it demonstrates that the driving force behind evolution is a will to live, and to live, as Christ said long before, more abundantly. And the earlier philosophers, from Plato to Leibniz, had kept the human mind open for the thought of the universe as one idea behind all its physically apprehensible transformations. Corrected dates for the discovery of evolution. All this, remember, is the state of things in the pre-Darwin period, which so many of us still think of as a pre-evolutionary period. Evolutionism was the rage before Queen Victoria came to the throne. To fix this chronology, let me repeat the story told by Weissmann of the July Revolution in Paris in 1830, when the French got rid of Charles X. Goethe was then still living, and a French friend of his called on him and found him wildly excited. "What do you think of the great event?" said Goethe. "The volcano is in eruption, and all is in flames. There can no longer be discussion within closed doors." The Frenchman replied that no doubt it was a terrible business, but what could they expect with such a ministry and such a king? "Stuff!" said Goethe. "I am not thinking of these people at all, but of the open rupture in the French Academy between Cuvier and Saint-Hilaire. It is of the utmost importance to science." The rupture Goethe meant was about evolution, Cuvier contending that there were 4 species, and Saint-Hilaire that there was only 1. From 1830, when Darwin was an apparently unpromising lad of 21, until 1859, when he turned the world upside down by his Origin of Species, there was a slump in evolutionism. The first generation of its enthusiasts was aging and dying out, and their successors were being taught from the book of Genesis, just as Edward VI was, and Edward VII, too, for that matter. Nobody who knew the theory was adding anything to it. This slump not only heightened the impression of entire novelty when Darwin brought the subject to the front again, it probably prevented him from realizing how much had been done before, even by his own grandfather, to whom he was accused of being unjust. Besides, he was not really carrying on the family business. He was an entirely original worker, and he was on a new tack, as we shall see presently. And he would not in any case have thought much, as a practical naturalist, of the more or less mystical intellectual speculations of the deists of 1790 to 1830. Scientific workers were very tired of deism just then. They had given up the riddle of the great first cause as insoluble, and were calling themselves accordingly agnostics. They had turned from the inscrutable question of why things existed to the spade work of discovering what was really occurring in the world and how it really occurred. With all his attention bent in this new direction, Darwin soon noticed that a good deal was occurring in an entirely unmystical and even unmeaning way, of which the older speculative deist evolutionists had taken little or no account. Nowadays, when we are turning in weary disgust and disillusion from neo-Darwinism and mechanism to vitalism and creative evolution, it is difficult to imagine how this new departure of Darwin's could possibly have appealed to his contemporaries as exciting, agreeable, above all, as hopeful. Let me therefore try to bring back something of the atmosphere of that time by describing a scene, very characteristic of its superstitions, in which I took what was then considered an unspeakably shocking part. Defying the lightning, a frustrated experiment. One evening in 1878 or thereabouts, I, being then in my earliest 20s, was at a bachelor party of young men of the professional class in the house of a doctor in the Kensingtonian quarter of London. They fell to talking about religious revivals, and an anecdote was related of a man who, having incautiously scoffed at the mission of Messrs. Moody and Sankey, a then famous firm of American evangelists, was subsequently carried home on a shutter, slain by divine vengeance as a blasphemer. A timid minority, without quite venturing to question the truth of the incident, for they naturally did not care to run the risk of going home on shutters themselves, nevertheless showed a certain disposition to cavil at those who exulted in it, and something approaching to an argument began. At last it was alleged by the most evangelical of the disputants that Charles Bradlaugh, the most formidable atheist on the secularist platform, had taken out his watch publicly and challenged the Almighty to strike him dead in 5 minutes if he really existed and disapproved of atheism. The leader of the cavillers, with great heat, repudiated this as a gross calumny, declaring that Bradlaugh had repeatedly and indignantly contradicted it, and implying that the atheist champion was far too pious a man to commit such a blasphemy. This exquisite confusion of ideas roused my sense of comedy. It was clear to me that the challenge attributed to Charles Bradlaugh was a scientific experiment of a quite simple, straightforward, and proper kind to ascertain whether the expression of atheistic opinions really did involve any personal risk. It was certainly the method taught in the Bible, Elijah having confuted the prophets of Baal in precisely that way, with every circumstance of bitter mockery of their God when he failed to send down fire from heaven. Accordingly, I said that if the question at issue were whether the penalty of questioning the theology of Messrs. Moody and Sankey was to be struck dead on the spot by an incensed deity, nothing could effect a more convincing settlement of it than the very obvious experiment attributed to Mr. Bradlaugh, and that consequently, if he had not tried it, he ought to have tried it. The omission, I added, was one which could easily be remedied there and then, as I happened to share Mr. Bradlaugh's views as to the absurdity of the belief in these violent interferences with the order of nature by a short-tempered and thin-skinned supernatural deity. Therefore, and at that point, I took out my watch. The effect was electrical. Neither skeptics nor devotees were prepared to abide the result of the experiment. In vain did I urge the pious to trust in the accuracy of their deity's aim with a thunderbolt, and the justice of his discrimination between the innocent and the guilty. In vain did I appeal to the skeptics to accept the logical outcome of their skepticism. It soon appeared that when thunderbolts were in question, there were no skeptics. Our host, seeing that his guests were banished precipitately if the impious challenge were uttered, leaving him alone with a solitary infidel under sentence of extermination in 5 minutes, interposed and forbade the experiment, pleading at the same time for a change of subject. I, of course, complied, but could not refrain from remarking that though the dreadful words had not been uttered, yet, as the thought had been formulated in my mind, it was very doubtful whether the consequences could be averted by sealing my lips. However, the rest appeared to feel that the game would be played according to the rules, and that it mattered very little what I thought, as long as I said nothing. Only the leader of the evangelical party, I thought, was a little preoccupied until 5 minutes had elapsed and the weather was still calm. End of section 2. Section 3 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 3, In Quest of the First Cause. Another reminiscence. In those days we thought in terms of time and space, of cause and effect, as we still do. But we do not now demand from a religion that it shall explain the universe completely in terms of cause and effect, and present the world to us as a manufactured article and as the private property of its manufacturer. We did, then. We were invited to pity the delusion of certain heathens who held that the world is supported by an elephant who is supported by a tortoise. Mahomet decided that the mountains are great weights to keep the world from being blown away into space. But we refuted these Orientals by asking triumphantly what the tortoise stands on. Freethinkers asked which came first, the owl or the egg. Nobody thought of saying that the ultimate problem of existence, being clearly insoluble and even unthinkable on causation lines, could not be a causation problem. To pious people this would have been flat atheism, because they assumed that God must be a cause, and sometimes called him the great first cause, or, in still choicer language, the primal cause. To the rationalists it would have been a renunciation of reason. Here and there a man would confess that he stood as with a dim lantern in a dense fog, and could see but a little way in any direction into infinity. But he did not really believe that infinity was infinite, or that the eternal was also sempiternal. He assumed that all things known and unknown were caused. Hence it was that I found myself one day towards the end of the 1870s in a cell in the old Brompton Oratory, arguing with Father Addis, who had been called by one of his flock to attempt my conversion to Roman Catholicism. "The universe exists," said the father. "Somebody must have made it." "If that somebody exists," said I, "somebody must have made him." "I grant that, for the sake of argument," said the Oratorian. "I grant you a maker of God. I grant you a maker of the maker of God. I grant you as long a line of makers as you please. But an infinity of makers is unthinkable and extravagant. It is no harder to believe in number 1 than in number 50,000 or 50,000,000. So why not accept number 1 and stop there, since no attempt to get behind him will remove your logical difficulty?" "By your leave," said I, "it is as easy for me to believe that the universe made itself as that a maker of the universe made himself. In fact, much easier. For the universe visibly exists and makes itself as it goes along, whereas a maker for it is a hypothesis." Of course, we could get no further on these lines. He rose and said that we were like two men working a saw, he pushing it forward and I pushing it back, and cutting nothing. But when we had dropped the subject and were walking through the refectory, he returned to it for a moment to say that he should go mad if he lost his belief. I, glorying in the robust callousness of youth and the comedic spirit, felt quite comfortable and said so, though I was touched, too, by his evident sincerity. These two anecdotes are superficially trivial and even comic, but there is an abyss of horror beneath them. They reveal a condition so utterly irreligious that religion means nothing but belief in a nursery bogey, and its inadequacy is demonstrated by a toy logical dilemma, neither the bogey nor the dilemma having anything to do with religion, or being serious enough to impose on or confuse any properly educated child over the age of 6. One hardly knows which is the more appalling, the abjectness of the credulity or the flippancy of the skepticism. The result was inevitable. All who were strong-minded enough not to be terrified by the bogey were left stranded in empty contemptuous negation, and argued, when they argued at all, as I argued with Father Addis. But their position was not intellectually comfortable. A member of Parliament expressed their discomfort when, objecting to the admission of Charles Bradlaugh into Parliament, he said, "Hang it all! A man should believe in something or somebody." It was easy to throw the bogey into the dustbin, but none the less the world, our corner of the universe, did not look like a pure accident. It presented evidences of design in every direction. There was mind and purpose behind it. As the anti-Bradlaugh member would have put it, there must be somebody behind the something. No atheist could get over that. Paley's watch. Paley had put the argument in an apparently unanswerable form. If you found a watch full of mechanism exquisitely adapted to produce a series of operations, all leading to the fulfillment of one central purpose of measuring for mankind the march of the day and night, could you believe that it was not the work of a cunning artificer who had designed and contrived it all to that end? And here was a far more wonderful thing than a watch, a man, with all his organs ingeniously contrived, cords and levers, girders and king-posts, circulating systems of pipes and valves, dialysing membranes, chemical retorts, carburetors, ventilators, inlets and outlets, telephone transmitters in his ears, light recorders and lenses in his eye. Was it conceivable that this was the work of chance? That no artificer had wrought here? That there was no purpose in this, no design, no guiding intelligence? The thing was incredible. In vain did Helmholtz declare that the eye has every possible defect that can be found in an optical instrument, and even some peculiar to itself, and that, if an optician tried to sell me an instrument which had all these defects, I should think myself quite justified in blaming his carelessness in the strongest terms, and sending him back his instrument. To discredit the optician's skill was not to get rid of the optician. The eye might not be so cleverly made as Paley thought, but it was made somehow, by somebody. And then my argument with Father Addis began all over again. It was easy enough to say that every man makes his own eyes. Indeed, the embryologists had actually caught him doing it. But what about the very evident purpose that prompted him to do it? Why did he want to see, if not to extend his consciousness and his knowledge and his power? That purpose was at work everywhere, and must be something bigger than the individual eye-making man. Only the stupidest muckrakers could fail to see this, and even to know it as a part of their own consciousness. Yet to admit it seemed to involve letting the bogey come back. So inextricably had we managed to mix up belief in the bogey's existence with belief in the existence of design in the universe. The irresistible cry of order, order. Our scornful young scientific and philosophic lions of today must not blame the Church of England for this confusion of thought. In 1562, the Church, in convocation in London, for the avoiding of diversities of opinions, and for the establishment of consent touching true religion, proclaimed in their first utterance, and as an article of religion, that God is without body, parts, or passions, or, as we say, an élan vital, or life force. Unfortunately, neither parents, parsons, nor pedagogues could be induced to adopt that article. St. John might say that God is spirit, as pointedly as he pleased. Our sovereign Lady Elizabeth might ratify the article again and again. Serious divines might feel as deeply as they could that a God with body, parts, and passions could be nothing but an anthropomorphic idol. No matter. People at large could not conceive a God who was not anthropomorphic. They stood by the Old Testament legends of a God whose parts had been seen by one of the patriarchs, and finally set up as against the Church a God who, far from being without body, parts, or passions, was composed of nothing else, and of very evil passions too. They imposed this idol in practice on the Church itself, in spite of the first article, and thereby homeopathically produced the atheist, whose denial of God was simply a denial of the idol, and a demonstration against an unbearable and most unchristian idolatry. The idol was, as Shelley had been expelled from Oxford for pointing out, an almighty fiend, with a petty character and unlimited power, spiteful, cruel, jealous, vindictive, and physically violent. The most villainous schoolmasters, the most tyrannical parents, fell far short in their attempts to imitate it. But it was not its social vices that brought it low. What made it scientifically intolerable was that it was ready at a moment's notice to upset the whole order of the universe on the most trumpery provocation, whether by stopping the sun in the valley of Ayalon, or sending an atheist home dead on a shutter. The shutter was indispensable because it marked the utter unpreparedness of the atheist, who, unable to save himself by a deathbed repentance, was subsequently roasted through all eternity in blazing brimstone. It was this disorderliness, this refusal to obey its own laws of nature, that created a scientific need for its destruction. Science could stand a cruel and unjust God, for nature was full of suffering and injustice. But a disorderly God was impossible. In the Middle Ages, a compromise had been made by which two different orders of truth, religious and scientific, had been recognized, in order that a schoolman might say that 2 and 2 make 4, without being burnt for heresy. But the 19th century, steeped in a meddling, presumptuous, reading and writing, socially and politically powerful ignorance, inconceivable by Thomas Aquinas or even Roger Bacon, was incapable of so convenient an arrangement, and science was strangled by bigoted ignoramuses claiming infallibility for their interpretation of the Bible, which was regarded not as literature, nor even as a book, but partly as an oracle which answered and settled all questions, and partly as a talisman to be carried by soldiers in their breast pockets, or placed under the pillows of persons who were afraid of ghosts. The tract shops exhibited in their windows bullet-dinted testaments, mothers' gifts to their soldier sons, whose lives had been saved by it, for the muzzle-loaders of those days could not drive a projectile through so many pages. The moment and the man. This superstition of a continual capricious disorder in nature, of a lawgiver who was also a lawbreaker, made atheists in all directions among clever and light-minded people. But atheism did not account for Paley's watch. Atheism accounted for nothing, and it was the business of science to account for everything that was plainly accountable. Science had no use for mere negation. What was desired by it above all things just then was a demonstration that the evidences of design could be explained without resort to the hypothesis of a personal designer. If only some genius, whilst admitting Paley's facts, could knock the brains out of Paley by the discovery of a method whereby watches could happen without watchmakers, that genius was assured of such a welcome from the thought of his day as no natural philosopher had ever enjoyed before. The time being thus ripe, the genius appeared, and his name was Charles Darwin. And now, what did Darwin really discover? Here, I am afraid, I shall require once more the assistance of the giraffe, or, as he was called in the days of the celebrated buffoon, the camelopard, by children, cameleopard. I do not remember how this animal imposed himself illustratively on the evolution controversy, but there was no getting away from him then. And I am old-fashioned enough to be unable to get away from him now. How did he come by his long neck? Lamarck would have said, by wanting to get at the tender leaves high up on the tree, and trying until he succeeded in wishing the necessary length of neck into existence. Another answer was also possible, namely, that some prehistoric stock breeder, wishing to produce a natural curiosity, selected the longest-necked animals he could find, and bred from them until at last an animal with an abnormally long neck was evolved by intentional selection, just as the racehorse or the fantail pigeon has been evolved. Both these explanations, you will observe, involve consciousness, will, design, purpose, either on the part of the animal itself or on the part of a superior intelligence controlling its destiny. Darwin pointed out, and this and no more was Darwin's famous discovery, that a third explanation, involving neither will nor purpose nor design, either in the animal or anyone else, was on the cards. If your neck is too short to reach your food, you die. That may be the simple explanation of the fact that all the surviving animals that feed on foliage have necks or trunks long enough to reach it. So bang goes your belief that the necks must have been designed to reach the food. But Lamarck did not believe that the necks were so designed in the beginning. He believed that the long necks were evolved by wanting and trying. Not necessarily, said Darwin. Consider the effect on the giraffes of the natural multiplication of their numbers, as insisted on by Malthus. Suppose the average height of the foliage-eating animals is 4 feet, and that they increase in numbers until a time comes when all the trees are eaten away to within 4 feet of the ground. Then the animals who happen to be an inch or two short of the average will die of starvation. All the animals who happen to be an inch or so above the average will be better fed and stronger than the others. They will secure the strongest and tallest mates, and their progeny will survive, whilst the average ones and the sub-average ones will die out. This process, by which the species gains, say, an inch in reach, will repeat itself until the giraffe's neck is so long that he can always find food enough within his reach, at which point, of course, the selective process stops, and the length of the giraffe's neck stops with it. Otherwise he would grow until he could browse off the trees in the moon. And this, mark you, without the intervention of any stock breeder, human or divine, and without will, purpose, design, or even consciousness beyond the blind will to satisfy hunger. It is true that this blind will, being in effect a will to live, gives away the whole case. But still, as compared to the open-eyed, intelligent wanting and trying of Lamarck, the Darwinian process may be described as a chapter of accidents. As such, it seems simple, because you do not at first realize all that it involves. But when its whole significance dawns on you, your heart sinks into a heap of sand within you. There is a hideous fatalism about it, a ghastly and damnable reduction of beauty and intelligence, of strength and purpose, of honor and aspiration, to such casually picturesque changes as an avalanche may make in a mountain landscape, or a railway accident in a human figure. To call this natural selection is a blasphemy, possible to many for whom nature is nothing but a casual aggregation of inert and dead matter, but eternally impossible to the spirits and souls of the righteous. If it be no blasphemy, but a truth of science, then the stars of heaven, the showers and dew, the winter and summer, the fire and heat, the mountains and hills, may no longer be called to exalt the Lord with us by praise. Their work is to modify all things by blindly starving and murdering everything that is not lucky enough to survive in the universal struggle for hogwash. The brink of the bottomless pit. Thus did the neck of the giraffe reach out across the whole heavens and make men believe that what they saw there was a gloaming of the gods. For if this sort of selection could turn an antelope into a giraffe, it could conceivably turn a pond full of amoebas into the French Academy. Though Lamarck's way, the way of life, will, aspiration, and achievement, remained still possible, this newly shown way of hunger, death, stupidity, delusion, chance, and bare survival was also possible, was indeed most certainly the way in which many apparently intelligently designed transformations had actually come to pass. Had I not preluded with the apparently idle story of my revival of the controversial methods of Elijah, I should be asked how it was that the explorer who opened up this gulf of despair, far from being stoned or crucified as the destroyer of the honor of the race and the purpose of the world, was hailed as deliverer, saviour, prophet, redeemer, enlightener, rescuer, hope-giver, and epoch-maker, whilst poor Lamarck was swept aside as a crude and exploded guesser, hardly worthy to be named as his erroneous forerunner. In the light of my anecdote, the explanation is obvious. The first thing the gulf did was to swallow up Paley and the disorderly designer, and Shelley's almighty fiend, and all the rest of the pseudo-religious rubbish that had blocked every upward and onward path since the hopes of men had turned to science as their true saviour. It seemed such a convenient grave that nobody at first noticed that it was nothing less than the bottomless pit, now become a very real terror. For though Darwin left a path round it for his soul, his followers presently dug it right across the whole width of the way. Yet for the moment there was nothing but wild rejoicing, a sort of scientific mafficking. We had been so oppressed by the notion that everything that happened in the world was the arbitrary personal act of an arbitrary personal God of dangerously jealous and cruel personal character, so that even the relief of the pains of childbirth and the operating table by chloroform was objected to as an interference with his arrangements, which he would probably resent, that we just jumped at Darwin. When Napoleon was asked what would happen when he died, he said that Europe would express its intense relief with a great oof. Well, when Darwin killed the god who objected to chloroform, everybody who had ever thought about it said, oof. Paley was buried fathoms deep with his watch, now fully accounted for without any divine artificer at all. We were so glad to be rid of both that we never gave a thought to the consequences. When a prisoner sees the door of his dungeon open, he dashes for it without stopping to think where he shall get his dinner outside. The moment we found that we could do without Shelley's almighty fiend intellectually, he went into the gulf that seemed only a dust-bin, with a suddenness that made our own lives one of the most astonishing periods in history. If I had told that uncle of mine that within 30 years from the date of our conversation I should be exposing myself to suspicions of the grossest superstition by questioning the sufficiency of Darwin, maintaining the reality of the Holy Ghost, declaring that the phenomenon of the Word becoming flesh was occurring daily, he would have regarded me as the most extravagant madman our family had ever produced. Yet it was so. In 1906 I might have vituperated Jehovah more heartily than ever Shelley did, without eliciting a protest in any circle of thinkers, or shocking any public audience accustomed to modern discussion. But when I described Darwin as an intelligent and industrious pigeon fancier, that blasphemous levity, as it seemed, was received with horror and indignation. The tide is now turned, and every puny whipster may say what he likes about Darwin. But anyone who wants to know what it was to be a Lamarckian during the last quarter of the 19th century has only to read Mr. Festing Jones's memoir of Samuel Butler to learn how completely even a man of genius could isolate himself by antagonizing Darwin on the one hand and the Church on the other. Why Darwin converted the crowd. I am well aware that in describing the effect of Darwin's discovery on naturalists and on persons capable of serious reflection on the nature and attributes of God, I am leaving the vast mass of the British public out of account. I have pointed out elsewhere that the British nation does not consist of atheists and Plymouth Brothers, and I am not now going to pretend that it ever consisted of Darwinians and Lamarckians. The average citizen is irreligious and unscientific. You talk to him about cricket and golf, market prices and party politics, not about evolution and relativity, transubstantiation and predestination. Nothing will knock into his head the fateful distinction between evolution, as promulgated by Erasmus Darwin, and circumstantial, so-called natural selection, as revealed by his grandson. Yet the doctrine of Charles reached him, though the doctrine of Erasmus had passed over his head. Why did not Erasmus Darwin popularize the word evolution as effectively as Charles? The reason was, I think, that circumstantial selection is easier to understand, more visible and concrete than Lamarckian evolution. Evolution as a philosophy and physiology of the will is a mystical process which can be apprehended only by a trained, apt, and comprehensive thinker. Though the phenomena of use and disuse, of wanting and trying, of the manufacture of weightlifters and wrestlers for men of ordinary strength, are familiar enough as facts, they are extremely puzzling as subjects of thought, and lead you into metaphysics the moment you try to account for them. But pigeon fanciers, dog fanciers, gardeners, stock breeders, or stud grooms can understand circumstantial selection, because it is their business to produce transformation by imposing on flowers and animals a selection from without. All that Darwin had to say to them was that the mere chapter of accidents is always doing on a huge scale what they themselves are doing on a very small scale. There is hardly a labourer attached to an English country house who has not taken a litter of kittens or puppies to the bucket, and drowned all of them except the one he thinks the most promising. Such a man has nothing to learn about the survival of the fittest, except that it acts in more ways than he has yet noticed. For he knows quite well, as you will find if you are not too proud to talk to him, that this sort of selection occurs naturally, in Darwin's sense, too. That, for instance, a hard winter will kill off a weakly child as the bucket kills off a weakly puppy. Then there is the farm labourer. Shakespeare's touchstone, a hort-bred fool, was shocked to find in the shepherd a natural philosopher, and opined that he would be damned for the part he took in the sexual selection of sheep. As to the reduction of new species by the selection of variations, that is no news to your gardener. Now, if you are familiar with these three processes, the survival of the fittest, sexual selection, and variation leading to new kinds, there is nothing to puzzle you in Darwinism. That was the secret of Darwin's popularity. He never puzzled anybody. If very few of us have read The Origin of Species from end to end, it is not because it overtaxes our mind, but because we take in the whole case and are prepared to accept it long before we have come to the end of the innumerable instances and illustrations of which the book mainly consists. Darwin becomes tedious in the manner of a man who insists on continuing to prove his innocence after he has been acquitted. You assure him that there is not a stain on his character, and beg him to leave the court. But he will not be content with enough evidence. He will have you listen to all the evidence that exists in the world. Darwin's industry was enormous. His patience, his perseverance, his conscientiousness reached the human limit. But he never got deeper beneath or higher above his facts than an ordinary man could follow him. He was not conscious of having raised a stupendous issue, because though it arose instantly, it was not his business. He was conscious of having discovered a process of transformation and modification which accounted for a great deal of natural history. But he did not put it forward as accounting for the whole of natural history. He included it under the heading of evolution, though it was only pseudo-evolution at best. But he revealed it as a method of evolution, not as the method of evolution. He did not pretend that it excluded other methods, or that it was the chief method. Though he demonstrated that many transformations which had been taken as functional adaptations, the current phrase for Lamarckian evolution, either certainly were or conceivably might be due to circumstantial selection, he was careful not to claim that he had superseded Lamarck or disproved functional adaptation. In short, he was not a Darwinian, but an honest naturalist, working away at his job with so little preoccupation with theological speculation that he never quarreled with the theistic Unitarianism into which he was born, and remained to the end the engagingly simple and socially easygoing soul he had been in his boyhood, when his elders doubted whether he would ever be of much use in the world. How we rushed down a steep place. Not so the rest of us intellectuals. We all began going to the devil with the utmost cheerfulness. Everyone who had a mind to change, changed it. Only Samuel Butler, on whom Darwin had acted homeopathically, reacted against him furiously, ran up the Lamarckian flag to the top-gallant peak, declared with penetrating accuracy that Darwin had banished mind from the universe, and even attacked Darwin's personal character, unable to bear the fact that the author of so abhorrent a doctrine was an amiable and upright man. Nobody would listen to him. He was so completely submerged by the flowing tide of Darwinism that when Darwin wanted to clear up the misunderstanding on which Butler was basing his personal attacks, Darwin's friends very foolishly and snobbishly persuaded him that Butler was too ill-conditioned and negligible to be answered. That they could not recognize in Butler a man of genius mattered little. What did matter was that they could not understand the provocation under which he was raging. They actually regarded the banishment of mind from the universe as a glorious enlightenment and emancipation, for which he was ignorantly ungrateful. Even now, when Butler's eminence is unchallenged, and his biographer, Mr. Festing Jones, is enjoying a vogue like that of Boswell or Lockhart, his memoirs show him rather as a shocking example of the bad controversial manners of our country parsonages than as a prophet who tried to head us back when we were gaily dancing to our damnation across the rainbow bridge which Darwinism had thrown over the gulf which separates life and hope from death and despair. We were intellectually intoxicated with the idea that the world could make itself without design, purpose, skill, or intelligence. In short, without life. We completely overlooked the difference between the modification of species by adaptation to their environment and the appearance of new species. We just threw in the word variations or the word sports, fancy a man of science talking of an unknown factor as a sport instead of X, and left them to accumulate and account for the difference between a cockatoo and a hippopotamus. Such phrases set us free to revel in demonstrating to the vitalists and Bible worshippers that if we once admit the existence of any kind of force, however unintelligent, and stretch out the past to unlimited time for such force to operate accidentally in, that force may conceivably, by the action of circumstantial selection, produce a world in which every function has an organ perfectly adapted to perform it, and therefore presents every appearance of having been designed, like Paley's watch, by a conscious and intelligent artificer for the purpose. We took a perverse pleasure in arguing without the least suspicion that we were reducing ourselves to absurdity, that all the books in the British Museum library might have been written word for word as they stand on the shelves if no human being had ever been conscious, just as the trees stand in the forest doing wonderful things without consciousness. And the Darwinians went far beyond denying consciousness to trees. Weismann insisted that the chick breaks out of its eggshell automatically, that the butterfly, springing into the air to avoid the pounce of the lizard, does not wish to avoid death, knows nothing about death. What has happened being simply that a flight instinct evolved by circumstantial selection reacts promptly to a visual impression produced by the lizard's movement. His proof is that the butterfly immediately settles again on the flower and repeats the performance every time the lizard springs, thus showing that it learns nothing from experience, and, Weismann concludes, is not conscious of what it does. It should hardly have escaped so curious an observer that when the cat jumps up on the dinner table and you put it down, it instantly jumps up again, and finally establishes its right to a place on the cloth by convincing you that if you put it down 100 times it will jump up 101 times, so that if you desire its company at dinner, you can have it only on its own terms. If Weismann really thought that cats act thus without any consciousness or any purpose, immediate or ulterior, he must have known very little about cats. But a thoroughgoing Weissmannite, if any such still survive from those mad days, would contend that I am not at present necessarily conscious of what I am doing, that my writing of these lines and your reading of them are effects of circumstantial selection, that I need know no more about Darwinism than a butterfly knows of a lizard's appetite, and that the proof that I actually am doing it unconsciously is that, as I have spent 40 years in writing in this fashion, without, as far as I can see, producing any visible effect on public opinion, I must be incapable of learning from experience, and of therefore a mere automaton. And the Weissmannite demonstration of this would, of course, be an equally unconscious effect of circumstantial selection. End of section 3. Section 4 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 4. Darwinism not finally refutable. Do not too hastily say that this is inconceivable. To circumstantial selection, all mechanical and chemical reactions are possible, provided you accept the geologist's estimates of the great age of the earth, and therefore allow time enough for the circumstances to operate. It is true that mere survival of the fittest in the struggle for existence, plus sexual selection, fail as hopelessly to account for Darwin's own life work as for my conquest of the bicycle. But who can prove that there are not other soulless factors, unnoticed or undiscovered, which only require imagination enough to fit them to the evolution of an automatic Jesus or Shakespeare? When a man tells you that you are a product of circumstantial selection solely, you cannot finally disprove it. You can only tell him out of the depths of your inner conviction that he is a fool and a liar. But as this, though British, is uncivil, it is wiser to offer him the counter-assurance that you are the product of Lamarckian evolution, formerly called functional adaptation, and now creative evolution, and challenge him to disprove that, which he can no more do than you can disprove circumstantial selection, both forces being conceivably able to produce anything, if you only give them rope enough. You may also defy him to act for a single hour on the assumption that he may safely cross Oxford Street in a state of unconsciousness, trusting to his dodging reflexes to react automatically and promptly enough to the visual impression produced by a motor bus, and the audible impression produced by its hooter. But if you allow yourself to defy him to explain any particular action of yours by circumstantial selection, he should always be able to find some explanation that will fit the case, if only he is ingenious enough and goes far enough to find it. Darwin found several such explanations in his controversies. Anybody who really wants to believe that the universe has been produced by circumstantial selection, cooperating with a force as inhuman as we conceive magnetism to be, can find a logical excuse for his belief if he tries hard enough. 3 blind mice. The stultification and damnation which ensued are illustrated by a comparison of the ease and certainty with which Butler's mind moved to humane and inspiring conclusions with the grotesque stupidities and cruelties of the idle and silly controversy which arose among Darwinians as to whether acquired habits can be transmitted from parents to offspring. Consider, for example, how Weissmann set to work on that subject. An evolutionist with a live mind would first have dropped the popular expression acquired habits, because to an evolutionist there are no other habits, and can be no others, a man being only an amoeba with acquirements. He would then have considered carefully the process by which he himself had acquired his habits. He would have assumed that the habits with which he was born must have been acquired by a similar process. He would have known what a habit is, that is, an action voluntarily attempted until it has become more or less automatic and involuntary. And it would never have occurred to him that injuries or accidents coming from external sources against the will of the victim could possibly establish a habit. that, for instance, a family could acquire a habit of being killed in railway accidents. And yet Weismann began to investigate the point by behaving like the butcher's wife in the old catch. He got a colony of mice and cut off their tails. Then he waited to see whether their children would be born without tails. They were not, as Butler could have told him beforehand. He then cut off the children's tails and waited to see whether the grandchildren would be born with at least rather short tails. They were not, as I could have told him beforehand. So, with the patience and industry on which men of science pride themselves, he cut off the grandchildren's tails too, and waited, full of hope, for the birth of curtailed great-grandchildren. But their tails were quite up to the mark, as any fool could have told him beforehand. Weismann then gravely drew the inference that acquired habits cannot be transmitted. And yet Weismann was not a born imbecile. He was an exceptionally clever and studious man, not without roots of imagination and philosophy in him, which Darwinism killed as weeds. How was it that he did not see that he was not experimenting with habits or characteristics at all? How had he overlooked the glaring fact that his experiment had been tried for many generations in China on the feet of Chinese women, without producing the smallest tendency on their part to be born with abnormally small feet? He must have known about the bound feet, even if he knew nothing of the mutilations, the clipped ears and docked tails practiced by dog fanciers and horse breeders on many generations of the unfortunate animals they deal in. Such amazing blindness and stupidity on the part of a man who was naturally neither blind nor stupid is a telling illustration of what Darwin unintentionally did to the minds of his disciples by turning their attention so exclusively towards the part played in evolution by accident and violence operating with entire callousness to suffering and sentiment. A vital conception of evolution would have taught Weismann that biological problems are not to be solved by assaults on mice. The scientific form of his experiment would have been something like this. First, he should have procured a colony of mice highly susceptible to hypnotic suggestion. He should then have hypnotized them into an urgent conviction that the fate of the musk world depended on the disappearance of its tail, just as some ancient and forgotten experimenter seems to have convinced the cats of the Isle of Man. Having thus made the mice desire to lose their tails with a life-or-death intensity, he would very soon have seen a few mice born with little or no tail. These would be recognized by the other mice as superior beings, and privileged in the division of food and in sexual selection. Ultimately, the tailed mice would be put to death as monsters by their fellows, and the miracle of the tailless mouse completely achieved. The objection to this experiment is not that it seems too funny to be taken seriously, and is not cruel enough to overawe the mob, but simply that it is impossible because the human experimenter cannot get at a mouse's mind. And that is what is wrong with all the barren cruelties of the laboratories. Darwin's followers did not think of this. Their only idea of investigation was to imitate nature by perpetrating violent and senseless cruelties, and watch the effect of them with a paralyzing fatalism which forbade the smallest effort to use their minds instead of their knives and eyes, and established an abominable tradition that the man who hesitates to be as cruel as circumstantial selection itself is a traitor to science. For Weismann's experiment upon the mice was a mere joke compared to the atrocities committed by other Darwinians in their attempts to prove that mutilations could not be transmitted. No doubt the worst of these experiments were not really experiments at all, but cruelties committed by cruel men who were attracted to the laboratory by the fact that it was a secret refuge left by law and public superstition for the amateur of passionate torture. But there is no reason to suspect Weismann of sadism. Cutting off the tails of several generations of mice is not voluptuous enough to tempt a scientific Nero. It was a mere piece of one-eyedness, and it was Darwin who put out Weismann's humane and sensible eye. he blinded many another eye, and paralyzed many another will also. Ever since he set up circumstantial selection as the creator and ruler of the universe, the scientific world has been the very citadel of stupidity and cruelty. Fearful as the tribal god of the Hebrews was, nobody ever shuddered as they passed even his meanest and narrowest little Bethel, or his proudest war-consecrating cathedral, as we shudder now when we pass a physiological laboratory. If we dreaded and mistrusted the priest, we could at least keep him out of the house. But what of the modern Darwinist surgeon, whom we dread and mistrust 10 times more, but into whose hands we must all give ourselves from time to time? Miserably as religion has been debased, it did at least still proclaim that our relation to one another was that of a fellowship in which we were all equal, and members of another one before the judgment seat of our common Father. Darwinism proclaimed that our true relation is that of competitors and combatants in a struggle for mere survival, and that every act of pity or loyalty to the old fellowship is a vain and mischievous attempt to lessen the severity of the struggle and preserve inferior varieties from the efforts of nature to weed them out. Even in socialist societies which existed solely to substitute the law of fellowship for the law of competition, and the method of providence and wisdom for the method of rushing violently down a steep place into the sea, I found myself regarded as a blasphemer and an ignorant sentimentalist, because whenever the neo-Darwinian doctrine was preached there, I made no attempt to conceal my intellectual contempt for its blind coarseness and shallow logic, or my natural abhorrence for its sickening inhumanity. The greatest of these is self-control. As there is no place in Darwinism for free will, or any other sort of will, the neo-Darwinists held that there is no such thing as self-control. Yet self-control is just the one quality of survival value which circumstantial selection must invariably and inevitably develop in the long run. Uncontrolled qualities may be selected for survival and development for certain periods and under certain circumstances. For instance, since it is the ungovernable gluttons who strive the hardest to get food and drink, their efforts would develop their strength and cunning in a period of such scarcity that the utmost they could do would not enable them to overeat themselves. But a change of circumstances involving a plentiful supply of food would destroy them. We see this very thing happening often enough in the case of the healthy and vigorous poor man who becomes a millionaire by one of the accidents of our competitive commerce, and immediately proceeds to dig his grave with his teeth. But the self-controlled man survives all such changes of circumstance, because he adapts himself to them and eats neither as much as he can hold, nor as little as he can scrape along on, but as much as is good for him. What is self-control? It is nothing but a highly developed vital sense dominating and regulating the mere appetites. To overlook the very existence of this supreme sense, to miss the obvious inference that it is the quality that distinguishes the fittest to survive, to omit, in short, the highest moral claim of evolutionary selection, all this, which the neo-Darwinians did in the name of natural selection, showed the most pitiable want of mastery of their own subject, the dullest lack of observation of the forces upon which natural selection works. A sample of Lamarckoshavian invective. The vitalist philosophers made no such mistakes. Nietzsche, for example, thinking out the great central truth of the will to power, instead of cutting off mouse-tails, had no difficulty in concluding that the final objective of this will was power over self, and that the seekers after power over others and material possessions were on a false scent. The stultification naturally became much worse as the first Darwinians died out. The prestige of these pioneers, who had the older evolutionary culture to build on, and were, in fact, no more Darwinian in the modern sense than Darwin himself, ceased to dazzle us when Huxley and Tyndall and Spencer and Darwin passed away, and we were left with the smaller people who began with Darwin and took in nothing else. Accordingly, I find that in the year 1906, I indulged my temper by hurling invectives at the neo-Darwinians in the following terms. I really do not wish to be abusive, but when I think of these poor little dullards with their precarious hold of just that corner of evolution that a black beetle can understand, with their retinue of tuppenny halfpenny Torquemadas wallowing in the infamies of the vivisector's laboratory, and solemnly offering us as epoch-making discoveries their demonstrations that dogs get weaker and die if you give them no food, that intense pain makes mice sweat, and that if you cut off a dog's leg, the three-legged dog will have a four-legged puppy. I ask myself, what spell has fallen on intelligent and humane men that they allow themselves to be imposed on by this rabble of dolts, blackguards, impostors, quacks, liars, and, worst of all, credulous, conscientious fools? Better 1,000 times Moses and Spurgeon, a then famous preacher, back again. After all, you cannot understand Moses without imagination, nor Spurgeon without metaphysics. But you can be a thoroughgoing neo-Darwinian without imagination, metaphysics, poetry, conscience, or decency, for natural selection has no moral significance. It deals with that part of evolution which has no purpose, no intelligence, and might more appropriately be called accidental selection, or better still, unnatural selection, since nothing is more unnatural than an accident. If it could be proved that the whole universe had been produced by such selection, only fools and rascals could bear to live. The humanitarians and the problem of evil. Yet the humanitarians were as delighted as anybody with Darwinism at first. They had been perplexed by the problem of evil and the cruelty of nature. They were Shelleyists, but not atheists. Those who believed in God were at a terrible disadvantage with the atheist. They could not deny the existence of natural facts so cruel that to attribute them to the will of God is to make God a demon. Belief in God was impossible to any thoughtful person without belief in the devil as well. The painted devil, with his horns, his barbed tail, and his abode of burning brimstone, was an incredible bogey, but the evil attributed to him was real enough. And the atheists argued that the author of evil, if he exists, must be strong enough to overcome God, else God is morally responsible for everything he permits the devil to do. Neither conclusion delivered us from the horror of attributing the cruelty of nature to the workings of an evil will, or could reconcile it with our impulses towards justice, mercy, and a higher life. A complete deliverance was offered by the discovery of circumstantial selection, that is to say, of a method by which horrors having every appearance of being elaborately planned by some intelligent contriver are only accidents without any moral significance at all. Suppose a watcher from the stars saw a frightful accident produced by two crowded trains at full speed crashing into one another. How could he conceive that a catastrophe brought about by such elaborate machinery, such ingenious preparation, such skilled direction, such vigilant industry, was quite unintentional? Would he not conclude that the signal-men were devils? Well, circumstantial selection is largely a theory of collisions, that is, a theory of the innocence of much apparently designed devilry. In this way Darwin brought intense relief, as well as an enlarged knowledge of facts, to the humanitarians. He destroyed the omnipotence of God for them, but he also exonerated God from a hideous charge of cruelty. Granted that the comfort was shallow, and that deeper reflection was bound to show that worse than all conceivable devil deities is a blind, deaf, dumb, heartless, senseless mob of forces that strike as a tree does when it is blown down by the wind, or as the tree itself is struck by lightning. That did not occur to the humanitarians at the moment. People do not reflect deeply when they are in the first happiness of escape from an intolerably oppressive situation. Like Bunyan's pilgrim, they could not see the wicket gate, nor the slough of despond, nor the castle of giant despair. But they saw the shining light at the end of the path, and so started gaily towards it as evolutionists. And they were right, for the problem of evil yields very easily to creative evolution. If the driving power behind evolution is omnipotent only in the sense that there seems no limit to its final achievement, and if it must meanwhile struggle with matter and circumstance by the method of trial and error, then the world must be full of its unsuccessful experiments. Christ may meet a tiger, or a high priest arm in arm with a Roman governor, and be the unfittest to survive under the circumstances. Mozart may have a genius that prevails against emperors and archbishops, and a lung that succumbs to some obscure and noxious property of foul air. If all our calamities are either accidents or sincerely repented mistakes, there is no malice in the cruelty of nature, and no problem of evil in the Victorian sense at all. The theology of the women who told us that they became atheists when they sat by the cradles of their children, and saw them strangled by the hand of God, is succeeded by the theology of Blanco Postnet, with his "It was early days when he made the croup, I guess. It was the best he could think of then. But when it turned out wrong on his hands, he made you and me to fight the croup for him." How one touch of Darwin makes the whole world kin. Another humanitarian interest in Darwinism was that Darwin popularized evolution generally, as well as making his own special contribution to it. Now, the general conception of evolution provides the humanitarian with a scientific basis, because it establishes the fundamental equality of all living things. It makes the killing of an animal murder in exactly the same sense as the killing of a man is murder. It is sometimes necessary to kill men, as it is always necessary to kill tigers, but the old theoretic distinction between the two acts has been obliterated by evolution. When I was a child and was told that our dog and our parrot, with whom I was on intimate terms, were not creatures like myself, but were brutal, whilst I was reasonable, I not only did not believe it, but quite consciously and intellectually formed the opinion that the distinction was false, so that afterwards, when Darwin's views were first unfolded to me, I promptly said that I had found all that out for myself before I was 10 years old, and I am far from sure that my youthful arrogance was not justified. For this sense of the kinship of all forms of life is all that is needed to make evolution not only a conceivable theory, but an inspiring one. St. Anthony was ripe for the evolution theory when he preached to the fishes, and St. Francis when he called the birds his little brothers. Our vanity and our snobbish conception of Godhead as being, like earthly kingship, a supreme class distinction instead of the rock on which equality is built, has led us to insist on God offering us special terms by placing us apart from and above all the rest of his creatures. Evolution took that conceit out of us, and now, though we may kill a flea without the smallest remorse, we at all events know that we are killing our cousin. No doubt it shocks the flea when the creature that an almighty celestial flea created expressly for the food of fleas destroys the jumping lord of creation with his sharp and enormous thumbnail. But no flea will ever be so foolish as to preach that in slaying fleas man is applying a method of natural selection, which will finally evolve a flea so swift that no man can catch him, and so hardy of constitution that insect powder will have no more effect on him than strychnine on an elephant. Why Darwin pleased the socialists. The humanitarians were not alone among the agitators in their welcome to Darwin. He had the luck to please everybody who had an axe to grind. The militarists were as enthusiastic as the humanitarians, the socialists as the capitalists. The socialists were especially encouraged by Darwin's insistence on the influence of environment. Perhaps the strongest moral bulwark of capitalism is the belief in the efficacy of individual righteousness. Robert Owen made desperate efforts to convince England that her criminals, her drunkards, her ignorant and stupid masses were the victims of circumstance, that if we would only establish his new moral world, we should find that the masses born into an educated and moralized community would be themselves educated and moralized. The stock reply to this is to be found in Lewes's Life of Goethe. Lewes scorned the notion that circumstances govern character. He pointed to the variety of character in the governing rich class to prove the contrary. Similarity of circumstance can hardly be carried to a more desolating dead level than in the case of the individuals who are born and bred in English country houses, and sent first to Eton or Harrow, and then to Oxford or Cambridge, to have their minds and habits formed. Such a routine would destroy individuality if anything could. Yet individuals come out from it as different as Pitt from Fox, as Lord Russell from Lord Curzon, as Mr. Winston Churchill from Lord Robert Cecil. This acceptance of the congenital character of the individual as the determining factor in his destiny had been reinforced by the Lamarckian view of evolution. If the giraffe can develop his neck by wanting and trying, a man can develop his character in the same way. The old saying, "Where there is a will, there is a way," condenses Lamarck's theory of functional adaptation into a proverb. This felt bracingly moral to strong minds and reassuringly pious to feeble ones. There was no more effective retort to the socialist than to tell him to reform himself before he pretends to reform society. If you were rich, how pleasant it was to feel that you owed your riches to the superiority of your own character. The Industrial Revolution had turned numbers of greedy dullards into monstrously rich men. Nothing could be more humiliating and threatening to them than the view that the falling of a shower of gold into their pockets was as pure an accident as the falling of a shower of hail on their umbrellas, and happened alike to the just and the unjust. Nothing could be more flattering and fortifying to them than the assumption that they were rich because they were virtuous. Now, Darwinism made a clean sweep of all such self-righteousness. It more than justified Robert Owen by discovering in the environment of an organism an influence on it more potent than Owen had ever claimed. It implied that street Arabs are produced by slums and not by original sin, that prostitutes are produced by starvation wages and not by feminine concupiscence. It threw the authority of science on the side of the socialist, who said that he who would reform himself must first reform society. It suggested that if we want healthy and wealthy citizens, we must have healthy and wealthy towns, and that these can exist only in healthy and wealthy countries. It could be led to the conclusion that the type of character which remains indifferent to the welfare of its neighbors, as long as its own personal appetite is satisfied, is the disastrous type, and the type which is deeply concerned about its environment, the only possible type for a permanently prosperous community. It showed that the surprising changes which Robert Owen had produced in factory children by a change in their circumstances, which does not seem any too generous to us nowadays, were as nothing to the changes not only of habits but of species, not only of species but of orders, which might conceivably be the work of environment acting on individuals without any character or intellectual consciousness whatever. No wonder the socialists received Darwin with open arms. Darwin and Karl Marx. Besides, the socialists had an evolutionary prophet of their own, who had discredited Manchester as Darwin discredited the Garden of Eden. Karl Marx had proclaimed in his Communist Manifesto of 1848, now enjoying scriptural authority in Russia, that civilization is an organism evolving irresistibly by circumstantial selection, and he published the first volume of his Das Kapital in 1867. The revolt against anthropomorphic idolatry, which was, as we have seen, the secret of Darwin's success, had been accompanied by a revolt against the conventional respectability, which covered not only the brigandage and the piracy of the feudal barons, but the hypocrisy, inhumanity, snobbery, and greed of the bourgeoisie, who were utterly corrupted by an essentially diabolical identification of success in life with big profits. The moment Marx showed that the relation of the bourgeoisie to society was grossly immoral and disastrous, and that the whited wall of starched shirt-fronts concealed and defended the most infamous of all tyrannies and the basest of all robberies, he became the inspired prophet in the mind of every generous soul whom his book reached. He had said and proved what they wanted to have proved, and they would hear nothing against him. Now, Marx was by no means infallible. His economics, half borrowed and half homemade by a literary amateur, were not, when strictly followed up, even favorable to socialism. His theory of civilization had been promulgated already in Buckle's History of Civilization, a book as epoch-making in the minds of its readers as Das Kapital. There was nothing about socialism in the widely read first volume of Das Kapital. Every reference it made to workers and capitalists showed that Marx had never breathed industrial air and had dug his case out of blue books in the British Museum. Compared to Darwin, he seemed to have no power of observation. There was not a fact in Das Kapital that had not been taken out of a book, nor a discussion that had not been opened by somebody else's pamphlet. No matter. He exposed the bourgeoisie and made an end of its moral prestige. That was enough. Like Darwin, he had for the moment the world will by the ear. Marx had, too, what Darwin had not: implacability and a fine Jewish literary gift, with terrible powers of hatred, invective, irony, and all the bitter qualities bred first in the oppression of a rather pampered young genius — Marx was the spoilt child of a well-to-do family — by a social system utterly uncongenial to him, and later on by exile and poverty. Thus Marx and Darwin, between them, toppled over two closely related idols and became the prophets of two new creeds. End of section 4. Section 5 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 5. Why Darwin pleased the profiteers also. But how, at this rate, did Darwin succeed with the capitalists too? It is not easy to make the best of both worlds when one of the worlds is preaching a class war and the other vigorously practicing it. The explanation is that Darwinism was so closely related to capitalism that Marx regarded it as an economic product rather than as a biological theory. Darwin got his main postulate, the pressure of population on the available means of subsistence, from the treatise of Malthus on population, just as he got his other postulate of a practically unlimited time for that pressure to operate from the geologist Lyell, who made an end of Archbishop Usher's biblical estimate of the age of the earth as 4004 BC plus AD. The treatises of the Ricardian economists on the law of diminishing return, which was only the Manchester School's version of the giraffe and the trees, were all very fiercely discussed when Darwin was a young man. In fact, the discovery in the 18th century by the French physiocrats of the economic effects of commercial selection in soils and sites, and by Malthus of a competition for subsistence which he attributed to pressure of population on available subsistence, had already brought political science into that unbreathable atmosphere of fatalism which is the characteristic blight of Darwinism. Long before Darwin published a line, the Ricardo-Malthusian economists were preaching the fatalistic wages fund doctrine and assuring the workers that trade unionism is a vain defiance of the inexorable laws of political economy, just as the neo-Darwinians were presently assuring us that temperance legislation is a vain defiance of natural selection, and that the true way to deal with drunkenness is to flood the country with cheap gin and let the fittest survive. Cobdenism is, after all, nothing but the abandonment of trade to circumstantial selection. It is hardly possible to exaggerate the importance of this preparation for Darwinism by a vast political and clerical propaganda of its moral atmosphere. Never in history, as far as we know, had there been such a determined, richly subsidized, politically organized attempt to persuade the human race that all progress, all prosperity, all salvation, individual and social, depend on an unrestrained conflict for food and money, on the suppression and elimination of the weak by the strong, on free trade, free contract, free competition, natural liberty, laissez-faire. In short, on doing the other fellow down with impunity. All interference by a guiding government, all organization, except police organization to protect illegalized fraud against fisticuffs, all attempt to introduce human purpose and design and forethought into the industrial welter being contrary to the laws of political economy. Even the proletariat sympathized, though to them capitalist liberty meant only wage slavery without the legal safeguards of chattel slavery. People were tired of governments and kings and priests and providences, and wanted to find out how nature would arrange matters if she were let alone. And they found it out to their cost in the days when Lancashire used up 9 generations of wage slaves in 1 generation of their masters. But their masters, becoming richer and richer, were very well satisfied, and Bastiat proved convincingly that nature had arranged economic harmonies which would settle social questions far better than theocracies or aristocracies or mobocracies, the real deus ex machina being unrestrained plutocracy. The poetry and purity of materialism. Thus the stars in their courses fought for Darwin. Every faction drew a moral from him. Every Catholic hater of faction founded a hope on him. Every blackguard felt justified by him, and every saint felt encouraged by him. The notion that any harm could come of so splendid an enlightenment seemed as silly as the notion that the atheists would steal all our spoons. The physicists went further than the Darwinians. Tyndall declared that he saw in matter the promise and potency of all forms of life, and with his Irish graphic lucidity made a picture of a world of magnetic atoms, each atom with a positive and a negative pole, arranging itself by attraction and repulsion in orderly crystalline structure. Such a picture is dangerously fascinating to thinkers oppressed by the bloody disorders of the living world. Craving for purer subjects of thought, they find in the contemplation of crystals and magnets a happiness more dramatic and less childish than the happiness found by the mathematicians in abstract numbers, because they see in the crystals beauty and movement without the corrupting appetites of fleshly vitality. In such materialism as that of Lucretius and Tyndall, there is a nobility which produces poetry. John Davidson found his highest inspiration in it. Even its pessimism, as it faces the cooling of the sun and the return of the ice caps, does not degrade the pessimist. For example, the Quincy Adamses, with their insistence on modern democratic degradation as an inevitable result of solar shrinkage, are not dehumanized as the vivisectionists are. Perhaps nobody is at heart fool enough to believe that life is at the mercy of temperature. Dante was not troubled by the objection that Brunetto could not have lived in the fire, nor Ugolino in the ice. But the physicists found their intellectual vision of the world incommunicable to those who were not born with it. It came to the public simply as materialism, and materialism lost its peculiar purity and dignity when it entered into the Darwinian reaction against Bible fetishism. Between the two of them, religion was knocked to pieces. And where there had been a God, a cause, a faith that the universe was ordered, however inexplicable by us its order might be, and therefore a sense of moral responsibility as part of that order, there was now an utter void. Chaos had come again. The first effect was exhilarating. We had the runaway child's sense of freedom before it gets hungry and lonely and frightened. In this phase we did not desire our God back again. We printed the verses in which William Blake, the most religious of our great poets, called the anthropomorphic idol Old Nobodaddy, and jibed at him in terms which the printer had to leave us to guess from his blank spaces. We had heard the parson droning that God is not mocked, and it was great fun to mock him to our heart's content, and not be a penny the worse. It did not occur to us that Old Nobodaddy, instead of being a ridiculous fiction, might be only an impostor, and that the exposure of this Copeland captain of the heavens, far from proving that there was no real captain, rather proved the contrary, that, in short, Nobodaddy could not have impersonated anybody if there had not been somebody to impersonate. We did not see the significance of the fact that on the last occasion on which God had been expelled with a pitchfork, men so different as Voltaire and Robespierre had said, the one, that if God did not exist it would be necessary to invent him, and the other, that after an honest attempt to dispense with the Supreme Being in practical politics, some such hypothesis had been found quite indispensable, and could not be replaced by a mere goddess of reason. If these two opinions were quoted at all, they were quoted as jokes at the expense of nobody. We were quite sure for the moment that whatever lingering superstition might have daunted these men of the 18th century, we Darwinians could do without God, and had made a good riddance of him. The viceroys of the King of Kings. Now, in politics it is much easier to do without God than to do without his viceroys and vicars and lieutenants. And we begin to miss the lieutenants long before we begin to miss their principle. Roman Catholics do what their confessors advise without troubling God, and royalists are content to worship the king and ask the policeman. But God's trustiest lieutenants often lack official credentials. They may be professed atheists, who are also men of honor and high public spirit. The old belief that it matters dreadfully to God whether a man thinks himself an atheist or not, and that the extent to which it matters can be stated with exactness as one single damn, was an error. For the divinity is in the honor and public spirit, not in the mouthed credo or non credo. The consequences of this error became grave when the fitness of a man for public trust was tested not by his honor and public spirit, but by asking him whether he believed in nobody or not. If he said yes, he was held fit to be a prime minister, though, as our ablest churchman has said, the real implication was that he was either a fool, a bigot, or a liar. Darwin destroyed this test, but when it was only thoughtlessly dropped, there was no test at all, and the door to public trust was open to the man who had no sense of God, because he had no sense of anything beyond his own business interests and personal appetites and ambitions. As a result, the people who did not feel in the least inconvenienced by being no longer governed by nobody soon found themselves very acutely inconvenienced by being governed by fools and commercial adventurers. They had forgotten not only God, but Goldsmith, who had warned them that honor sinks where commerce long prevails. The lieutenants of God are not always persons. Some of them are legal and parliamentary fictions. One of them is public opinion. The pre-Darwinian statesmen and publicists were not restrained directly by God, but they restrained themselves by setting up an image of a public opinion which would not tolerate any attempt to tamper with British liberties. Their favorite way of putting it was that any government which proposed such and such an infringement of such and such a British liberty would be hurled from office in a week. This was not true. There was no such public opinion, no limit to what the British people would put up with in the abstract, and no hardship short of immediate and sudden starvation that it would not and did not put up with in the concrete. But this very helplessness of the people had forced their rulers to pretend that they were not helpless, and that the certainty of a sturdy and unconquerable popular resistance forbade any trifling with Magna Carta, or the Petition of Rights, or the authority of Parliament. Now, the reality behind this fiction was the divine sense that liberty is a need vital to human growth. Accordingly, though it was difficult enough to effect a political reform, yet, once Parliament had passed it, its wildest opponent had no hope that the government would cancel it, or shelve it, or be bought off from executing it. From Walpole to Campbell Bannerman, there was no prime minister to whom such reneging or trafficking would ever have occurred, though there were plenty who employed corruption unsparingly to procure the votes of members of Parliament for their policy. Political opportunism in excelsis. The moment nobody was slain by Darwin, public opinion, as divine deputy, lost its sanctity. politicians no longer told themselves that the British public would never suffer this or that. They allowed themselves to know that for their own personal purposes, which are limited to their 10 or 20 years on the front benches in Parliament, the British public can be humbugged and coerced into believing and suffering everything that it pays to impose on them, and that any false excuse for an unpopular step will serve if it can be kept in countenance for a fortnight. That is, until the terms of the excuse are forgotten. The people, untaught or mistaught, are so ignorant and incapable politically that this in itself would not greatly matter, for a statesman who told them the truth would not be understood, and would in effect mislead them more completely than if he dealt with them according to their blindness instead of to his own wisdom. But though there is no difference in this respect between the best demagogue and the worst, both of them having to present their cases equally in terms of melodrama, there is all the difference in the world between the statesman who is humbugging the people into allowing him to do the will of God, in whatever disguise it may come to him, and one who is humbugging them into furthering his personal ambition and the commercial interests of the plutocrats who own the newspapers and support him on reciprocal terms. And there is almost as great a difference between the statesman who does this naively and automatically, or even does it telling himself that he is ambitious and selfish and unscrupulous, and the one who does it on principle, believing that if everyone takes the line of least material resistance, the result will be the survival of the fittest in a perfectly harmonious universe. Once produce an atmosphere of fatalism on principle, and it matters little what the opinions or superstitions of the individual statesman concerned may be. A Kaiser who is a devout reader of sermons, a prime minister who is an emotional singer of hymns, and a general who is a bigoted Roman Catholic, may be the executants of the policy, but the policy itself will be one of unprincipled opportunism, and all the governments will be like the tramp who walks always with the wind and ends as a pauper, or the stone that rolls down the hill and ends as an avalanche. Their way is the way to destruction. The betrayal of Western civilization. Within 60 years from the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, political opportunism had brought parliaments into contempt, created a popular demand for direct action by the organized industries, syndicalism, and wrecked the center of Europe in a paroxysm of that chronic terror of one another, that cowardice of the irreligious, which, masked in the bravado of militarist patriotism, had ridden the powers like a nightmare since the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71. The sturdy old cosmopolitan liberalism vanished almost unnoticed. At the present moment, all the new ordinances for the government of our grown colonies contain, as a matter of course, prohibitions of all criticism, spoken or written, of their ruling officials, which would have scandalized George III and elicited liberal pamphlets from Catherine II. Statesmen are afraid of the suburbs, of the newspapers, of the profiteers, of the diplomatists, of the militarists, of the country houses, of the trade unions, of everything ephemeral on earth except the revolutions they are provoking. And they would be afraid of these if they were not too ignorant of society and history to appreciate the risk and to know that a revolution always seems hopeless and impossible the day before it breaks out, and indeed never does break out until it seems hopeless and impossible. For rulers who think it possible take care to insure the risk by ruling reasonably. This brings about a condition fatal to all political stability, namely, that you never know where to have the politicians. If the fear of God was in them, it might be possible to come to some general understanding as to what God disapproves of, and Europe might pull together on that basis. But the present panic in which prime ministers drift from election to election, either fighting or running away from everybody who shakes a fist at them, makes a European civilization impossible. Such peace and prosperity as we enjoyed before the war depended on the loyalty of the Western states to their own civilization. That loyalty could find practical expression only in an alliance of the highly civilized Western powers against the primitive tyrannies of the East. Britain, Germany, France, and the United States of America could have imposed peace on the world and nursed modern civilization in Russia, Turkey, and the Balkans. Every meaner consideration should have given way to this need for the solidarity of the higher civilization. What actually happened was that France and England, through their clerks and diplomatists, made an alliance with Russia to defend themselves against Germany. Germany made an alliance with Turkey to defend herself against the three. And the two unnatural and suicidal combinations fell on one another in a war that came nearer to being a war of extermination than any wars since those of Timur the Tartar. Whilst the United States held aloof as long as they could, and the other states either did the same or joined in the fray through compulsion, bribery, or their judgment as to which side their bread was buttered. And at the present moment, though the main fighting has ceased through the surrender of Germany on terms which the victors have never dreamt of observing, the extermination by blockade and famine, which was what forced Germany to surrender, still continues, although it is certain that if the vanquished starved, the victors will starve too, and Europe will liquidate its affairs by going not into bankruptcy, but into chaos. Now, all this, it will be noticed, was fundamentally nothing but an idiotic attempt on the part of each belligerent state to secure for itself the advantage of the survival of the fittest through circumstantial selection. If the Western powers had selected their allies in the Lamarckian manner intelligently, purposely, and vitally, ad majorem Dei gloriam, as what Nietzsche called good Europeans, there would have been a League of Nations and no war. But because the selection relied on what was purely circumstantial, opportunist selection, so that the alliances were mere marriages of convenience, they have turned out not merely as badly as might have been expected, but far worse than the blackest pessimist had ever imagined possible. Circumstantial selection in finance. How it will all end we do not yet know. When wolves combine to kill a horse, the death of the horse only sets them fighting one another for the choicest morsels. Men are no better than wolves if they have no better principles. Accordingly, we find that the armistice and the treaty have not extricated us from the war. A handful of Serbian regicides flung us into it as a sporting navvy throws a bull pup at a cat. But the Supreme Council, with all its victorious legions and all its prestige, cannot get us out of it, though we are heartily sick and tired of the whole business, and know now very well that it should never have been allowed to happen. But we are helpless before a slate scrawled with figures of national debts. As there is no money to pay them because it was all spent on the war, wars have to be paid for on the nail. The sensible thing to do is to wipe the slate and let the wrangling states distribute what they can spare on the sound communist principle of from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. But no, we have no principles left, not even commercial ones. For what sane commercialist would decree that France must not pay for her failure to defend her own soil? That Germany must pay for her success in carrying the war into the enemy's country? And that as Germany has not the money to pay, and under our commercial system can make it only by becoming once more a commercial competitor of England and France, which neither of them will allow, she must borrow the money from England or America, or even from France, an arrangement by which the victorious creditors will pay one another, and wait to get their money back until Germany is either strong enough to refuse to pay, or ruined beyond the possibility of paying. Meanwhile, Russia, reduced to a scrap of fish and a pint of cabbage soup a day, has fallen into the hands of rulers who perceive that materialist communism is at all events more effective than materialist nihilism, and are attempting to move in an intelligent and ordered manner, practicing a very strenuous intentional selection of workers as fitter to survive than idlers, whilst the Western powers are drifting and colliding and running on the rocks in the hope that if they continue to do their worst, they will get naturally selected for survival without the trouble of thinking about it. The homeopathic reaction against Darwinism. When, like the Russians, our nihilists have it urgently borne in on them by the brute force of rising wages that never overtake rising prices, that they are being naturally selected for destruction, they will perhaps remember that don't care came to a bad end, and begin to look round for a religion. And the whole purpose of this book is to show them where to look. For throughout all the godless welter of the infidel half-century, Darwinism has been acting not only directly but homeopathically, its poison rallying our vital forces not only to resist it and cast it out, but to achieve a new reformation and put a credible and healthy religion in its place. Samuel Butler was the pioneer of the reaction as far as the casting out was concerned, but the issue was confused by the physiologists, who were divided on the question into mechanists and vitalists. The mechanists said that life is nothing but physical and chemical action, that they have demonstrated this in many cases of so-called vital phenomena, and that there is no reason to doubt that with improved methods they will presently be able to demonstrate it in all of them. The vitalists said that a dead body and a live one are physically and chemically identical, and that the difference can be accounted for only by the existence of a vital force. This seems simple, but the anti-mechanists objected to be called vitalists, obviously the right name for them, on two contradictory grounds. First, that vitality is scientifically inadmissible, because it cannot be isolated and experimented with in the laboratory. Second, that force, being by definition anything that can alter the speed or direction of matter in motion, briefly, that can overcome inertia, is essentially a mechanistic conception. Here we had the new vitalist only half extricated from the old mechanist, objecting to be called either, and unable to give a clear lead in the new direction. And there was a deeper antagonism. The old vitalists, in postulating a vital force, were setting up a comparatively mechanical conception, as against the divine idea of the life breathed into the clay nostrils of Adam, whereby he became a living soul. The new vitalists, filled by their laboratory researches with a sense of the miraculousness of life that went far beyond the comparatively uninformed imaginations of the authors of the book of Genesis, regarded the old vitalists as mechanists who had tried to fill up the gulf between life and death with an empty phrase denoting an imaginary physical force. These professional faction fights are ephemeral, and need not trouble us here. The old vitalist, who was essentially a materialist, has evolved into the new vitalist, who is, as every genuine scientist must be, finally a metaphysician. And as the new vitalist turns from the disputes of his youth to the future of his science, he will cease to boggle at the name vitalist, or at the inevitable, ancient, popular, and quite correct use of the term force to denote metaphysical as well as physical overcomers of inertia. Since the discovery of evolution as the method of the life force, the religion of metaphysical vitalism has been gaining the definiteness and concreteness needed to make it assimilable by the educated critical man. But it has always been with us. The popular religions, disgraced by their opportunist cardinals and bishops, have been kept in credit by canonized saints whose secret was their conception of themselves as the instruments and vehicles of divine power and aspiration, a conception which at moments becomes an actual experience of ecstatic possession by that power. And above and below all have been millions of humble and obscure persons, sometimes totally illiterate, sometimes unconscious of having any religion at all, sometimes believing in their simplicity that the gods and temples and priests of their district stood for their instinctive righteousness, who have kept sweet the tradition that good people follow the light that shines within and above and ahead of them, that bad people care only for themselves, and that the good are saved and blessed, and the bad damned and miserable. Protestantism was a movement towards the pursuit of a light called an inner light, because every man must see it with his own eyes, and not take any priest's word for it, or any church's account of it. In short, there is no question of a new religion, but rather of redistilling the eternal spirit of religion, and thus extricating it from the sludgy residue of temporalities and legends that are making belief impossible, though they are the stock in trade of all the churches and all the schools. Religion and romance. It is the adulteration of religion by the romance of miracles and paradises and torture chambers that makes it reel at the impact of every advance in science, instead of being clarified by it. If you take an English village lad and teach him that religion means believing that the stories of Noah's Ark and the Garden of Eden are literally true on the authority of God himself, and if that boy becomes an artisan and goes into the town among the skeptical city proletariat, then when the jibes of his mates set him thinking, and he sees that these stories cannot be literally true, and learns that no candid prelate now pretends to believe them, he does not make any fine distinctions. He declares at once that religion is a fraud, and parsons and teachers hypocrites and liars. He becomes indifferent to religion if he has little conscience, and indignantly hostile to it if he has a good deal. The same revolt against wantonly false teaching is happening daily in the professional classes, whose recreation is reading and whose intellectual sport is controversy. They banish the Bible from their houses, and sometimes put into the hands of their unfortunate children ethical and rationalist tracts of the deadliest dullness, compelling these wretched infants to sit out the discourses of secularist lecturers. I have delivered some of them myself, who bore them at a length now forbidden by custom in the established pulpit. Our minds have reacted so violently towards provable logical theorems and demonstrable mechanical and chemical facts that we have become incapable of metaphysical truth, and try to cast out incredible and silly lies by credible and clever ones, calling in Satan to cast out Satan, and getting more into his clutches than ever in the process. Thus the world is kept sane less by the saints than by the vast mass of the indifferent, who neither act nor react in the matter. Butler's preaching of the gospel of Laodicea was a piece of common sense founded on his observation of this. But indifference will not guide nations through civilization to the establishment of the perfect city of God. An indifferent statesman is a contradiction in terms, and a statesman who is indifferent on principle, a laissez-faire or muddle-through doctrinaire, plays the deuce with us in the long run. Our statesmen must get a religion by hook or crook, and, as we are committed to adult suffrage, it must be a religion capable of vulgarization. The thought first put into words by the Mills when they said, "There is no God, but this is a family secret," and long held unspoken by aristocratic statesmen and diplomatists, will not serve now, for the revival of civilization after the war cannot be effected by artificial breathing. The driving force of an undiluted popular consent is indispensable, and will be impossible until the statesman can appeal to the vital instincts of the people in terms of a common religion. The success of the "Hang the Kaiser" cry at the last general election shows us very terrifyingly how a common irreligion can be used by myopic demagogy, and common irreligion will destroy civilization unless it is countered by common religion. The danger of reaction. And here arises the danger that when we realize this, we shall do just what we did half a century ago, and what Pliable did in the Pilgrim's Progress when Christian landed him in the Slough of Despond, that is, run back in terror to our old superstitions. We jumped out of the frying pan into the fire, and we are just as likely to jump back again now that we feel hotter than ever. History records very little in the way of mental activity on the part of the mass of mankind, except a series of stampedes from affirmative errors to negative ones and back again. It must therefore be said very precisely and clearly that the bankruptcy of Darwinism does not mean that nobodaddy was somebodaddy, with body, parts, and passions after all, that the world was made in the year 4004 BC, that damnation means an eternity of blazing brimstone, that the Immaculate Conception means that sex is sinful, and that Christ was parthenogenically brought forth by a virgin descended in like manner from a line of virgins right back to Eve, that the Trinity is an anthropomorphic monster with 3 heads, which are yet only 1 head, that in Rome the bread and wine on the altar become flesh and blood, and in England, in a still more mystical manner, they do and they do not, that the Bible is an infallible scientific manual, an accurate historical chronicle, and a complete guide to conduct, that we may lie and cheat and murder and then wash ourselves innocent in the blood of the Lamb on Sunday at the cost of a credo and a penny in the plate, and so on and so forth. Civilization cannot be saved by people not only crude enough to believe these things, but irreligious enough to believe that such belief constitutes a religion. The education of children cannot safely be left in their hands. If dwindling sects like the Church of England, the Church of Rome, the Greek Church, and the rest persist in trying to cramp the human mind within the limits of these grotesque perversions of natural truths and poetic metaphors, then they must be ruthlessly banished from the schools until they either perish in general contempt or discover the soul that is hidden in every dogma. The real class war will be a war of intellectual classes, and its conquest will be the souls of the children. End of section 5. Section 6 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 6. A touchstone for dogma. The test of a dogma is its universality. As long as the Church of England preaches a single doctrine that the Brahman, the Buddhist, the Mussulman, the Parsi, and all the other sectarians who are British subjects cannot accept, it has no legitimate place in the councils of the British Commonwealth, and will remain what it is at present, a corrupter of youth, a danger to the state, and an obstruction to the fellowship of the Holy Ghost. This has never been more strongly felt than at present, after a war in which the Church failed grossly in the courage of its profession, and sold its lilies for the laurels of the soldiers of the Victoria Cross. All the cocks in Christendom have been crowing shame on it ever since, and it will not be spared for the sake of the 2 or 3 faithful who were found even among the bishops. Let the Church take it on authority, even my authority, as a professional legend maker, if it cannot see the truth by its own light. No dogma can be a legend. A legend can pass an ethnical frontier as a legend, but not as a truth, whilst the only frontier to the currency of a sound dogma, as such, is the frontier of capacity for understanding it. This does not mean that we should throw away legend and parable and drama. They are the natural vehicles of dogma. But woe to the churches and rulers who substitute the legend for the dogma, the parable for the history, the drama for the religion. Better by far declare the throne of God empty than set a liar and a fool on it. What are called wars of religion are always wars to destroy religion by affirming the historical truth or material substantiality of some legend and killing those who refuse to accept it as historical or substantial. But who has ever refused to accept a good legend with delight as a legend? The legends, the parables, the dramas are among the choicest treasures of mankind. No one is ever tired of stories of miracles. In vain did Mahomet repudiate the miracles ascribed to him. In vain did Christ furiously scold those who asked him to give him an exhibition as a conjurer. In vain did the saints declare that God chose them not for their powers, but for their weaknesses, that the humble might be exalted and the proud rebuked. People will have their miracles, their stories, their heroes and heroines and saints and martyrs and divinities to exercise their gifts of affection, admiration, wonder, and worship, and their Judases and devils to enable them to be angry and yet feel that they do well to be angry. Every one of these legends is the common heritage of the human race, and there is only one inexorable condition attached to their healthy enjoyment, which is that no one shall believe them literally. The reading of stories and delighting in them made Don Quixote a gentleman. The believing them literally made him a madman, who slew lambs instead of feeding them. In England today, good books of Eastern religious legends are read eagerly, and Protestants and atheists read Roman Catholic legends of the saints with pleasure. But such fare is shirked by Indians and Roman Catholics. Freethinkers read the Bible. Indeed, they seem to be its only readers now, except the reluctant parsons at the church lecterns, who communicate their discomfort to the congregation by gargling the words in their throats in an unnatural manner that is as repulsive as it is unintelligible. And this is because the imposition of the legends as literal truths at once changes them from parables into falsehoods. The feeling against the Bible has become so strong at last that educated people not only refuse to outrage their intellectual consciences by reading the legend of Noah's Ark, with its funny beginning about the animals and its exquisite end about the birds. They will not read even the Chronicles of King David, which may very well be true, and are certainly more candid than the official biographies of our contemporary monarchs. What to do with the legends? What we should do, then, is to pool our legends and make a delightful stock of religious folklore on an honest basis for all mankind. With our minds freed from pretense and falsehood, we could enter into the heritage of all the faiths. China would share her sages with Spain, and Spain her saints with China. The Ulster man who now gives his son an unmerciful thrashing if the boy is so tactless as to ask how the evening and the morning could be the first day before the sun was created, or to betray an innocent calf-love for the Virgin Mary, would buy him a bookful of legends of the creation and of mothers of God from all parts of the world, and be very glad to find his laddie as interested in such things as in marbles or police and robbers. That would be better than beating all good feeling towards religion out of the child, and blackening his mind by teaching him that the worshippers of the holy virgins, whether of the Parthenon or St. Peter's, are fire-doomed heathens and idolaters. All the sweetness of religion is conveyed to the world by the hands of storytellers and image-makers. Without their fictions, the truths of religion would for the multitude be neither intelligible nor even apprehensible, and the prophets would prophesy, and the teachers teach in vain. And nothing stands between the people and the fictions except the silly falsehood that the fictions are literal truths, and that there is nothing in religion but fiction. A lesson from science to the churches. Let the churches ask themselves why there is no revolt against the dogmas of mathematics, though there is one against the dogmas of religion. It is not that the mathematical dogmas are more comprehensible. The law of inverse squares is as incomprehensible to the common man as the Athanasian Creed. It is not that science is free from legends, witchcraft, miracles, biographic boostings of quacks as heroes and saints, and of barren scoundrels as explorers and discoverers. On the contrary, the iconography and hagiography of scientism are as copious as they are mostly squalid. But no student of science has yet been taught that specific gravity consists in the belief that Archimedes jumped out of his bath and ran naked through the streets of Syracuse, shouting, "Eureka, Eureka," or that the law of inverse squares must be discarded if anyone can prove that Newton was never in an orchard in his life. When some unusually conscientious or enterprising bacteriologist reads the pamphlets of Jenner and discovers that they might have been written by an ignorant but curious and observant nursery maid, and could not possibly have been written by any person with a scientifically trained mind, he does not feel that the whole edifice of science has collapsed and crumbled, and that there is no such thing as smallpox. It may come to that yet, for hygiene, as it forces its way into our schools, is being taught as falsely as religion is taught there. But in mathematics and physics, the faith is still kept pure, and you may take the law and leave the legends without suspicion of heresy. Accordingly, the tower of the mathematician stands unshaken, whilst the temple of the priest rocks to its foundation. The religious art of the 20th century. Creative evolution is already a religion, and is indeed now unmistakably the religion of the 20th century, newly arisen from the ashes of pseudo-Christianity, of mere skepticism, and of the soulless affirmations and blind negations of the mechanists and the neo-Darwinians. But it cannot become a popular religion until it has its legends, its parables, its miracles. And when I say popular, I do not mean apprehensible by villagers only. I mean apprehensible by cabinet ministers as well. It is unreasonable to look to the professional politician and administrator for light and leading in religion. He is neither a philosopher nor a prophet. If he were, he would be philosophizing and prophesying, and not neglecting both for the drudgery of practical government. Socrates and Coleridge did not remain soldiers, nor could John Stuart Mill remain the representative of Westminster in the House of Commons, even when he was willing. The Westminster electors admired Mill for telling them that much of the difficulty of dealing with them arose from their being inveterate liars. But they would not vote a second time for the man who was not afraid to break the crust of mendacity on which they were all dancing. For it seemed to them that there was a volcanic abyss beneath, not having his philosophic conviction that the truth is the solidest standing ground in the end. Your front bench man will always be an exploiter of the popular religion or irreligion. Not being an expert, he must take it as he finds it, and before he can take it, he must have been told stories about it in his childhood, and had before him all his life an elaborate iconography of it, produced by writers, painters, sculptors, temple architects, and artists of all the higher sorts. Even if, as sometimes happens, he is a bit of an amateur in metaphysics as well as a professional politician, he must still govern according to the popular iconography, and not according to his own personal interpretations, if these happen to be heterodox. It will be seen, then, that the revival of religion on a scientific basis does not mean the death of art, but a glorious rebirth of it. Indeed, art has never been great when it was not providing an iconography for a live religion, and it has never been quite contemptible except when imitating the iconography after the religion had become a superstition. Italian painting from Giotto to Carpaccio is all religious painting, and it moves us deeply and has real greatness. Compare with it the attempts of our painters a century ago to achieve the effects of the old masters by imitation when they should have been illustrating a faith of their own. Contemplate, if you can bear it, the dull daubs of Hilton and Haydn, who knew so much more about drawing and scumbling and glazing and perspective and anatomy and marvellous foreshortening than Giotto, the latchet of whose shoe they were nevertheless not worthy to unloose. Compare Mozart's magic flute, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, Wagner's Ring, all of them reachings forward to the new vitalist art, with the dreary pseudo-sacred oratorios and cantatas, which were produced for no better reason than that Handel had formerly made splendid thunder in that way, and with the stale confectionery, mostly too would-be pious to be even cheerfully toothsome, of Spohr and Mendelssohn, Steiner and Parry, which spread indigestion at our musical festivals, until I publicly told Parry the bludgeoning truth about his Job, and woke him to conviction of sin. Compare Flaxman and Thorwaldsen, and Gibson with Phidias and Praxiteles, Stevens with Michelangelo, Bouguereau's Virgin with Cimabue, or the best operatic Christs of Scheffer and Müller with the worst Christs that the worst painters could paint before the end of the 15th century, and you must feel that until we have a great religious movement, we cannot hope for a great artistic one. The disillusioned Raphael could paint a mother and child, but not a Queen of Heaven, as much less skilful men had done in the days of his great-grandfather. Yet he could reach forward to the 20th century and paint a transfiguration of the Son of Man, as they could not. Also, please note, he could decorate a house of pleasure for a cardinal very beautifully with voluptuous pictures of Cupid and Psyche, for this simple sort of vitalism is always with us, and, like portrait painting, keeps the artist supplied with subject matter in the intervals between the ages of faith, so that your sceptical Rembrandts and Velasquezes are at least not compelled to paint shop fronts for want of anything else to paint in which they can really believe. The artist profits. And there are always certain rare but intensely interesting anticipations. Michelangelo could not very well believe in Julius II or Leo X, or in much that they believed in. But he could paint the Superman 300 years before Nietzsche wrote Also sprach Zarathustra and Strauss set it to music. Michelangelo won the primacy among all modern painters and sculptors solely by his power of showing us superhuman persons. On the strength of his decoration and color alone, he would hardly have survived his own death 20 years, and even his design would have had only an academic interest. But as a painter of prophets and sibyls, he is greatest among the very greatest in his craft, because we aspire to a world of prophets and sibyls. Beethoven never heard of radioactivity, nor of electrons dancing in vortices of inconceivable energy. But pray, can anyone explain the last movement of his Hammerklavier Sonata, Opus 106, otherwise than as a musical picture of these whirling electrons? His contemporaries said he was mad, partly perhaps because the movement was so hard to play. But we, who can make a pianola play it to us over and over until it is as familiar as Popgoes the Weasel, know that it is sane and methodical. As such, it must represent something. And as all Beethoven's serious compositions represent some process within himself, some nerve storm or soul storm, and the storm here is clearly one of physical movement, I should much like to know what other storm than the atomic storm could have driven him to this oddest of all those many expressions of cyclonic energy which have given him the same distinction among musicians that Michelangelo has among draftsmen. In Beethoven's day, the business of art was held to be the sublime and beautiful. In our day it has fallen to be the imitative and voluptuous. In both periods the word passionate has been freely employed, but in the 18th century passion meant irresistible impulse of the loftiest kind, for example, a passion for astronomy or for truth. For us it has come to mean concupiscence and nothing else. One might say to the art of Europe what Antony said to the corpse of Caesar: "Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils, shrunk to this little measure?" But in fact, it is the mind of Europe that has shrunk, being, as we have seen, wholly preoccupied with a busy spring cleaning to get rid of its superstitions before readjusting itself to the new conception of evolution. Evolution in the theatre. On the stage, and here I come at last to my own particular function in the matter, comedy, as a destructive, derisory, critical, negative art, kept the theatre open when sublime tragedy perished. From Molière to Oscar Wilde, we had a line of comedic playwrights who, if they had nothing fundamentally positive to say, were at least in revolt against falsehood and imposture, and were not only, as they claimed, chastening morals by ridicule, but, in Johnson's phrase, clearing our minds of cant, and thereby showing an uneasiness in the presence of error, which is the surest symptom of intellectual vitality. Meanwhile, the name of tragedy was assumed by plays in which everyone was killed in the last act, just as, in spite of Molière, plays in which everyone was married in the last act called themselves comedies. Now, neither tragedies nor comedies can be produced according to a prescription which gives only the last moments of the last act. Shakespeare did not make Hamlet out of its final butchery, nor Twelfth Night out of its final matrimony, and he could not become the conscious iconographer of a religion because he had no conscious religion. He had therefore to exercise his extraordinary natural gifts in the very entertaining art of mimicry, giving us the famous delineation of character which makes his plays, like the novels of Scott, Dumas, and Dickens, so delightful. Also, he developed that curious and questionable art of building us a refuge from despair by disguising the cruelties of nature as jokes. But with all his gifts, the fact remains that he never found the inspiration to write an original play. He furbished up old plays and adapted popular stories and chapters of history from Holinshed's Chronicle and Plutarch's biographies to the stage. All this he did, or did not, for there are minus qualities in the algebra of art, with a recklessness which showed that his trade lay far from his conscience. It is true that he never takes his characters from the borrowed story, because it was less trouble and more fun to him to create them afresh. But nonetheless he heaps the murders and villainies of the borrowed story on his own essentially gentle creations without scruple, no matter how incongruous they may be. And all the time his vital need for a philosophy drives him to seek one by the quaint professional method of introducing philosophers as characters into his plays, and even of making his heroes philosophers. But when they come on the stage, they have no philosophy to expound. They are only pessimists and railers, and their occasional would-be philosophic speeches, such as The 7 Ages of Man and the Soliloquy on Suicide, show how deeply in the dark Shakespeare was as to what philosophy means. He forced himself in among the greatest of playwrights without having once entered that region in which Michelangelo, Beethoven, Goethe, and the antique Athenian stage poets are great. He would really not be great at all if it were not that he had religion enough to be aware that his religionless condition was one of despair. His towering King Lear would be only a melodrama, were it not for its express admission that if there is nothing more to be said of the universe than Hamlet has to say, then, as flies to wanton boys are we to the gods. They kill us for their sport. Ever since Shakespeare, playwrights have been struggling with the same lack of religion, and many of them were forced to become mere panders and sensation-mongers, because, though they had higher ambitions, they could find no better subject matter. From Congreve to Sheridan, they were so sterile in spite of their wit that they did not achieve between them the output of Molière's single lifetime. And they were all, not without reason, ashamed of their profession, and preferred to be regarded as mere men of fashion, with a rakish hobby. Goldsmith's was the only saved soul in that pandemonium. The leaders among my own contemporaries, now veterans, snatched at minor social problems rather than write entirely without any wider purpose than to win money and fame. One of them expressed to me his envy of the ancient Greek playwrights, because the Athenians asked them not for some new and original disguise of the half-dozen threadbare plots of the modern theatre, but for the deepest lesson they could draw from the familiar and sacred legends of their country. Let us all, he said, write an Electra, an Antigone, an Agamemnon, and show what we can do with it. But he did not write any of them, because these legends are no longer religious. Aphrodite and Artemis and Poseidon are deader than their statues. Another, with a commanding position and every trick of British farce and Parisian drama at his fingers' ends, finally could not write without a sermon to preach, and yet could not find texts more fundamental than the hypocrisies of sham Puritanism, or the matrimonial speculation which makes our young actresses as careful of their reputations as of their complexions. A third, too tender-hearted to break our spirits with the realities of a bitter experience, coaxed a wistful pathos and a dainty fun out of the fairy cloudland that lay between him and the empty heavens. The giants of the theatre of our time, Ibsen and Strindberg, had no greater comfort for the world than we. Indeed, much less, for they refused us even the Shakespearean Dickensian consolation of laughter at mischief, accurately called comic relief. Our emancipated young successors scorn us very properly, but they will be able to do no better whilst the drama remains pre-evolutionist. Let them consider the great exception of Goethe. He, no richer than Shakespeare, Ibsen, or Strindberg in specific talent as a playwright, is in the empyrean, whilst they are gnashing their teeth in impotent fury in the mud, or at best finding an acid enjoyment in the irony of their predicament. Goethe is an Olympian. The other giants are infernal in everything but their veracity, and their repudiation of the irreligion of their time. That is, they are bitter and hopeless. It is not a question of mere dates. Goethe was an evolutionist in 1830. Many playwrights, even young ones, are still untouched by creative evolution in 1920. Ibsen was Darwinized to the extent of exploiting heredity on the stage, much as the ancient Athenian playwrights exploited the Eumenides, but there is no trace in his plays of any faith in or knowledge of creative evolution as a modern scientific fact. True, the poetic aspiration is plain enough in his Emperor or Galilean, but it is one of Ibsen's distinctions that nothing was valid for him but science, and he left that vision of the future which his romancer calls the Third Empire behind him as a utopian dream when he settled down to his serious grapple with realities in those plays of modern life with which he overcame Europe and broke the dusty windows of every dry-rotten theatre in it from Moscow to Manchester. My own part in the matter. In my own activities as a playwright, I found this state of things intolerable. The fashionable theatre prescribed one serious subject, clandestine adultery, the dullest of all subjects for a serious author, whatever it may be for audiences who read the police intelligence and skip the reviews and leading articles. I tried slum landlordism, doctrinaire free love, pseudo-Ibsenism, prostitution, militarism, marriage, history, current politics, natural Christianity, national and individual character, paradoxes of conventional society, husband hunting, questions of conscience, professional delusions and impostures, all worked into a series of comedies of manners in the classic fashion, which was then very much out of fashion, the mechanical tricks of Parisian construction being de rigueur in the theatre. But this, though it occupied me and established me professionally, did not constitute me an iconographer of the religion of my time, and thus fulfill my natural function as an artist. I was quite conscious of this, for I had always known that civilization needs a religion as a matter of life or death, and as the conception of creative evolution developed, I saw that we were at last within reach of a faith which complied with the first condition of all the religions that have ever taken hold of humanity, namely, that it must be, first and fundamentally, a science of metabiology. This was a crucial point with me, for I had seen Bible fetishism, after standing up to all the rationalistic batteries of Hume, Voltaire, and the rest, collapse before the onslaught of much less gifted evolutionists, solely because they discredited it as a biological document, so that from that moment it lost its hold and left literate Christendom faithless. My own Irish 18th centuryism made it impossible for me to believe anything until I could conceive it as a scientific hypothesis, even though the abominations, quackeries, impostures, venalities, credulities, and delusions of the camp followers of science, and the brazen lies and priestly pretensions of the pseudo-scientific cure-mongers, all sedulously inculcated by modern secondary education, were so monstrous that I was sometimes forced to make a verbal distinction between science and knowledge, lest I should mislead my readers. But I never forgot that without knowledge, even wisdom is more dangerous than mere opportunist ignorance, and that somebody must take the Garden of Eden in hand and weed it properly. Accordingly, in 1901, I took the legend of Don Juan in its Mozartian form and made it a dramatic parable of creative evolution. But being then at the height of my invention and comedic talent, I decorated it too brilliantly and lavishly. I surrounded it with a comedy of which it formed only one act, and that act was so completely episodical, it was a dream which did not affect the action of the piece, that the comedy could be detached and played by itself. Indeed, it could hardly be played at full length owing to the enormous length of the entire work, though that feat has been performed a few times in Scotland by Mr. Esme Percy, who led one of the forlorn hopes of the advanced drama at that time. Also, I supplied the published work with an imposing framework consisting of a preface, an appendix called the Revolutionist's Handbook, and a final display of aphoristic fireworks. The effect was so vertiginous, apparently, that nobody noticed the new religion in the center of the intellectual whirlpool. Now, I protest I did not cut these cerebral capers in mere inconsiderate exuberance. I did it because the worst convention of the criticism of the theatre current at that time was that intellectual seriousness is out of place on the stage, that the theatre is a place of shallow amusement, that people go there to be soothed after the enormous intellectual strain of a day in the city. In short, that a playwright is a person whose business it is to make unwholesome confectionery out of cheap emotions. My answer to this was to put all my intellectual goods in the shop window, under the sign of Man and Superman. That part of my design succeeded. By good luck and acting, the comedy triumphed on the stage, and the book was a good deal discussed. Since then, the sweet shop view of the theatre has been out of countenance, and its critical exponents have been driven to take an intellectual pose which, though often more trying than their old intellectually nihilistic vulgarity, at least concedes the dignity of the theatre, not to mention the usefulness of those who live by criticizing it. And the younger playwrights are not only taking their art seriously, but being taken seriously themselves. The critic who ought to be a newsboy is now comparatively rare. I now find myself inspired to make a second legend of creative evolution without distractions and embellishments. My sands are running out. The exuberance of 1901 has aged into the garrulity of 1930, and the war has been a stern intimation that the matter is not one to be trifled with. I abandon the legend of Don Juan with its erotic associations, and go back to the legend of the Garden of Eden. I exploit the eternal interest of the philosopher's stone, which enables men to live forever. I am not, I hope, under more illusion than is humanly inevitable as to the crudity of this my beginning of a Bible for creative evolution. I am doing the best I can at my age. My powers are waning, but so much the better for those who found me unbearably brilliant when I was in my prime. It is my hope that 100 apter and more elegant parables by younger hands will soon leave mine as far behind as the religious pictures of the 15th century left behind the first attempts of the early Christians at iconography. In that hope, I withdraw and ring up the curtain. End of section 6. Section 7 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 7. Back to Methuselah, Part 1. In the Beginning. Act 1. The Garden of Eden. Afternoon. An immense serpent is sleeping with her head buried in a thick bed of johnswort, and her body coiled in apparently endless rings through the branches of a tree, which is already well grown. For the days of creation have been longer than our reckoning. She is not yet visible to anyone unaware of her presence, as her colors of green and brown make a perfect camouflage. Near her head, a low rock shows above the johnswort. The rock and tree are on the border of a glade in which lies a dead fawn, all awry, its neck being broken. Adam, crouching with one hand on the rock, is staring in consternation at the dead body. He has not noticed the serpent on his left hand. He turns his face to his right and calls excitedly, "Eve! Eve!" Eve's voice, "What is it, Adam?" Adam, "Come here, quick! Something has happened." Eve, running in, "What? Where?" Adam points to the fawn. "Oh!" She goes to it, and he is emboldened to go with her. "What is the matter with its eyes?" Adam, "It is not only its eyes. Look." He kicks it. Eve, "Oh, don't. Why doesn't it wake?" Adam, "I don't know. It is not asleep." Eve, "Not asleep?" Adam, "Try." Eve, trying to shake it and roll it over. "It is stiff and cold." Adam. Nothing will wake it. Eve. It has a queer smell. Paw. She dusts her hands and draws away from it. Did you find it like that? Adam. No, it was playing about, and it tripped and went head over heels. It never stirred again. Its neck is wrong. He stoops to lift the neck and show her. Eve. Don't touch it. Come away from it. They both retreat and contemplate it from a few steps' distance with growing repulsion. Eve. Adam. Adam. Yes? Eve. Suppose you were to trip and fall. Would you go like that? Adam. Ugh. He shudders and sits down on the rock. Eve, throwing herself on the ground beside him and grasping his knee. You must be careful. Promise me you will be careful. Adam. What is the good of being careful? We have to live here forever. Think of what forever means. Sooner or later I shall trip and fall. It may be tomorrow, it may be after as many days as there are leaves in the garden and grains of sand by the river. No matter. Some day I shall forget and stumble. Eve. I too. Adam. Horrified. Oh, no, no. I should be alone forever. You must never put yourself in danger of stumbling. You must not move about. You must sit still. I will take care of you and bring you what you want. Eve, turning away from him with a shrug and hugging her ankles. I should soon get tired of that. Besides, if it happened to you, I should be alone. I could not sit still then, and at last it would happen to me too. Adam. And then? Eve. Then we should be no more. There would be only the things on all fours, and the birds, and the snakes. Adam. That must not be. Eve. Yes, that must not be. But it might be. Adam. No, I tell you it must not be. I know that it must not be. Eve. We both know it. How do we know it? Adam. There is a voice in the garden that tells me things. Eve. The garden is full of voices sometimes. They put all sorts of thoughts into my head. Adam. To me there is only one voice. It is very low, but it is so near that it is like a whisper from within myself. There is no mistaking it for any voice of the birds or beasts, or for your voice. Eve. It is strange that I should hear voices from all sides, and you only one from within. But I have some thoughts that come from within me and not from the voices. The thought that we must not cease to be comes from within. Adam, despairingly. But we shall cease to be. We shall fall like the fawn and be broken. Rising and moving about in his agitation. I cannot bear this knowledge. I will not have it. It must not be, I tell you. Yet I do not know how to prevent it. Eve. That is just what I feel. But it is very strange that you should say so. There is no pleasing you. You change your mind so often. Adam, scolding her. Why do you say that? How have I changed my mind? Eve. You say we must not cease to exist, but you used to complain of having to exist always and forever. You sometimes sit for hours brooding and silent, hating me in your heart. When I ask you what I have done to you, you say you are not thinking of me, but of the horror of having to be here forever. But I know very well that what you mean is the horror of having to be here with me forever. Adam. Oh, that is what you think, is it? Well, you are wrong. He sits down again, sulkily. It is the horror of having to be with myself forever. I like you, but I do not like myself. I want to be different, to be better, to begin again and again, to shed myself as a snake sheds its skin. I am tired of myself, and yet I must endure myself, not for a day or for many days, but forever. That is a dreadful thought. That is what makes me sit brooding and silent and hateful. Do you never think of that? Eve. No, I do not think about myself. What is the use? I am what I am. Nothing can alter that. I think about you. Adam. You should not. You are always spying on me. I can never be alone. You always want to know what I have been doing. It is a burden. You should try to have an existence of your own, instead of occupying yourself with my existence. Eve, I have to think about you. You are lazy. You are dirty. You neglect yourself. You are always dreaming. You would eat bad food and become disgusting if I did not watch you and occupy myself with you. And now some day, in spite of all my care, you will fall on your head and become dead. Adam, dead? What word is that? Eve, pointing to the fawn, like that. I call it dead. Adam, rising and approaching it slowly. There is something uncanny about it. Eve, joining him. Oh, it is changing into little white worms. Adam, throw it into the river. It is unbearable. Eve, I dare not touch it. Adam, then I must, though I loathe it. It is poisoning the air. He gathers its hooves in his hand and carries it away in the direction from which Eve came, holding it as far from him as possible. Eve looks after him for a moment, then with a shiver of disgust sits down on the rock, brooding. The body of the serpent becomes visible, glowing with wonderful new colors. She rears her head slowly from the bed of johnswort and speaks into Eve's ear in a strange, seductively musical whisper. The serpent. Eve. Eve, startled. Who is that? The serpent. It is I. I have come to show you my beautiful new hood. See? She spreads a magnificent amethystine hood. Eve, admiring it. Oh, but who taught you to speak? The serpent. You and Adam. I have crept through the grass and hidden and listened to you. Eve. That was wonderfully clever of you. The serpent. I am the most subtle of all the creatures of the field. Eve. Your hood is most lovely. She strokes it and pets the serpent. Pretty thing. Do you love your godmother Eve? The serpent. I adore her. She licks Eve's neck with her double tongue. Eve, petting her. Eve's wonderful darling snake. Eve will never be lonely now that her snake can talk to her. The snake. I can talk of many things. I am very wise. It was I who whispered the word to you that you did not know. Dead. Death. Die. Eve, shuddering. Why do you remind me of it? I forgot it when I saw your beautiful hood. You must not remind me of unhappy things. The serpent. Death is not an unhappy thing when you have learned how to conquer it. Eve. How can I conquer it? The serpent. By another thing called birth. Eve. What? Trying to pronounce it. Birth? The serpent. Yes, birth. Eve. What is birth? The serpent. The serpent never dies. Some day you shall see me come out of this beautiful skin, a new snake with a new and lovelier skin. That is birth. Eve. I have seen that. It is wonderful. The serpent. If I can do that, what can I not do? I tell you, I am very subtle. When you and Adam talk, I hear you say, why? Always, why? You see things, and you say, why? But I dream things that never were, and I say, why not? I made the word dead to describe my old skin that I cast when I am renewed. I call that renewal being born. Eve. Born is a beautiful word. The serpent. Why not be born again and again, as I am, new and beautiful every time? Eve. It does not happen. That is why. The serpent. That is how, but it is not why. Why not? Eve. But I should not like it. It would be nice to be new again, but my old skin would lie on the ground looking just like me, and Adam would see it shrivel up, and—" The Serpent. "No, he need not. There is a second birth." Eve. "A second birth?" The Serpent. "Listen, I will tell you a great secret. I am very subtle, and I have thought and thought and thought, and I am very willful, and must have what I want, and I have willed and willed and willed, and I have eaten strange things, stones and apples that you are afraid to eat." Eve. "You dared." The Serpent. "I dared everything. And at last I found a way of gathering together a part of the life in my body." Eve. "What is the life?" The Serpent. "That which makes the difference between the dead fawn and the live one." Eve. "What a beautiful word! And what a wonderful thing! Life is the loveliest of all the new words." The Serpent. "Yes. It was by meditating on life that I gained the power to do miracles." Eve. "Miracles?" Another new word. The Serpent. "A miracle is an impossible thing that is nevertheless possible, something that never could happen, and yet does happen." Eve. "Tell me some miracle that you have done." The Serpent. "I gathered a part of the life in my body, and shut it into a tiny white case made of the stones I had eaten." Eve. "And what good was that?" The Serpent. "I showed the little case to the sun, and left it in its warmth, and it burst, and a little snake came out, and it became bigger and bigger from day to day, until it was as big as I. That was the second birth." Eve. "Oh, that is too wonderful! It stirs inside me. It hurts." The Serpent. "It nearly tore me asunder. Yet I am alive, and can burst my skin and renew myself as before. Soon there will be as many snakes in Eden as there are scales on my body. Then death will not matter. This snake and that snake will die, but the snakes will live." Eve. "But the rest of us will die sooner or later, like the fawn, and then there will be nothing but snakes, snakes, snakes everywhere." The Serpent. "That must not be. I worship you, Eve. I must have something to worship, something quite different to myself, like you. There must be something greater than the snake." Eve. "Yes, it must not be. Adam must not perish. You are very subtle. Tell me what to do." The Serpent. "Think, will, eat the dust, lick the white stone, bite the apple you dread. The sun will give life." Eve. "I do not trust the sun. I will give life myself. I will tear another atom from my body, if I tear my body to pieces in the act." The Serpent. "Do, dare it. Everything is possible, everything. Listen. I am old. I am the old Serpent, older than Adam, older than Eve. I remember Lilith, who came before Adam and Eve. I was her darling as I am yours. She was alone. There was no man with her. She saw death as you saw it when the fawn fell, and she knew then that she must find out how to renew herself and cast the skin like me. She had a mighty will. She strove and willed for more moons than there are leaves on all the trees in the garden. Her pangs were terrible. Her groans drove sleep from Eden. She said it must never be again, that the burden of renewing life was past bearing, that it was too much for one. And when she cast the skin, lo, there was not one new Lilith, but two, one like herself, the other like Adam. You were the one. Adam was the other." Eve. "But Why did she divide into two and make us different? The Serpent. I tell you, the labor is too much for one. Two must share it. Eve. Do you mean that Adam must share it with me? He will not. He cannot bear pain, nor take trouble with his body. The Serpent. He need not. There will be no pain for him. He will implore you to let him do his share. He will be in your power through his desire. Eve. Then I will do it. But how? How did Lilith work this miracle? The Serpent. She imagined it. Eve. What is imagined? The Serpent. She told it to me as a marvelous story of something that never happened to a Lilith that never was. She did not know then that imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine, and at last you create what you will. Eve. How can I create out of nothing? The Serpent. Everything must have been created out of nothing. Look at that thick roll of hard flesh on your strong arm. That was not always there. You could not climb a tree when I first saw you. But you willed and tried and willed and tried, and your will created out of nothing the roll on your arm, until you had your desire, and could draw yourself up with one hand, and seat yourself on the bough that was above your head. Eve. That was practice. The Serpent. Things wear out by practice. They do not grow by it. Your hair streams in the wind as if it were trying to stretch itself further and further, but it does not grow longer for all its practice in streaming, because you have not willed it so. When Lilith told me what she had imagined in our silent language, for there were no words then, I bade her desire it and will it. And then, to our great wonder, the thing she had desired and willed created itself in her under the urging of her will. Then I too willed to renew myself as two instead of one, and after many days the miracle happened, and I burst from my skin another snake interlaced with me. And now there are two imaginations, two desires, two wills to create with. Eve. To desire, to imagine, to will, to create. That is too long a story. Find me one word for it all, you who are so clever at words. The Serpent. In one word, to conceive. That is the word that means both the beginning in imagination and the end in creation. Eve. Find me a word for the story Lilith imagined and told you in your silent language, the story that was too wonderful to be true and yet came true. The Serpent. A poem. Eve. Find me another word for what Lilith was to me. The Serpent. She was your mother. Eve. And Adam's mother? The Serpent. Yes. Eve, about to rise. I will go and tell Adam to conceive. The Serpent. Ha 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 ha. Eve, jarred and startled. What a hateful noise! What is the matter with you? No one has ever uttered such a sound before. The Serpent. Adam cannot conceive. Eve. Why? The Serpent. Lilith did not imagine him so. He can imagine, he can will, he can desire, he can gather his life together for a great spring towards creation. He can create all things except one, and that one is his own kind. Eve. Why did Lilith keep this from him? The Serpent. Because if he could do that, he could do without Eve. Eve. That is true. It is I who must conceive. The Serpent. Yes, by that he is tied to you. Eve. And I to him. The Serpent. Yes, until you create another Adam. Eve. I had not thought of that. You are very subtle. But if I create another Eve, he may turn to her and do without me. I will not create any Eves, only Adams. The serpent. They cannot renew themselves without Eves. Sooner or later you will die like the fawn, and the new Adams will be unable to create without new Eves. You can imagine such an end, but you cannot desire it, therefore cannot will it, therefore cannot create Adams only. Eve. If I am to die like the fawn, why should not the rest die too? What do I care? The serpent. Life must not cease. That comes before everything. It is silly to say you do not care. You do care. It is that care that will prompt your imagination, inflame your desires, make your will irresistible, and create out of nothing. Eve, thoughtfully. There can be no such thing as nothing. The garden is full, not empty. The serpent. I had not thought of that. That is a great thought. Yes, there is no such thing as nothing, only things we cannot see. The chameleon eats the air. Eve. I have another thought. I must tell it to Adam, calling, Adam, Adam, cooey. Adam's voice, cooey. Eve. This will please him and cure his fits of melancholy. The serpent. Do not tell him yet. I have not told you the great secret. Eve. What more is there to tell? It is I who have to do the miracle. The serpent. No, he too must desire and will, but he must give his desire and his will to you. Eve. How? The serpent. That is the great secret. Hush, he is coming. Adam, returning. Is there another voice in the garden besides our voices and the voice? I heard a new voice. Eve, rising and running to him. Only think, Adam, our snake has learned to speak by listening to us. Adam, delighted. Is it so? He goes past her to the stone and fondles the serpent. The serpent, responding affectionately. It is so, dear Adam. Eve. But I have more wonderful news than that. Adam, we need not live forever. Adam, dropping the snake's head in his excitement. What? Eve, do not play with me about this. If only there may be an end some day, and yet no end. If only I can be relieved of the horror of having to endure myself forever. If only the care of this terrible garden may pass on to some other gardener. If only the sentinel set by the voice can be relieved. If only the rest and sleep that enable me to bear it from day to day could grow after many days into an eternal rest, an eternal sleep, then I could face my days, however long they may last. Only there must be some end, some end. I am not strong enough to bear eternity. The serpent. You need not live to see another summer, and yet there shall be no end. Adam. That cannot be. The serpent. It can be. Eve. It shall be. The serpent. It is. Kill me, and you will find another snake in the garden tomorrow. You will find more snakes than there are fingers on your hands. Eve. I will make other Adams, other Eves. Adam. I tell you, you must not make up stories about this. It cannot happen. The serpent. I can remember when you were yourself a thing that could not happen, yet you are. Adam, struck. That must be true. He sits down on the stone. The serpent. I will tell Eve the secret, and she will tell it to you. Adam. The secret. He turns quickly towards the serpent, and in doing so puts his foot on something sharp. Oh! Eve. What is it? Adam, rubbing his foot. A thistle, and there next to it a briar, and nettles too. I am tired of pulling these things up to keep the garden pleasant for us forever. The serpent. They do not grow very fast. They will not overrun the whole garden for a long time. Not until you have laid down your burden and gone to sleep forever. Why should you trouble yourself? Let the new Adams clear a place for themselves. Adam: That is very true. You must tell us your secret. You see, Eve, what a splendid thing it is not to have to live forever. Eve, throwing herself down discontentedly and plucking at the grass: That is so like a man. The moment you find we need not last forever, you talk as if we were going to end today. You must clear away some of those horrid things, or we shall be scratched and stung whenever we forget to look where we are stepping. Adam: Oh, yes, some of them, of course, but only some. I will clear them away tomorrow. The serpent: Ha 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 ha. Adam: That is a funny noise to make. I like it. Eve: I do not. Why do you make it again? The serpent: Adam has invented something new. He has invented tomorrow. You will invent things every day now that the burden of immortality is lifted from you. Eve: Immortality? What is that? The serpent: My new word for having to live forever. Eve: The serpent has made a beautiful word for being. Living. Adam: Make me a beautiful word for doing things tomorrow, for that surely is a great and blessed invention. The serpent: Procrastination. Eve: That is a sweet word. I wish I had a serpent's tongue. The serpent: That may come too. Everything is possible. Adam, springing up in sudden terror: Oh! Eve: What is the matter now? Adam: My rest, my escape from life. The serpent: Death. That is the word. Adam: There is a terrible danger in this procrastination. Eve: What danger? Adam: If I put off death until tomorrow, I shall never die. There is no such day as tomorrow, and never can be. The serpent: I am very subtle, but man is deeper in his thought than I am. The woman knows that there is no such thing as nothing. The man knows that there is no such day as tomorrow. I do well to worship them. Adam: If I am to overtake death, I must appoint a real day, not a tomorrow. When shall I die? Eve: You may die when I have made another Adam, not before. But then, as soon as you like. She rises, and passing behind him, strolls off carelessly to the tree and leans against it, stroking a ring of the snake. Adam: There need be no hurry even then. Eve: I see you will put it off until tomorrow. Adam: And you? Will you die the moment you have made a new Eve? Eve: Why should I? Are you eager to be rid of me? Only just now you wanted me to sit still and never move, lest I should stumble and die like the fawn. Now you no longer care. Adam: It does not matter so much now. Eve, angrily to the snake: This death that you have brought into the garden is an evil thing. He wants me to die. The serpent to Adam: Do you want her to die? Adam: No. It is I who am to die. Eve must not die before me. I should be lonely. Eve: You could get one of the new Eves. Adam: That is true. But they might not be quite the same. They could not. I feel sure of that. They would not have the same memories. They would be... I want a word for them. The serpent: Strangers. Adam: Yes, that is a good hard word. Strangers. Eve: When there are new Adams and new Eves, we shall live in a garden of strangers. We shall need each other. She comes quickly behind him and turns up his face to her. Do not forget that, Adam. Never forget it. Adam: Why should I forget it? It is I who have thought of it. Eve: I too have thought of something. The fawn stumbled and fell and died. But you could come softly up behind me, and She suddenly pounces on his shoulders and throws him forward on his face. "Throw me down so that I should die. I should not dare to sleep if there were no reason why you should not make me die." Adam, scrambling up in horror. "Make you die? What a frightful thought!" The serpent. "Kill, kill, kill, kill. That is the word." Eve. "The new Adams and Eves might kill us." "I shall not make them." She sits on the rock and pulls him down beside her, clasping him to her with her right arm. The serpent. "You must, for if you do not, there will be an end." Adam. "No, they will not kill us. They will feel as I do. There is something against it. The voice in the garden will tell them that they must not kill, as it tells me." The serpent. "The voice in the garden is your own voice." Adam. "It is, and it is not. It is something greater than me. I am only a part of it." Eve. "The voice does not tell me not to kill you. Yet I do not want you to die before me. No voice is needed to make me feel that." Adam, throwing his arm round her shoulder with an expression of anguish. "Oh, no, that is plain without any voice. There is something that holds us together, something that has no word." The serpent. "Love, love, love." Adam. "That is too short a word for so long a thing." The serpent. "Ha, ha, 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 ha." Eve, turning impatiently to the snake. "That heart-biting sound again. Do not do it. Why do you do it?" The serpent. "Love may be too long a word for so short a thing soon. But when it is short, it will be very sweet." Adam, ruminating. "You puzzle me. My old trouble was heavy, but it was simple. These wonders that you promise to do may tangle up my being before they bring me the gift of death. I was troubled with the burden of eternal being, but I was not confused in my mind. If I did not know that I loved Eve, at least I did not know that she might cease to love me and come to love some other Adam and desire my death. Can you find a name for that knowledge?" The serpent. "Jealousy, jealousy, jealousy." Adam, a hideous word. Eve, shaking him. "Adam, you must not brood. You think too much." Adam, angrily. "How can I help brooding when the future has become uncertain? Anything is better than uncertainty. Life has become uncertain. Love is uncertain. Have you a word for this new misery?" The serpent. "Fear, fear, fear." Adam. "Have you a remedy for it?" The serpent. "Yes. Hope, hope, hope." Adam. "What is hope?" The serpent. "As long as you do not know the future, you do not know that it will not be happier than the past. That is hope." Adam. "It does not console me. Fear is stronger in me than hope. I must have certainty." He rises threateningly. "Give it to me, or I will kill you when next I catch you asleep." Eve, throwing her arms round the serpent. "My beautiful snake! Oh, no! How can you even think such a horror?" Adam. "Fear will drive me to anything. The serpent gave me fear. Let it now give me certainty, or go in fear of me." The serpent. "Bind the future by your will. Make a vow." Adam. "What is a vow?" The serpent. "Choose a day for your death, and resolve to die on that day. Then death is no longer uncertain, but certain. Let Eve vow to love you until your death. Then love will be no longer uncertain." Adam. "Yes, that is splendid. That will bind the future." Eve, displeased, turning away from the serpent. "But it will destroy hope." Adam, angrily. "Be silent, woman. Hope is wicked. Happiness is wicked. Certainty is blessed." The serpent. "What is wicked? You have invented a word." Adam. "Whatever I fear to do is wicked. Listen to me, Eve, and you, snake, listen too, that your memory may hold my vow. I will live 1,000 sets of the 4 seasons." The serpent. "Years. Years. Adam, I will live 1,000 years, and then I will endure no more. I will die and take my rest, and I will love Eve all that time, and no other woman. Eve, and if Adam keeps his vow, I will love no other man until he dies. The Serpent, you have both invented marriage, and what he will be to you and not to any other woman is husband, and what you will be to him and not to any other man is wife. Adam, instinctively moving his hand towards her, husband and wife. Eve, slipping her hand into his, wife and husband. The Serpent, ha 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 ha. Eve, snatching herself loose from Adam, do not make that odious noise, I tell you. Adam, do not listen to her. The noise is good. It lightens my heart. You are a jolly snake, but you have not made a vow yet. What vow do you make? The Serpent, I make no vows. I take my chance. Adam, chance? What does that mean? The Serpent, it means that I fear certainty as you fear uncertainty. It means that nothing is certain but uncertainty. If I bind the future, I bind my will. If I bind my will, I strangle creation. Eve, creation must not be strangled. I tell you, I will create, though I tear myself to pieces in the act. Adam, be silent, both of you. I will bind the future. I will be delivered from fear. To Eve, we have made our vows, and if you must create, you shall create within the bounds of those vows. You shall not listen to that snake any more. Come. He seizes her by the hair to drag her away. Eve, let me go, you fool! It has not yet told me the secret. Adam, releasing her, that is true. What is a fool? Eve, I do not know. The word came to me. It is what you are when you forget and brood and are filled with fear. Let us listen to the snake. Adam, no, I am afraid of it. I feel as if the ground were giving way under my feet when it speaks. Do you stay and listen to it. The Serpent, ha 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 ha. Adam, brightening, that noise takes away fear. Funny, the snake and the woman are going to whisper secrets. He chuckles and goes away slowly, laughing his first laugh. Ha 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 ha. Eve, now the secret, the secret. She sits on the rock and throws her arms round the Serpent, who begins whispering to her. Eve's face lights up with intense interest, which increases until an expression of overwhelming repugnance takes its place. She buries her face in her hands. End of Act 1. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 8. In the beginning, Act 2. A few centuries later, morning. An oasis in Mesopotamia. Close at hand, the end of a log house abuts on a kitchen garden. Adam is digging in the middle of the garden. On his right, Eve sits on a stool in the shadow of a tree by the doorway, spinning flax. Her wheel, which she turns by hand, is a large disk of heavy wood, practically a flywheel. At the opposite side of the garden is a thornbrake, with a passage through it barred by a hurdle. The two are scantily and carelessly dressed in rough linen and leaves. They have lost their youth and grace, and Adam has an unkempt beard and jaggedly cut hair. But they are strong and in the prime of life. Adam looks worried, like a farmer. Eve, better humored, having given up worrying, sits and spins and thinks. A man's voice. "Hello, Mother." Eve, looking across the garden towards the hurdle. "Here's Cain." Adam, uttering a grunt of disgust. He goes on digging without raising his head. Cain kicks the hurdle out of his way and strides into the garden. In pose, voice, and dress he is insistently warlike. He is equipped with huge spear and broad brass-bound leather shield. His casque is a tiger's head with bull's horns. He wears a scarlet cloak with gold brooch over a lion's skin with the claws dangling. His feet are in sandals with brass ornaments. His shins are in brass greaves, and his bristling military mustache glistens with oil. To his parents he has the self-assertive, not quite at ease manner of a revolted son who knows that he is not forgiven nor approved of. Cain to Adam. Still digging? Always dig, 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 sticking in the old furrow. No progress, no advanced ideas, no adventures. What should I be if I had stuck to the digging you taught me? Adam. What are you now, with your shield and spear, and your brother's blood crying from the ground against you? Cain. I am the first murderer. You are only the first man. Anybody could be the first man. It is as easy as to be the first cabbage. To be the first murderer, one must be a man of spirit. Adam. Begone, leave us in peace. The world is wide enough to keep us apart. Eve. Why do you want to drive him away? He is mine. I made him out of my own body. I want to see my work sometimes. Adam. You made Abel also. He killed Abel. Can you bear to look at him after that? Cain. Whose fault was it that I killed Abel? Who invented killing? Did I? No, he invented it himself. I followed your teaching. I dug and dug and dug. I cleared away the thistles and briars. I ate the fruits of the earth. I lived in the sweat of my brow as you do. I was a fool. But Abel was a discoverer, a man of ideas, of spirit, a true progressive. He was the discoverer of blood. He was the inventor of killing. He found out that the fire of the sun could be brought down by a dewdrop. He invented the altar to keep the fire alive. He changed the beasts he killed into meat by the fire on the altar. He kept himself alive by eating meat. His meal cost him a day's glorious health-giving sport and an hour's amusing play with the fire. You learnt nothing from him. You drudged and drudged and drudged and dug and dug and dug and made me do the same. I envied his happiness, his freedom. I despised myself for not doing as he did instead of what you did. He became so happy that he shared his meal with the voice that had whispered all his inventions to him. He said that the voice was the voice of the fire that cooked his food, and that the fire that could cook could also eat. It was true. I saw the fire consume the food on his altar. Then I too made an altar and offered my food on it, my grains, my roots, my fruit. Useless. Nothing happened. He laughed at me. And then came my great idea. Why not kill him as he killed the beasts? I struck, and he died, just as they did. Then I gave up your old silly drudging ways and lived as he had lived, by the chase, by the killing, and by the fire. Am I not better than you? Stronger? Happier? Freer? Adam. You are not stronger. You are shorter in the wind. You cannot endure. You have made the beasts afraid of us, and the snake has invented poison to protect herself against you. I fear you myself. If you take a step towards your mother with that spear of yours, I will strike you with my spade as you struck Abel. Eve. He will not strike me. He loves me. Adam. He loved his brother, but he killed him. Cain. I do not want to kill women. I do not want to kill my mother. And for her sake I will not kill you, though I could send this spear through you without coming within reach of your spade. But for her I could not resist the sport of trying to kill you, in spite of my fear that you would kill me. I have striven with a boar and with a lion, as to which of us should kill the other. I have striven with a man, spear to spear and shield to shield. It is terrible, but there is no joy like it. I call it fighting. He who has never fought has never lived. That is what has brought me to my mother today. Adam. What have you to do with one another now? She is the creator, you the destroyer. Cain. How can I destroy unless she creates? I want her to create more and more men, aye, and more women, that they may in turn create more men. I have imagined a glorious poem of many men, of more men than there are leaves on the 1,000 trees. I will divide them into 2 great hosts. One of them I will lead, and the other will be led by the man I fear most and desire to fight and kill most. And each host shall try to kill the other host. Think of that! All those multitudes of men fighting, fighting, killing, killing, the four rivers running with blood, the shouts of triumph, the howls of rage, the curses of despair, the shrieks of torment. That will be life indeed, life lived to the very marrow, burning, overwhelming life. Every man who has not seen it, heard it, felt it, risked it, will feel a humbled fool in the presence of the man who has. Eve, and I am to be a mere convenience to make men for you to kill? Adam, or to kill you, you fool. Cain, Mother, the making of men is your right, your risk, your agony, your glory, your triumph. You make my father here your mere convenience, as you call it, for that. He has to dig for you, sweat for you, plod for you, like the ox who helps him to tear up the ground, or the ass who carries his burdens for him. No woman shall make me live my father's life. I will hunt, I will fight, and strive to the very bursting of my sinews. When I have slain the boar at the risk of my life, I will throw it to my woman to cook, and give her a morsel of it for her pains. She shall have no other food, and that will make her my slave. And the man that slays me shall have her for his booty. Man shall be the master of woman, not her baby and her drudge. Adam throws down his spade and stands looking darkly at Eve. Eve, are you tempted, Adam? Does this seem a better thing to you than love between us? Cain, what does he know of love? Only when he has fought, when he has faced terror and death, when he has striven to the spending of the last rally of his strength, can he know what it is to rest in love in the arms of a woman. Ask that woman whom you made, who is also my wife, whether she would have me as I was in the days when I followed the ways of Adam, and was a digger and a drudge. Eve, angrily throwing down her distaff, What? You dare come here boasting about that good-for-nothing Lua, the worst of daughters and the worst of wives? You, her master, you are more her slave than Adam's ox, or your own sheepdog. Forsooth, when you have slain the boar at the risk of your life, you will throw her a morsel of it for her pains. Ha! Poor wretch! Do you think I do not know her, and know you better than that? Do you risk your life when you trap the ermine and the sable and the blue fox to hang on her lazy shoulders and make her look more like an animal than a woman? When you have to snare the little tender birds because it is too much trouble for her to chew honest food, how much of a great warrior do you feel then? You slay the tiger at the risk of your life, but who gets the striped skin you have run that risk for? She takes it to lie on, and flings you the carrion flesh you cannot eat. You fight because you think that your fighting makes her admire and desire you. Fool! She makes you fight because you bring her the ornaments, the treasures of those you have slain, and because she is courted and propitiated with power and gold by the people who fear you. You say that I make a mere convenience of Adam, I who spin and keep the house and bear and rear children, and am a woman and not a pet animal to please men and prey on them. What are you, you poor slave of the painted face and a bundle of skunk's fur? You were a man-child when I bore you. Lua was a woman-child when I bore her. What have you made of yourselves? Cain, letting his spear fall into the crook of his shield-arm and twirling his moustache. There is something higher than man. There is hero and superman. Eve, Superman? You are no Superman. You are anti-man. You are to other men what the stoat is to the rabbit, and she is to you what the leech is to the stoat. You despise your father, but when he dies, the world will be the richer because he lived. When you die, men will say, he was a great warrior, but it would have been better for the world if he had never been born. And of Lua, they will say nothing, but when they think of her, they will spit. Cain, she is a better sort of woman to live with than you. If Lua nagged at me as you are nagging, and as you nag at Adam, I would beat her black and blue from head to foot. I've done it, too. Slave, as you say I am.
Eve. Yes, because she looked at another man. And then you grovelled at her feet and cried and begged her to forgive you, and were 10 times more her slave than ever. And she, when she had finished screaming and the pain went off a little, she forgave you, did she not? Cain. She loved me more than ever. That is the true nature of woman. Eve, now pitying him maternally. Love, you call that love? You call that the nature of woman? My boy, this is neither man nor woman, nor love nor life. You have no real strength in your bones, nor sap in your flesh. Cain. Ha! He seizes his spear and swings it muscularly. Eve. Yes, you have to twirl a stick to feel your strength. You cannot taste life without making it bitter and boiling hot. You cannot love Lua until her face is painted, nor feel the natural warmth of her flesh until you have stuck a squirrel's fur on it. You can feel nothing but a torment, and believe nothing but a lie. You will not raise your head to look at all the miracles of life that surround you. But you will run 10 miles to see a fight or a death. Adam. Enough said. Let the boy alone. Cain. Boy? Ha, ha! Eve to Adam. You think perhaps that his way of life may be better than yours after all. You are still tempted. Well, will you pamper me as he pampers his woman? Will you kill tigers and bears until I have a heap of their skins to lounge on? Shall I paint my face, and let my arms waste into pretty softness, and eat partridges and doves, and the flesh of kids whose milk you will steal for me? Adam. You are hard enough to bear with as you are. Stay as you are, and I will stay as I am. Cain. You neither of you know anything about life. You are simple country folk. You are the nurses and valets of the oxen and dogs and asses you have tamed to work for you. I can raise you out of that. I have a plan. Why not tame men and women to work for us? Why not bring them up from childhood never to know any other lot, so that they may believe that we are gods, and that they are here only to make life glorious for us? Adam, impressed. That is a great thought, certainly. Eve, contemptuously. Great thought. Adam. Well, as the serpent used to say, why not? Eve. Because I would not have such wretches in my house. Because I hate creatures with 2 heads, or with withered limbs, or that are distorted and perverted and unnatural. I have told Cain already that he is not a man, and that Lua is not a woman. They are monsters. And now you want to make still more unnatural monsters, so that you may be utterly lazy and worthless, and that your tamed human animals may find work a blasting curse. A fine dream, truly. To Cain. Your father is a fool skin deep, but you are a fool to your very marrow, and your baggage of a wife is worse. Adam. Why am I a fool? How am I a greater fool than you? Eve. You said there would be no killing because the voice would tell our children that they must not kill. Why did it not tell Cain that? Cain. It did. But I am not a child to be afraid of a voice. The voice thought I was nothing but my brother's keeper. It found that I was myself, and that it was for Abel to be himself also, and look to himself. He was not my keeper any more than I was his. Why did he not kill me? There was no more to prevent him than there was to prevent me. It was man to man, and I won. I was the first conqueror. Adam. What did the voice say to you when you thought all that? Cain. Why, it gave me right. It said that my deed was as a mark on me, a burnt-in mark such as Abel put on his sheep, that no man should slay me. And here I stand unslain, whilst the cowards who have never slain, the men who are content to be their brothers' keepers instead of their masters, are despised and rejected, and slain like rabbits. He who bears the brand of Cain shall rule the earth. When he falls, he shall be avenged 7-fold. The voice has said it. So beware how you plot against me, you and all the rest. Adam. Cease your boasting and bullying, and tell the truth. Does not the voice tell you that, as no man dare slay you for murdering your brother, you ought to slay yourself? Cain. No. Adam. Then there is no such thing as divine justice, unless you are lying. Cain. I am not lying. I dare all truths. There is divine justice, for the voice tells me that I must offer myself to every man to be killed if he can kill me. Without danger I cannot be great. That is how I pay for Abel's blood. Danger and fear follow my steps everywhere. Without them, courage would have no sense. And it is courage, courage, courage that raises the blood of life to crimson splendor. Adam, picking up his spade and preparing to dig again. Take yourself off, then. This splendid life of yours does not last for 1,000 years, and I must last for 1,000 years. When you fighters do not get killed in fighting one another or fighting the beasts, you die from mere evil in yourselves. Your flesh ceases to grow like man's flesh. It grows like a fungus on a tree. Instead of breathing, you sneeze or cough up your insides, and wither and perish. Your bowels become rotten, your hair falls from you, your teeth blacken and drop out, and you die before your time, not because you will, but because you must. I will dig and live. Cain. And pray what use is this 1,000 years of life to you, you old vegetable? Do you dig any better because you have been digging for hundreds of years? I have not lived as long as you, but I know all there is to be known about the craft of digging. By quitting it, I have set myself free to learn nobler crafts, of which you know nothing. I know the craft of fighting and of hunting. In a word, the craft of killing. What certainty have you of your 1,000 years? I could kill both of you, and you could no more defend yourselves than a couple of sheep. I spare you, but others may kill you. Why not live bravely and die early and make room for others? Why, I, that know many more crafts than either of you, am tired of myself when I am not fighting or hunting. Sooner than face 1,000 years of it, I should kill myself, as the voice sometimes tempts me to do already. Adam. Liar. You denied just now that it called on you to pay for Abel's life with your own. Cain. The voice does not speak to me as it does to you. I am a man. You are only a grown-up child. One does not speak to a child as to a man, and a man does not listen and tremble in silence. He replies. He makes the voice respect him. In the end, he dictates what the voice shall say. Adam. May your tongue be accursed for such blasphemy. Eve. Keep a guard on your own tongue, and do not curse my son. It was Lilith who did wrong when she shared the labor of creation so unequally between man and wife. If you, Cain, had had the trouble of making Abel, or had had to make another man to replace him when he was gone, you would not have killed him. You would have risked your own life to save his. That is why all this empty talk of yours, which tempted Adam just now when he threw down his spade and listened to you for a while, went by me like foul wind that has passed over a dead body. That is why there is enmity between woman the creator and man the destroyer. I know you. I am your mother. You are idle, you are selfish. It is long and hard and painful to create life. It is short and easy to steal the life others have made. When you dug, you made the earth live and bring forth as I live and bring forth. It was for that Lilith set you free from the travail of women, not for theft and murder. Cain. The devil thank her for it. I can make better use of my time than to play the husband to the clay beneath my feet. Adam. Devil? What new word is that? Cain. Hearken to me, old fool. I have never in my soul listened willingly when you told me of the voice that whispers to you. There must be two voices, one that gulls and despises you, and another that trusts and respects me. I call yours the devil. Mine I call the voice of God. Adam. Mine is the voice of life. yours the voice of death. Cain. Be it so, for it whispers to me that death is not really death, that it is the gate of another life, a life infinitely splendid and intense, a life of the soul alone, a life without clods or spades, hunger or fatigue. Eve. Selfish and idle. Cain. I know. Cain. Selfish, yes. A life in which no man is his brother's keeper because his brother can keep himself. But am I idle? In rejecting your drudgery, have I not embraced evils and agonies of which you know nothing? The arrow is lighter in the hand than the spade, but the energy that drives it through the breast of a fighter is as fire to water compared with the strength that drives the spade into the harmless, dirty clay. My strength is as the strength of 10, because my heart is pure. Adam. What is that word? What is pure? Cain. Turned from the clay, turned upward to the sun, to the clear, clean heavens. Adam. The heavens are empty, child. The earth is fruitful. The earth feeds us. It gives us the strength by which we made you and all mankind. Cut off from the clay which you despise, you would perish miserably. Cain. I revolt against the clay. I revolt against the food. You say it gives us strength. Does it not also turn into filth and smite us with diseases? I revolt against these births that you and mother are so proud of. They drag us down to the level of the beasts. If that is to be the last thing, as it has been the first, let mankind perish. If I am to eat like a bear, if Lua is to bring forth cubs like a bear, then I had rather be a bear than a man, for the bear is not ashamed. He knows no better. If you are content like the bear, I am not. Stay with the woman who gives you children. I will go to the woman who gives me dreams. Grope in the ground for your food. I will bring it from the skies with my arrows, or strike it down as it roams the earth in the pride of its life. If I must have food or die, I will at least have it at as far a remove from the earth as I can. The ox shall make it something nobler than grass before it comes to me. And as the man is nobler than the ox, I shall some day let my enemy eat the ox, and then I will slay and eat him. Adam. Monster! You hear this, Eve? Eve. So that is what comes of turning your face to the clean, clear heavens. Man-eating, child-eating. For that is what it would come to, just as it came to lambs and kids, when Abel began with sheep and goats. You are a poor, silly creature after all. Do you think I never have these thoughts? I, who have the labor of the childbearing? I, who have the drudgery of preparing the food? I thought for a moment that perhaps this strong, brave son of mine, who could imagine something better and could desire what he imagined, might also be able to will what he desired until he created it. And all that comes of it is that he wants to be a bear and eat children. Even a bear would not eat a man if it could get honey instead. Cain. I do not want to be a bear. I do not want to eat children. I do not know what I want, except that I want to be something higher and nobler than this stupid old digger whom Lilith made to help you to bring me into the world, and whom you despise now that he has served your turn. Adam, in sullen rage. I have half a mind to show you that my spade can split your undutiful head open in spite of your spear. Cain. Undutiful? Ha, ha! Flourishing his spear. Try it, old everybody's father. Try a taste of fighting. Eve. Peace, peace, you two fools. Sit down and be quiet, and listen to me. Adam, with a weary shrug, throws down his spade. Cain, with a laughing one, throws down his shield and spear. Both sit on the ground. I hardly know which of you satisfies me least, you with your dirty digging, or he with his dirty killing. I cannot think it was for either of these cheap ways of life that Lilith set you free. To Adam. You dig roots and coax grains out of the earth. Why do you not draw down a divine sustenance from the skies? He steals and kills for his food, and makes up idle poems of life after death, and dresses up his terror-ridden life with fine words, and his disease-ridden body with fine clothes, so that men may glorify and honor him, instead of cursing him as murderer and thief. All you men, except only Adam, are my sons, or my sons' sons, or my sons' sons' sons. You all come to see me. You all show off before me. All your little wisdoms and accomplishments are trotted out before Mother Eve. The diggers come, the fighters and killers come. They are both very dull, for they either complain to me of the last harvest, or boast to me of the last fight. And one harvest is just like another, and the last fight only a repetition of the first. Oh, I have heard it all 1,000 times. They tell me, too, of their last born, the clever thing the darling child said yesterday, and how much more wonderful or witty or quaint it is than any child that ever was born before. And I have to pretend to be surprised, delighted, interested, though the last child is like the first, and has said and done nothing that did not delight Adam and me when you and Abel said it. For you were the first children in the world, and filled us with such wonder and delight as no couple can ever feel again while the world lasts. When I can bear no more, I go to our old garden, that is now a mass of nettles and thistles, in the hope of finding the serpent to talk to. But you have made the serpent our enemy. She has left the garden, or is dead. I never see her now. So I have to come back and listen to Adam saying the same thing for the 10,000th time, or to receive a visit from the last great-great-grandson who has grown up and wants to impress me with his importance. Oh, it is dreary, dreary, and there is yet nearly 700 years of it to endure. Cain. Poor mother. You see, life is too long. One tires of everything. There is nothing new under the sun. Adam to Eve grumpily. Why do you live on if you can find nothing better to do than complain? Eve. Because there is still hope. Cain. Of what? Eve. Of the coming true, of your dreams and mine, of newly created things, of better things. My sons and my sons' sons are not all diggers and fighters. Some of them will neither dig nor fight. They are more useless than either of you. They are weaklings and cowards. They are vain. Yet they are dirty, and will not take the trouble to cut their hair. They borrow and never pay. But one gives them what they want because they tell beautiful lies in beautiful words. They can remember their dreams. They can dream without sleeping. They have not will enough to create instead of dreaming. But the serpent said that every dream could be willed into creation by those strong enough to believe in it. There are others who cut reeds of different lengths and blow through them, making lovely patterns of sound in the air, and some of them can weave the patterns together, sounding 3 reeds at the same time, and raising my soul to things for which I have no words. And others make little mammoths out of clay, or make faces appear on flat stones, and ask me to create women for them with such faces. I have watched those faces and willed, and then I have made a woman-child that has grown up quite like them. And others think of numbers without having to count on their fingers, and watch the sky at night, and give names to the stars, and can foretell when the sun will be covered with a black saucepan lid. And there is Tubal, who made this wheel for me, which has saved me so much labor. And there is Enoch, who walks on the hills, and hears the voice continually, and has given up his will to do the will of the voice, and has some of the voice's greatness. When they come, there is always some new wonder or some new hope, something to live for. They never want to die because they are always learning and always creating either things or wisdom, or at least dreaming of them. And then you, Cain, come to me with your stupid fighting and destroying and your foolish boasting, and you want me to tell you that it is all splendid, and that you are heroic, and that nothing but death or the dread of death makes life worth living. Away with you, naughty child, and do you, Adam, go on with your work, and not waste your time listening to it. Cain. I am not, perhaps, very clever, but Eve, interrupting him, perhaps not, But do not begin to boast of that. It is no credit to you. Cain. For all that, mother, I have an instinct which tells me that death plays its part in life. Tell me this, who invented death? Adam springs to his feet. Eve drops her distaff. Both show the greatest consternation. Cain. What is the matter with you both? Adam. Boy, you have asked us a terrible question. Eve. You invented murder. Let that be enough for you. Cain. Murder is not death. You know what I mean. Those whom I slay would die if I spared them. If I am not slain, yet I shall die. Who put this upon me? I say, who invented death? Adam. Be reasonable, boy. Could you bear to live forever? You think you could because you know that you will never have to make your thought good. But I have known what it is to sit and brood under the terror of eternity, of immortality. Think of it, man. To have no escape. To be Adam, 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 through more days than there are grains of sand by the two rivers, and then be as far from the end as ever. I, who have so much in me that I hate and long to cast off, be thankful to your parents, who enabled you to hand on your burden to new and better men, and won for you an eternal rest, for it was we who invented death. Cain, rising. You did well. I, too, do not want to live forever. But if you invented death, why do you blame me, who am a minister of death? Adam. I do not blame you. Go in peace. Leave me to my digging, and your mother to her spinning. Cain. Well, I will leave you to it, though I have shown you a better way. He picks up his shield and spear. I will go back to my brave warrior friends and their splendid women. He strides to the thornbrake. When Adam delved and Eve span, where was then the gentleman? He goes away, roaring with laughter, which ceases as he cries from the distance, Goodbye, mother! Adam, grumbling. He might have put the hurdle back, lazy hound. He replaces the hurdle across the passage. Eve. Through him and his like, death is gaining on life. Already most of our grandchildren die before they have sense enough to know how to live. Adam. No matter. He spits on his hands and takes up the spade again. Life is still long enough to learn to dig, short as they are making it. Eve, musing. Yes, to dig and to fight. But is it long enough for the other things, the great things? Will they live long enough to eat manna? Adam. What is manna? Eve. Food drawn down from heaven, made out of the air, not dug dirtily from the earth. Will they learn all the ways of all the stars in their little time? It took Enoch 200 years to learn to interpret the will of the voice. When he was a mere child of 80, his babyish attempts to understand the voice were more dangerous than the wrath of Cain. If they shorten their lives, they will dig and fight and kill and die, and their baby Enochs will tell them that it is the will of the voice that they should dig and fight and kill and die forever. Adam. If they are lazy and have a will towards death, I cannot help it. I will live my 1,000 years. If they will not, let them die and be damned. Eve. Damned? What is that? Adam. The state of them that love death more than life. Go on with your spinning, and do not sit there idle while I am straining my muscles for you. Eve, slowly taking up her distaff. If you were not a fool, you would find something better for both of us to live by than this spinning and digging. Adam. Go on with your work, I tell you, or you shall go without bread. Eve. Man need not always live by bread alone. There is something else. We do not yet know what it is, but some day we shall find out, and then we will live on that alone, and there shall be no more digging, nor spinning, nor fighting, nor killing. She spins resignedly. He digs impatiently. End of Act 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2.
Section 9 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 9. Part 2. The Gospel of the Brothers Barnabas. In the first years after the war, an impressive-looking gentleman of 50 is seated writing in a well-furnished, spacious study. He is dressed in black. His coat is a frock coat. His tie is white, and his waistcoat, though it is not quite a clergyman's waistcoat, and his collar, though it buttons in front instead of behind, combine with the prosperity indicated by his surroundings and his air of personal distinction to suggest the clerical dignitary. Still, he is clearly neither dean nor bishop. He is rather too starkly intellectual for a popular free church enthusiast, and he is not careworn enough to be a great headmaster. The study windows, which have broad, comfortable window seats, overlook Hampstead Heath towards London. Consequently, it being a fine afternoon in spring, the room is sunny. As you face these windows, you have on your right the fireplace with a few logs smouldering in it, and a couple of comfortable library chairs on the hearthrug. Beyond it and beside it, the door. Before you, the writing table, at which the clerical gentleman sits a little to your left, facing the door, with his right profile presented to you. On your left, a settee, and on your right, a couple of Chippendale chairs. There is also an upholstered square stool in the middle of the room, against the writing table. The walls are covered with bookshelves above, and lockers beneath. The door opens, and another gentleman, shorter than the clerical one, within a year or two of the same age, dressed in a well-worn tweed lounge suit, with a short beard and much less style in his bearing and carriage, looks in. The clerical gentleman, familiar and by no means cordial. "Hello! I didn't expect you until the 5 o'clock train." The tweeded gentleman, coming in very slowly. "I have something on my mind. I thought I'd come early." The clerical gentleman, throwing down his pen. "What is on your mind?" The tweeded gentleman, sitting down on the stool, heavily preoccupied with his thought. "I have made up my mind at last about the time. I make it 300 years. The clerical gentleman, sitting up energetically. "Now that is extraordinary, most extraordinary. The very last words I wrote when you interrupted me were at least 3 centuries. He snatches up his manuscript and points to it. "Here it is," reading. "The term of human life must be extended to at least 3 centuries. The tweeded gentleman. "How did you arrive at it?" A parlour-maid opens the door, ushering in a young clergyman. The parlour-maid. "Mr. Haslam." She withdraws. The visitor is so very unwelcome that his host forgets to rise, and the 2 brothers stare at the intruder, quite unable to conceal their dismay. Haslam, who has nothing clerical about him except his collar, and wears a snuff-coloured suit, smiles with a frank schoolboyishness that makes it impossible to be unkind to him, and explodes into obviously unpremeditated speech. Haslam. "I'm afraid I'm an awful nuisance. I'm the rector, and I suppose one ought to call on people." The tweeded gentleman, in ghostly tones. "We're not church people, you know." Haslam. "Oh, I don't mind that if you don't. The church people here are mostly as dull as ditch water. I have heard such a lot about you, and there are so jolly few people to talk to. I thought you perhaps wouldn't mind. Do you mind? For of course I'll go like a shot if I'm in the way." The clerical gentleman, rising, disarmed. "Sit down, Mr. Haslam." "Haslam." The clerical gentleman. "Mr. Haslam." The tweeded gentleman, rising and offering him the stool. "Sit down." He retreats towards the Chippendale chairs. Haslam, sitting down on the stool. "Thanks awfully." The clerical gentleman, resuming his seat. "This is my brother Conrad, professor of biology at Jarrowfield's University, Dr. Conrad Barnabas. My name is Franklin Barnabas. I was in the church myself for some years." Haslam, sympathizing. "Yes, one can't help it. If there's a living in the family, or one's governor knows a patron, one gets shoved into the church by one's parents." Conrad, sitting down on the furthest Chippendale with a snort of amusement. Franklin. "One gets shoved out of it sometimes by one's conscience." Haslam. "Oh, yes, but
Where is a chap like me to go? I'm afraid I'm not intellectual enough to split straws when there's a job in front of me, and nothing better for me to do. I dare say the church was a bit thick for you, but it's good enough for me. It will last my time, anyhow." He laughs good-humouredly. Franklin, with renewed energy. "There again. You see, Con, it will last his time. Life is too short for men to take it seriously." Haslam. "That's a way of looking at it, certainly." Franklin. "I was not shoved into the church, Mr. Haslam. I felt it to be my vocation to walk with God, like Enoch. After 20 years of it, I realized that I was walking with my own ignorance and self-conceit, and that I was not within 150 years of the experience and wisdom I was pretending to." Haslam. "Now I come to think of it, old Methuselah must have had to think twice before he took on anything for life. If I thought I was going to live 960 years, I don't think I should stay in the church." Franklin. "If men lived even a third of that time, the church would be very different from the thing it is." Conrad. "If I could count on 960 years, I could make myself a real biologist instead of what I am now, a child trying to walk. Are you sure you might not become a good clergyman if you had a few centuries to do it in?" Haslam. "Oh, there's nothing much the matter with me. It's quite easy to be a decent parson. It's the church that chokes me off. I couldn't stick it for 900 years. I should chuck it. You know, sometimes when the bishop, who is the most priceless of fossils, lets off something more than usually out of date, the bird starts in my garden." Franklin. "The bird?" Haslam. "Oh, yes. There's a bird there that keeps on singing, 'Stick it or chuck it, stick it or chuck it,' just like that, for an hour on end in the spring. I wish my father had found some other shop for me." The parlour-maid comes back. The parlour-maid. "Any letters for the post, sir?" Franklin. "These." He proffers a basket of letters. She comes to the table and takes them. Haslam, to the maid. "Have you told Mr. Barnabas yet?" The parlour-maid, flinching a little. "No, sir." Franklin. "Told me what?" Haslam. "She is going to leave you?" Franklin. "Indeed? I'm sorry. Is it our fault, Mr. Haslam?" Haslam. "Not a bit. She is jolly well off here." The parlour-maid, reddening. "I have never denied it, sir. I couldn't ask for a better place. But I have only one life to live, and I mayn't get a second chance. Excuse me, sir, but the letters must go to catch the post." She goes out with the letters. The two brothers look inquiringly at Haslam. Haslam. "Silly girl, going to marry a village woodman and live in a hovel with him, and a lot of kids tumbling over one another, just because the fellow has poetic-looking eyes and a moustache." Conrad, demurring. "She said it was because she had only one life." Haslam. "Same thing, poor girl. The fellow persuaded her to chuck it, and when she marries him, she'll have to stick it. A rotten state of things, I call it." Conrad. "You see, she hasn't time to find out what life really means. She has to die before she knows." Haslam, agreeably. "That's it." Franklin. "She hasn't time to form a well-instructed conscience." Haslam, still more cheerfully. "Quite." Franklin. "It goes deeper. She hasn't time to form a genuine conscience at all. Some romantic points of honor, and a few conventions. A world without conscience. That is the horror of our condition." Haslam, beaming. "Simply fatuous." Rising. "Well, I suppose I'd better be going. It's most awfully good of you to put up with my calling." Conrad, in his former low, ghostly tone. "You needn't go, you know, if you are really interested." Haslam, fed up. "Well, I'm afraid I ought to. I really must get back. I have something to do in the—" Franklin, smiling benignly and rising to proffer his hand. "Good-bye." Conrad, gruffly, giving him up as a bad job. "Good-bye." Haslam. "Good-bye. Sorry." As the rector moves to shake hands with Franklin, feeling that he is making a frightful mess of his departure, a vigorous, sunburnt young lady with hazel hair cut to the level of her neck, like an Italian youth in a Cozzoli picture, comes in impetuously. She seems to have nothing on but her short skirt, her blouse, her stockings, and a pair of Norwegian shoes. In short, she is a simple lifer. The simple lifer, swooping on Conrad and kissing him. "Hallo, nunk! You're before your time." Conrad, "Behave yourself. There's a visitor." She turns quickly and sees the rector. She instinctively switches at her Guzzoli fringe with her fingers, but gives it up as hopeless. Franklin, "Mr. Haslam, our new rector." To Haslam, "My daughter, Cynthia." Conrad, "Usually called Savvy, short for Savage." Savvy, "I usually call Mr. Haslam Bill, short for William." She strolls to the hearthrug and surveys them calmly from that commanding position. Franklin, "You know him?" Savvy, "Rather. Sit down, Bill." Franklin, "Mr. Haslam is going, Savvy. He has an engagement." Savvy, "I know. I'm the engagement." Conrad, "In that case, would you mind taking him into the garden while I talk to your father?" Savvy, to Haslam, "Tennis?" Haslam, "Rather." Savvy, "Come on." She dances out. He runs boyishly after her. Franklin, leaving his table and beginning to walk up and down the room discontentedly. "Savvy's manners jar on me. They would have horrified her grandmother." Conrad, obstinately, "They are happier manners than mother's manners." Franklin, "Yes, they are franker, wholesomer, better in 100 ways. And yet I squirm at them. I cannot get it out of my head that mother was a well-mannered woman and that Savvy has no manners at all." Conrad, "There wasn't any pleasure in mother's fine manners. That makes a biological difference." Franklin, "But there was beauty in mother's manners, grace in them, style in them, above all, decision in them. Savvy is such a cub." Conrad, "So she ought to be at her age." Franklin, "There it comes again, her age, her age." Conrad, "You want her to be fully grown at 18. You want to force her into a stuck-up, artificial, premature self-possession before she has any self to possess. You just let her alone. She is right enough for her years." Franklin, "I have let her alone, and look at the result. Like all the other young people who have been let alone, she becomes a socialist. That is, she becomes hopelessly demoralized." Conrad, "Well, aren't you a socialist?" Franklin, "Yes, but that's not the same thing. You and I were brought up in the old bourgeois morality. We were taught bourgeois manners and bourgeois points of honor. Bourgeois manners may be snobbish manners. There may be no pleasure in them, as you say. But they are better than no manners. Many bourgeois points of honor may be false, but at least they exist. The women know what to expect and what is expected of them. Savvy doesn't. She is a Bolshevist and nothing else. She has to improvise her manners and her conduct as she goes along. It's often charming, no doubt, but sometimes she puts her foot in it frightfully, and then I feel that she is blaming me for not teaching her better." Conrad, "Well, you have something better to teach her now, at all events." Franklin, "Yes, but it is too late. She doesn't trust me now. She doesn't talk about such things to me. She doesn't read anything I write. She never comes to hear me lecture. I'm out of it as far as Savvy is concerned." He resumes his seat at the writing table. Conrad, "I must have a talk to her." Franklin, "Perhaps she will listen to you. You are not her father." Conrad, "I sent her my last book. I can break the ice by asking her what she made of it." Franklin, "When she heard you were coming, she asked me whether all the leaves were cut in case it fell into your hands. She hasn't read a word of it." Conrad, rising indignantly, "What?" Franklin, inexorably, "Not a word of it." Conrad, beaten, "Well, I suppose it's only natural. Biology is a dry subject for a girl, and I am a pretty dry old codger." He sits down again, resignedly. Franklin, "Brother, if that is so, if biology as you have worked at it, and religion as I have worked at it, are dry subjects, like the old stuff they taught under these names, and we too are dry old codgers like the old preachers and professors, then the gospel of the brothers Barnabas is a delusion. Unless this withered thing, religion, and this dry thing, science, have come alive in our hands, alive and intensely interesting, they may just as well go out and dig the garden until it is time to dig our graves." The parlour-maid returns. Franklin is impatient at the interruption. "Well, what is it now?" The parlour-maid, "Mr. Joyce Burge on the telephone, sir. He wants to speak to you." Franklin, astonished, "Mr. Joyce Burge?" The parlour-maid, "Yes, sir.
Franklin to Conrad. What on earth does this mean? I haven't heard from him, nor exchanged a word with him for years. I resigned the chairmanship of the Liberal Association and shook the dust of party politics from my feet before he was Prime Minister in the coalition. Of course, he dropped me like a hot potato. Conrad. Well, now that the coalition has chucked him out, and he is only one of the half-dozen leaders of the opposition, perhaps he wants to pick you up again. The parlour-maid, warningly. He is holding the line, sir. Franklin. Yes, all right. He hurries out. The parlour-maid goes to the hearthrug to make up the fire. Conrad rises and strolls to the middle of the room, where he stops and looks quizzically down at her. Conrad. So, you have only one life to live, eh? The parlour-maid, dropping on her knees in consternation. I meant no offence, sir. Conrad. You didn't give any. But you know you could live a devil of a long life if you really wanted to. The parlour-maid, sitting down on her heels. Oh, don't say that, sir. It's so unsettling. Conrad. Why? Have you been thinking about it? The parlour-maid. It would never have come into my head if you hadn't put it there, sir. Me and Cook had a look at your book. Conrad. What? You and Cook had a look at my book? And my niece wouldn't open it. The prophet is without honour in his own family. Well, what do you think of living for several hundred years? Are you going to have a try for it? The parlour-maid. Well, of course you're not in earnest, sir, but it does set one thinking, especially when one is going to be married. Conrad. What has that to do with it? He may live as long as you know. The parlour-maid. That's just it, sir. You see, he must take me for better or worse till death do us part. Do you think he would be so ready to do that, sir, if he thought it might be for several 100 years? Conrad. That's true. And what about yourself? The parlour-maid. Oh, I tell you straight out, sir, I've never promised to live with the same man as long as that. I wouldn't put up with my own children as long as that. Why, Cook figured it out, sir, that when you were only 200 you might marry your own great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson and not even know who he was. Conrad. Well, why not? For all you know, the man you are going to marry may be your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother's great-great-great-great-great-grandson. The parlour-maid. But do you think it would ever be thought respectable, sir? Conrad. My good girl, all biological necessities have to be made respectable whether we like it or not. So you needn't worry yourself about that. Franklin returns and crosses the room to his chair, but does not sit down. The parlour-maid goes out. Conrad. Well, what does Joyce Burge want? Franklin. Oh, a silly misunderstanding. I have promised to address a meeting at Middlesbrough, and some fool has put it into the papers that I am coming to Middlesbrough without any explanation. Of course, now that we are on the eve of a general election, political people think I am coming there to contest the parliamentary seat. Burge knows that I have a following, and thinks I could get into the House of Commons and head a group there. So he insists on coming to see me. He is staying with some people at Dollis Hill, and will be here in 5 or 10 minutes, he says. Conrad. But didn't you tell him that it's a false alarm? Franklin. Of course I did, but he won't believe me. Conrad. Called you a liar, in fact? Franklin. No, I wish he had. Any sort of plain speaking is better than the nauseous sham good fellowship our democratic public men get up for shop use. He pretends to believe me, and assures me his visit is quite disinterested, but why should he come if he has no axe to grind? These chaps never believe anything they say themselves, and naturally they cannot believe anything anyone else says. Conrad, rising. Well, I shall clear out. It was hard enough to stand the party politicians before the war, but now that they have managed to half kill Europe between them, I can't be civil to them, and I don't see why I should be. Franklin. Wait a bit. We have to find out how the world will take our new gospel. Conrad sits down again. Party politicians are still, unfortunately, an important part of the world. Suppose we try it on Joyce Burge. Conrad. How can you? You can tell things only to people who can listen. Joyce Burge has talked so much that he has lost the power of listening. He doesn't listen even in the House of Commons.
Savvy rushes in, breathless, followed by Haslam, who remains timidly just inside the door. Savvy, running to Franklin. "I say, who do you think has just driven up in a big car?" Franklin. "Mr. Joyce Burge, perhaps?" Savvy, disappointed. "Oh, they know, Bill. Why didn't you tell us he was coming? I have nothing on." Haslam. "I'd better go, hadn't I?" Conrad. "You just wait here, both of you. When you start yawning, Joyce Burge will take that hint, perhaps." Savvy to Franklin. "May we?" Franklin. "Yes, if you promise to behave yourself." Savvy, making a wry face. "That will be a treat, won't it?" The parlour maid, entering and announcing, "Mr. Joyce Burge." Haslam hastily moves to the fireplace, and the parlour maid goes out and shuts the door when the visitor has passed in. Franklin, hurrying past Savvy to his guest with the false cordiality he has just been denouncing. "Oh, here you are. Delighted to see you." He shakes Burge's hand and introduces Savvy. "My daughter." Savvy, not daring to approach. "Very kind of you to come." Joyce Burge stands fast and says nothing, but he screws up his cheeks into a smile at each introduction, and makes his eyes shine in a very winning manner. He is a well-fed man, turned 50, with broad forehead and grey hair, which, his neck being short, falls almost to his collar. Franklin. "Mr. Haslam, our rector." Burge conveys an impression of shining like a church window, and Haslam seizes the nearest library chair on the hearth and swings it round for Burge between the stool and Conrad. He then retires to the window-seat at the other side of the room, and is joined by Savvy. They sit there side by side, hunched up with their elbows on their knees and their chins on their hands, providing Burge with a sort of stranger's gallery during the ensuing sitting. Franklin. "I forget whether you know my brother Conrad. He is a biologist." Burge, suddenly bursting into energetic action and shaking hands heartily with Conrad. "By reputation only, but very well, of course. How I wish I could have devoted myself to biology! I have always been interested in rocks and strata and volcanoes and so forth. They throw such a light on the age of the earth." With conviction. "There is nothing like biology. The cloud-capped towers, the solemn binnacles, the gorgeous temples, the great globe itself, yea, all that it inherits shall dissolve, and like this influential pageant, faded, leave not a rack behind. That's biology, you know, good sound biology." He sits down. So do the others, Franklin on the stool, and Conrad on his Chippendale. "Well, my dear Barnabas, what do you think of the situation? Don't you think the time has come for us to make a move?" Franklin. "The time has always come to make a move." Burge. "How true! But what is the move to be? You are a man of enormous influence. We know that. We've always known it. We have to consult you whether we like it or not. Franklin, interrupting firmly. "I never meddle in party politics now." Savvy. "It's no use saying you have no influence, Daddy. Heaps of people swear by you." Burge, shining at her. "Of course they do. Come, let me prove to you what we think of you. Shall we find you a first-rate constituency to contest at the next election? One that won't cost you a penny. A metropolitan seat. What do you say to the Strand?" Franklin. "My dear Burge, I am not a child. Why do you go on wasting your party funds on the Strand? You know you cannot win it." Burge. "We cannot win it, but you." Franklin. "Oh, please." Savvy. "The Strand's no use, Mr. Burge. I once canvassed for a socialist there. Cheese it." Burge. "Cheese it?" Haslam, spluttering with suppressed laughter. "Priceless." Savvy. "Well, I suppose I shouldn't say cheese it to a right honourable, but the Strand, you know, do come off it." Franklin. "You must excuse my daughter's shocking manners, Burge, but I agree with her that popular democratic statesmen soon come to believe that everyone they speak to is an ignorant dupe and a born fool into the bargain." Burge, laughing genially. "You old aristocrat, you! But believe me, the instinct of the people is sound." Conrad, cutting in sharply. "Then why are you in the opposition instead of in the government?" Burge, showing signs of temper under his heckling.
I deny that I am in the opposition morally. The government does not represent the country. I was chucked out of the coalition by a Tory conspiracy. The people want me back. I don't want to go back. Franklin gently remonstrated. My dear Burge, of course you do. Burge, turning on him. Not a bit of it. I want to cultivate my garden. I am not interested in politics. I am interested in roses. I haven't a scrap of ambition. I went into politics because my wife shoved me into them, bless her. But I want to serve my country. What else am I for? I want to save my country from the Tories. They don't represent the people. The man they have made Prime Minister has never represented the people, and you know it. Lord Dunreen is the bitterest old Tory left alive. What has he to offer to the people? Franklin, cutting in before Burge can proceed, as he evidently intends, to answer his own question, I will tell you. He has ascertainable beliefs and principles to offer. The people know where they are with Lord Dunreen. They know what he thinks right and what he thinks wrong. With your followers, they never know where they are. With you, they never know where they are. Burge, amazed. With me? Franklin, well, where are you? What are you? Burge, Barnabas, you must be mad. You ask me what I am? Franklin, I do. Burge, I am, if I mistake not, Joyce Burge, pretty well known throughout Europe, and indeed throughout the world, as the man who, unworthily perhaps, but not quite unsuccessfully, held the helm when the ship of state weathered the mightiest hurricane that has ever burst with earth-shaking violence on the land of our fathers. Franklin, I know that. I know who you are, and the earth-shaking part of it, to me, is that though you were placed in that enormously responsible position, neither I nor anyone else knows what your beliefs are, or even whether you have either beliefs or principles. What we did know was that your government was formed largely of men who regarded you as a robber of hen-roosts, and whom you regarded as enemies of the people. Burge, adroitly as he thinks. I agree with you. I agree with you absolutely. I don't believe in coalition governments. Franklin, precisely. Yet you formed two. Burge, why? Because we were at war. That is what you fellows never would realize. The Hun was at the gate, our country, our lives, the honor of our wives and mothers and daughters, the tender flesh of our innocent babes were at stake. Was that a time to argue about principles? Franklin, I should say it was the time of all others to confirm the resolution of our own men and gain the confidence and support of public opinion throughout the world by a declaration of principle. Do you think the Hun would ever have come to the gate if he had known that it would be shut in his face on principle? Did he not hold his own against you until America boldly affirmed the democratic principle and came to our rescue? Why did you let America snatch that honor from England? Burge, Barnabas, America was carried away by words and had to eat them at the peace conference. Beware of eloquence. It is the bane of popular speakers like you. Exclaiming all together, Franklin, well, savvy, I like that. Haslam, priceless. Burge, continuing remorselessly, come down to facts. It wasn't principle that won the war. It was the British fleet and the blockade. America found the talk. I found the shells. You cannot win wars by principles, but you can win elections by them. There I am with you. You want the next election to be fought on principles. That is what it comes to, doesn't it? Franklin, I don't want it to be fought at all. An election is a moral horror, as bad as a battle except for the blood. A mud bath for every soul concerned in it. You know very well that it will not be fought on principle. Burge, on the contrary, it will be fought on nothing else. I believe a program is a mistake. I agree with you that principle is what we want. Franklin, principle without program, eh? Burge, exactly. There it is, in 3 words. Franklin, why not in 1 word? Platitudes. That is what principle without program means. Burge, puzzled but patient, trying to get at Franklin's drift in order to ascertain his price. I have not made myself clear. Listen, I am agreeing with you. I am on your side. I am accepting your proposal. There isn't going to be any more coalition. This time there won't be a Tory in the cabinet. Every candidate will have to pledge himself to free trade, slightly modified by consideration for our overseas dominions, to disestablishment, to reform of the House of Lords, to a revised scheme of taxation of land values, and to doing something or other to keep the Irish quiet. Does that satisfy you? Franklin. It does not even interest me. Suppose your friends do commit themselves to all this. What does it prove about them except that they are hopelessly out of date even in party politics, that they have learnt nothing and forgotten nothing since 1885? What is it to me that they hate the church and hate the landed gentry, that they are jealous of the nobility and have shipping shares instead of manufacturing businesses in the Midlands? I can find you hundreds of the most sordid rascals or the most densely stupid reactionaries with all these qualifications. Burge. Personal abuse proves nothing. Do you suppose the Tories are all angels because they are all members of the Church of England? Franklin. No, but they stand together as members of the Church of England, whereas your people, in attacking the Church, are all over the shop. The supporters of the Church are of one mind about religion. Its enemies are of a dozen minds. The churchmen are a phalanx. Your people are a mob, in which atheists are jostled by Plymouth Brethren and positivists by pillars of fire. You have with you all the crudest unbelievers and all the crudest fanatics. Burge. We stand, as Cromwell did, for liberty of conscience, if that is what you mean. Franklin. How can you talk such rubbish over the graves of your conscientious objectors? All law limits liberty of conscience. If a man's conscience allows him to steal your watch and to shirk military service, how much liberty do you allow it? Liberty of conscience is not my point. Burge, testily. I wish you would come to your point. Half the time you are saying that you must have principles, and when I offer you principles, you say they won't work. Franklin. You have not offered me any principles. Your party shibboleths are not principles. If you get into power again, you will find yourself at the head of a rabble of socialists and anti-socialists, of jingo imperialists and little Englanders, of cast-iron materialists and ecstatic Quakers, of Christian Scientists and compulsory inoculationists, of syndicalists and bureaucrats, in short, of men differing fiercely and irreconcilably on every principle that goes to the root of human society and destiny. And the impossibility of keeping such a team together will force you to sell the pass again to the solid conservative opposition. Burge, rising in wrath. Sell the pass again? You accuse me of having sold the pass? Franklin. When the terrible impact of real warfare swept your parliamentary sham warfare into the dustbin, you had to go behind the backs of your followers and make a secret agreement with the leaders of the opposition to keep you in power on condition that you dropped all legislation of which they did not approve. And you could not even hold them to their bargain, for they presently betrayed the secret and forced the coalition on you. Burge. I solemnly declare that this is a false and monstrous accusation. Franklin. Do you deny that the thing occurred? Were the uncontradicted reports false? Were the published letters forgeries? Burge. Certainly not. But I did not do it. I was not Prime Minister then. It was that old dotard, that played-out old humbug Lubin. He was Prime Minister then, not I. Franklin. Do you mean to say you did not know? Burge, sitting down again with a shrug. Oh, I had to be told. But what could I do? If we had refused, we might have had to go out of office. Franklin. Precisely. Burge. Well, could we desert the country at such a crisis? The Hun was at a gate. Everyone has to make sacrifices for the sake of the country at such moments. We had to rise above party. And I am proud to say we never gave party a second thought. We stuck to Conrad. Office? Burge, turning to him. Yes, sir.
to office, that is, to responsibility, to danger, to heart-sickening toil, to abuse and misunderstanding, to a martyrdom that made us envy the very soldiers in the trenches. If you had had to live for months on aspirin and bromide of potassium to get a wink of sleep, you wouldn't talk about office as if it were a catch. Franklin. Still, you admit that under our parliamentary system, Lubin could not have helped himself? Verge. On that subject my lips are closed. Nothing will induce me to say one word against the old man. I never have, and I never will. Lubin is old. He has never been a real statesman. He is as lazy as a cat on a hearthrug. You can't get him to attend to anything. He is good for nothing but getting up and making speeches, with a peroration that goes down with the back benches. But I say nothing against him. I gather that you do not think much of me as a statesman. But at all events I can get things done. I can hustle. Even you will admit that. But Lubin, oh, my stars, Lubin, if you only knew. The parlour-maid opens the door and announces a visitor. The parlour-maid. Mr. Lubin. Burge, bounding from his chair. Lubin? Is this a conspiracy? They all rise in amazement, staring at the door. Lubin enters, a man at the end of his 60s, a Yorkshire man with the last traces of Scandinavian flax still in his white hair, undistinguished in stature, unassuming in his manner, and taking his simple dignity for granted, but wonderfully comfortable and quite self-assured, in contrast to the intellectual restlessness of Franklin and the mesmeric self-assertiveness of Burge. His presence suddenly brings out the fact that they are unhappy men, ill at ease, square pegs in round holes, whilst he flourishes like a primrose. The parlour-maid withdraws. Lubin, coming to Franklin. How do you do, Mr. Barnabas? He speaks very comfortably and kindly, much as if he were the host and Franklin an embarrassed but welcome guest. I had the pleasure of meeting you once at the Mansion House. I think it was to celebrate the conclusion of the 100 years' peace with America. Franklin, shaking hands. It was long before that, a meeting about Venezuela, when we were on the point of going to war with America. Lubin, not at all put out. Yes, you are quite right. I knew it was something about America. He pats Franklin's hand. And how have you been all this time? Well, eh? Franklin, smiling to soften the sarcasm. A few vicissitudes of health, naturally, in so long a time. Lubin, just so, just so. Looking round at Savvy. The young lady is Franklin, my daughter, Savvy. Savvy comes from the window between her father and Lubin. Lubin, taking her hand affectionately in both his. And why has she never come to see us? Burge, I don't know whether you have noticed, Lubin, that I am present. Savvy takes advantage of this diversion to slip away to the settee, where she is stealthily joined by Haslam, who sits down on her left. Lubin, seating himself in Burge's chair with ineffable comfortableness. My dear Burge, if you imagine that it is possible to be within 10 miles of your energetic presence without being acutely aware of it, you do yourself the greatest injustice. How are you? And how are your good newspaper friends? Burge makes an explosive movement, but Lubin goes on calmly and sweetly. And what are you doing here with my old friend Barnabas, if I may ask? Burge, sitting down in Conrad's chair, leaving him standing uneasily in the corner. Well, just what you're doing, if you want to know. I am trying to enlist Mr. Barnabas's valuable support for my party. Lubin. Your party, eh? The newspaper party? Burge. The Liberal Party, the party of which I have the honour to be leader. Lubin. Have you now? That's very interesting, for I thought I was the leader of the Liberal Party. However, it is very kind of you to take it off my hands, if the party will let you. Burge. Do you suggest that I have not the support and confidence of the party? Lubin. I don't suggest anything, my dear Burge. Mr. Barnabas will tell you that we all think very highly of you. The country owes you a great deal. During the war, you did very creditably over the munitions, and if you were not quite so successful with the peace, nobody doubted that you meant well. Burge. Very kind of you, Lubin. Let me remark that you cannot lead a progressive party without getting a move on. Lubin. You mean you cannot. I did it for 10 years without the least difficulty, and very comfortable, prosperous, pleasant years they were. Burge. Yes, but what did they end in? Lubin. In you, Burge. You don't complain of that, do you? Burge, fiercely. In plague, pestilence, and famine, battle, murder, and sudden death. Lubin, with an appreciative chuckle. The nonconformist can quote the prayer book for his own purposes, I see. How you enjoyed yourself over that business, Burge. Do you remember the knockout blow? Burge. It came off. Don't forget that. Do you remember fighting to the last drop of your blood? Lubin, unruffled, to Franklin. By the way, I remember your brother Conrad. A wonderful brain and a dear good fellow, explaining to me that I couldn't fight to the last drop of my blood because I should be dead long before I came to it. Most interesting and quite true. He was introduced to me at a meeting where the suffragettes kept disturbing me. They had to be carried out, kicking and making a horrid disturbance. Conrad. No, it was later, at a meeting to support the franchise bill, which gave them the vote. Lubin, discovering Conrad's presence for the first time. You're right, it was. I knew it had something to do with women. My memory never deceives me. Thank you. Will you introduce me to this gentleman, Barnabas? Conrad, not at all affably. I am the Conrad in question. He sits down in dudgeon on the vacant Chippendale. Lubin. Are you? Looking at him pleasantly. Yes, of course you are. I never forget a face. But, with an arch turn of his eyes to Savvy, your pretty niece engaged all my powers of vision. Burge. I wish you'd be serious, Lubin. God knows we have passed through times terrible enough to make any man serious. Lubin. I do not think I need to be reminded of that. In peacetime I used to keep myself fresh for my work by banishing all worldly considerations from my mind on Sundays. But war has no respect for the Sabbath, and there have been Sundays within the last few years on which I have had to play as many as 66 games of bridge to keep my mind off the news from the front. Burge, scandalized. 66 games of bridge on Sunday? Lubin. You probably sang 66 hymns. But as I cannot boast either your admirable voice or your spiritual fervor, I had to fall back on bridge. Franklin. If I may go back to the subject of your visit, it seems to me that you may both be completely superseded by the Labour Party. Burge. But I am, in the truest sense, myself a Labour leader. He stops as Lubin has risen with a half-suppressed yawn, and is already talking calmly, but without a pretence of interest. Lubin. The Labour Party. Oh, no, Mr. Barnabas. No. He moves in Savvy's direction. There will be no trouble about that. Of course, we must give them a few seats. More, I quite admit, than we should have dreamt of leaving to them before the war, but by this time he has reached the sofa where Savvy and Haslam are seated. He sits down between them, takes her hand, and drops the subject of Labour. Well, my dear young lady, what is the latest news? What's going on? Have you seen Shoddy's new play? Tell me all about it, and all about the latest books, and all about everything. Savvy. You have not met Mr. Haslam, our rector. Lubin, who has quite overlooked Haslam. Never heard of him. Is he any good? Franklin. I was introducing him. This is Mr. Haslam. Haslam. How d'ye do? Lubin. I beg your pardon, Mr. Haslam. Delighted to meet you. To Savvy. Well now, how many books have you written? Savvy, rather overwhelmed, but attracted. None. I don't write. Lubin. You don't say so. Well, what do you do? Music? Skirt dancing? Savvy. I don't do anything. Lubin. Thank God, you and I were born for one another. Who is your favorite poet, Sally? Savvy. Savvy. Lubin. Savvy? I never heard of him. Tell me all about him. Keep me up to date. Savvy. It's not a poet. I am Savvy, not Sally. Lubin. Savvy? That's a funny name, but very pretty. Savvy. It sounds Chinese. What does it mean? Conrad. Short for savage. Lubin, patting her hand. La belle sauvage. Haslam, rising and surrendering Savvy to Lubin by crossing to the fireplace. I suppose the Church is out of it as far as progressive politics are concerned. Burge. Nonsense. That notion about the Church being unprogressive is one of those shibboleths that our party must drop. The Church is all right, essentially. Get rid of the establishment, get rid of the bishops, get rid of the candlesticks, get rid of the 39 Articles, and the Church of England is just as good as any other church, and I don't care who hears me say so. Lubin. It doesn't matter a bit who hears you say so, my dear Burge. To Savvy. Who did you say your favourite poet was? Savvy. I don't make pets of poets. Who's yours? Lubin. Horace. Savvy. Horace who? Lubin. Quintus Horatius Flaccus, the noblest Roman of them all, my dear. Savvy. Oh, if he is dead, that explains it. I have a theory that all the dead people we feel especially interested in must have been ourselves. You must be Horace's reincarnation. Lubin, delighted. That is the very most charming and penetrating and intelligent thing that has ever been said to me. Barnabas, would you exchange daughters with me? I can give you your choice of 2. Franklin. Man proposes, Savvy disposes. Lubin. What does Savvy say? Burge. Lubin, I came here to talk politics. Lubin. Yes, you have only one subject. Burge. I came here to talk to Savvy. Take Burge into the next room, Barnabas, and let him rip. Burge, half angry, half indulgent. No, but really, Lubin, we are at a crisis. Lubin. My dear Burge, life is a disease, and the only difference between one man and another is the stage of the disease at which he lives. You are always at the crisis. I am always in the convalescent stage. I enjoy convalescence. It is the part that makes the illness worthwhile. Savvy, half rising. Perhaps I'd better run away. I am distracting you. Lubin, making her sit down again. Not at all, my dear. You are only distracting Burge. Jolly good thing for him to be distracted by a pretty girl. Just what he needs. Burge. I sometimes envy you, Lubin. The great movement of mankind, the giant sweep of the ages, passes you by and leaves you standing. Lubin. It leaves me sitting, and quite comfortable, thank you. Go on sweeping. When you are tired of it, come back, and you will find England where it was, and me in my accustomed place, with Miss Savvy telling me all sorts of interesting things. Savvy, who has been growing more and more restless. Don't let him shut you up, Mr. Burge. You know, Mr. Lubin, I am frightfully interested in the labour movement, and in theosophy, and in reconstruction after the war, and all sorts of things. I dare say the flappers in your smart set are tremendously flattered when you sit beside them and are nice to them as you are being nice to me. But I am not smart, and I am no use as a flapper. I am dowdy and serious. I want you to be serious. If you refuse, I shall go and sit beside Mr. Burge and ask him to hold my hand. Lubin. He wouldn't know how to do it, my dear. Burge has a reputation as a profligate. Burge, starting. Lubin, this is monstrous. Lubin, continuing. But he is really a model of domesticity. His name is coupled with all the most celebrated beauties. But for him there is only one woman, and that is not you, my dear, but his very charming wife. Burge. You are destroying my character in the act of pretending to save it. Have the goodness to confine yourself to your own character and your own wife. Both of them need all your attention. Lubin. I have the privilege of my age and of my transparent innocence. I have not to struggle with your volcanic energy. Burge, with an immense sense of power. No, by George. Franklin. I think I shall speak both for my brother and myself, and possibly also for my daughter, if I say that since the object of your visit and Mr. Joyce Burge's is to some extent political, we should hear with great interest something about your political aims, Mr. Lubin. Lubin.
assenting with complete good humour, and becoming attentive, clear, and businesslike in his tone. "By all means, Mr. Barnabas. What we have to consider first, I take it, is what prospect there is of our finding you beside us in the House after the next election." Franklin. "When I speak of politics, Mr. Lubin, I am not thinking of elections, or available seats, or party funds, or the registers, or even, I am sorry to have to add, of Parliament as it exists at present. I had much rather you talked about bridge than about electioneering. It is the more interesting game of the two." Burge. "He wants to discuss principles, Lubin." Lubin, very cool and clear. "I understand Mr. Barnabas quite well. But elections are unsettled things. Principles are settled things." Conrad, impatiently. "Great heavens!" Lubin, interrupting him with quiet authority. "One moment, Dr. Barnabas. The main principles on which modern civilized society is founded are pretty well understood among educated people. That is what our dangerously half-educated masses and their pet demagogues, if Burge will excuse that expression—" Burge. "Don't mind me. Go on. I shall have something to say presently." Lubin. "That is what our dangerously half-educated people do not realize. Take all this fuss about the Labour Party, with its imaginary new principles and new politics. The Labour members will find that the immutable laws of political economy take no more notice of their ambitions and aspirations than the law of gravitation. I speak, if I may say so, with knowledge, for I have made a special study of the Labour question." Franklin, with interest and some surprise. "Indeed?" Lubin. "Yes. It occurred quite at the beginning of my career. I was asked to deliver an address to the students at the Working Men's College, and I was strongly advised to comply, as Gladstone and Morley and others were doing that sort of thing at the moment. It was rather a troublesome job, because I had not gone into political economy at the time. As you know, at the university I was a classical scholar, and my profession was the law. But I looked up the textbooks and got up the case most carefully. I found that the correct view is that all this trade unionism and socialism and so forth is founded on the ignorant delusion that wages and the production and distribution of wealth can be controlled by legislation or by any human action whatever. They obey fixed scientific laws, which have been ascertained and settled finally by the highest economic authorities. Naturally, I do not at this distance of time remember the exact process of reasoning, but I can get up the case again at any time in a couple of days, and you may rely on me absolutely, should the occasion arise, to deal with all these ignorant and unpractical people in a conclusive and convincing way, except, of course, as far as it may be advisable to indulge and flatter them a little, so as to let them down without creating ill feeling in the working-class electorate. In short, I can get that lecture up again almost at a moment's notice." Savvy. "But, Mr. Lubin, I have had a university education too, and all this about wages and distribution being fixed by immutable laws of political economy is obsolete rot." Franklin, shocked. "Oh, my dear, that is not polite." Lubin. No. Don't scold her. She mustn't be scolded." To Savvy. "I understand. You are a disciple of Karl Marx." Savvy. No. Karl Marx's economics are all rot." Lubin, at last a little taken aback. "Dear me." Savvy. "You must excuse me, Mr. Lubin, but it's like hearing a man talk about the Garden of Eden." Conrad. "Why shouldn't he talk about the Garden of Eden? It was a first attempt at biology, anyhow." Lubin, recovering his self-possession. "I am sound on the Garden of Eden. I have heard of Darwin." Savvy. "But Darwin is all rot." Lubin. "What? Already?" Savvy. "It's no good your smiling at me like a Cheshire cat, Mr. Lubin, and I am not going to sit here mum-chance like an old-fashioned goody-goody wife while you men monopolize the conversation and pay out the very ghastliest exploded drivel as the latest thing in politics. I am not giving you my own ideas, Mr. Lubin, but just the regular orthodox science of today. Only the most awful old fossils think that socialism is bad economics and that Darwin invented evolution,
Ask papa. Ask uncle. Ask the first person you meet in the street. She rises and crosses to Haslam. Give me a cigarette, Bill, will you? Haslam. Priceless, he complies. Franklin. Savvy has not lived long enough to have any manners, Mr. Lubin, but that is where you stand with the younger generation. Don't smoke, dear. Savvy, with a shrug of rather mutinous resignation, throws the cigarette into the fire. Haslam, on the point of lighting one for himself, changes his mind. End of section 9. Section 10 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 10. Continuation of Part 2, The Gospel of the Brothers Barnabas. Lubin, shrewd and serious. Mr. Barnabas, I confess I am surprised, and I will not pretend that I am convinced. But I am open to conviction. I may be wrong. Burge in a burst of irony. Oh, no, impossible, impossible. Lubin. Yes, Mr. Barnabas, though I do not possess Burge's genius for being always wrong, I have been in that position once or twice. I could not conceal from you, even if I wished to, that my time has been so completely filled by my professional work as a lawyer, and later on by my duties as leader of the House of Commons in the days when prime ministers were also leaders, Burge stung, not to mention bridge and smart society. Lubin, not to mention the continual and trying effort to make Burge behave himself, that I have not been able to keep my academic reading up to date. I have kept my classics brushed up out of sheer love for them, but my economics and my science, such as they were, may possibly be a little rusty. Yet I think I may say that if you and your brother will be so good as to put me on the track of the necessary documents, I will undertake to put the case to the House or to the country to your entire satisfaction. You see, as long as you can show these troublesome half-educated people who want to turn the world upside down that they are talking nonsense, it really does not matter very much whether you do it in terms of what Miss Barnabas calls obsolete rot, or in terms of what her granddaughter will probably call unmitigated tosh. I have no objection whatever to denounce Karl Marx. Anything I can say against Darwin will please a large body of sincerely pious voters. If it will be easier to carry on the business of the country on the understanding that the present state of things is to be called socialism, I have no objection in the world to call it socialism. There is the precedent of the Emperor Constantine, who saved the society of his own day by agreeing to call his imperialism Christianity. Mind, I must not go ahead of the electorate. You must not call a voter a socialist until Franklin. Until he is a socialist. Agreed. Lubin. Oh, not at all. You need not wait for that. You must not call him a socialist until he wishes to be called a socialist. That is all. Surely you would not say that I must not address my constituents as gentlemen until they are gentlemen. I address them as gentlemen because they wish to be so addressed. He rises from the sofa and goes to Franklin, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not be afraid of socialism, Mr. Barnabas. You need not tremble for your property or your position or your dignity. England will remain what England is, no matter what new political names may come into vogue. I do not intend to resist the transition to socialism. You may depend on me to guide it, to lead it, to give suitable expression to its aspirations, and to steer it clear of utopian absurdities. I can honestly ask for your support on the most advanced socialist grounds, no less than on the soundest liberal ones. Burge. In short, Lubin, you're incorrigible. You don't believe anything is going to change. The millions are still to toil. The people, my people, for I am a man of the people. Lubin, interrupting him contemptuously. Don't be ridiculous, Burge. You are a country solicitor, further removed from the people, more foreign to them, more jealous of letting them up to your level than any duke or any archbishop. Burge, hotly. I deny it. You think I have never been poor. You think I have never cleaned my own boots? You think my fingers have never come out through the soles when I was cleaning them? You think—" Lubin. "I think you fall into the very common mistake of supposing that it is poverty that makes the proletarian, and money that makes the gentleman. You are quite wrong. You never belonged to the people. You belonged to the impecunious. Impecuniosity and broken boots are the lot of the unsuccessful middle class, and the commonplaces of the early struggles of the professional and younger son class. I defy you to find a farm laborer in England with broken boots. Call a mechanic one of the poor, and he'll punch your head. When you talk to your constituents about the toiling millions, they don't consider that you are referring to them. They are all third cousins of somebody with a title or a park. I am a Yorkshireman, my friend. I know England, and you don't. If you did, you would know—" Burge. "What do you know that I don't know?" Lubin. "I know that we are taking up too much of Mr. Barnabas's time." Franklin rises. "May I take it, my dear Barnabas, that I may count on your support if we succeed in forcing an election before the new register is in full working order?" Burge, rising also. "May the party count on your support? I say nothing about myself. Can the party depend on you? Is there any question of yours that I have left unanswered?" Conrad. "We haven't asked you any, you know." Burge. "May I take that as a mark of confidence?" Conrad. "If I were a laborer in your constituency, I should ask you a biological question?" Lubin. "No, you wouldn't, my dear doctor. Laborers never ask questions." Burge. "Ask it now. I have never flinched from being heckled. Out with it. Is it about the land?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Is it about the church?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Is it about the House of Lords?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Is it about proportional representation?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Is it about free trade?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Is it about the priest in the school?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Is it about Ireland?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Is it about Germany?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Well, is it about republicanism? Come, I won't flinch. Is it about the monarchy?" Conrad. "No." Burge. "Well, what the devil is it about, then?" Conrad. "You understand that I am asking the question in the character of a laborer who earned 13 shillings a week before the war, and earns 30 now, when he can get it." Burge. "Yes, I understand that. I am ready for you. Out with it." Conrad. "And whom you propose to represent in Parliament?" Burge. Yes. Come on." Conrad. "The question is this. Would you allow your son to marry my daughter, or your daughter to marry my son?" Burge, taken aback. "Oh, come. That's not a political question." Conrad. "Then, as a biologist, I don't take the slightest interest in your politics, and I shall not walk across the street to vote for you or anyone else at the election. Good evening." Lubin. "Serve you right, Burge. Dr. Barnabas, you have my assurance that my daughter shall marry the man of her choice, whether he be lord or laborer. May I count on your support?" Burge, hurling the epithet at him. "Humbug!" Savvy. "Stop!" They all stop short in the movement of leave-taking to look at her. "Daddy, are you going to let them off like this? How are they to know anything if nobody ever tells them? If you don't, I will." Conrad. "You can't. You didn't read my book, and you know nothing about it. You just hold your tongue." Savvy. "I just won't, Nunc. I shall have a vote when I am 30, and I ought to have it now. Why are these two ridiculous people to be allowed to come in and walk over us as if the world existed only to play their silly parliamentary game?" Franklin, severely. "Savvy, you really must not be uncivil to our guests." Savvy. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Lubin didn't stand on much ceremony with me, did he? And Mr. Burge hasn't addressed a single word to me. I'm not going to stand it. You and Nunk have a much better program than either of them. It's the only one we are going to vote for, and they ought to be told about it for the credit of the family and the good of their own souls. You just tip them a chapter from the Gospel of the Brothers Barnabas, Daddy." Lubin and Burge turned inquiringly to Franklin, suspecting a move to form a new party. Franklin: "It is quite true, Mr. Lubin, that I and my brother have a little program of our own, which—" Conrad, interrupting: "It's not a little program, it's an almighty big one. It's not our own, it's the program of the whole civilization." Burge: "Then why split the party before you have put it to us? For God's sake, let us have no more splits. I am here to learn. I am here to gather your opinions and represent them. I invite you to put your views before me. I offer myself to be heckled. You have asked me only an absurd, non-political question." Franklin: "Candidly, I fear our program will be thrown away on you. It would not interest you." Burge, with challenging audacity: "Try. Lubin can go if he likes, but I am still open to new ideas, if only I can find them." Franklin, to Lubin: "Are you prepared to listen, Mr. Lubin? Or shall I thank you for your very kind and welcome visit and say good evening?" Lubin, sitting down resignedly on the settee, but involuntarily making a movement which looks like the stifling of a yawn: "With pleasure, Mr. Barnabas. Of course, you know that before I can adopt any new plank in the party platform, it will have to reach me through the National Liberal Federation, which you can approach through your local Liberal and Radical Association." Franklin: "I could recall to you several instances of the addition to your party program of measures of which no local branch of your federation had ever dreamt. But I understand that you are not really interested. I will spare you and drop the subject." Lubin, waking up a little: "You quite must understand me. Please do not take it in that way. I only—" Burge, talking him down: "Never mind the Federation. I will answer for the Federation. Go on, Barnabas, go on. Never mind Lubin." He sits down in the chair from which Lubin first displaced him. Franklin: "Our program is only that the term of human life shall be extended to 300 years. Lubin, softly: "Eh?" Burge, explosively: "What?" Savvy: "Our election cry is back to Methuselah." Haslam: "Priceless." Lubin and Burge look at one another. Conrad: "No, we are not mad." Savvy: "They're not joking either, they mean it." Lubin, cautiously: "Assuming that, in some sense which I am for the moment unable to fathom, you are in earnest, Mr. Barnabas, may I ask what this has to do with politics?" Franklin: "The connection is very evident. You are now, Mr. Lubin, within immediate reach of your 70th year. Mr. Joyce Burge is your junior by about 11 years. You will go down to posterity as one of a European group of immature statesmen and monarchs who, doing the very best for your respective countries of which you were capable, succeeded in all but wrecking the civilization of Europe, and did, in effect, wipe out of existence many millions of its inhabitants." Burge: "Less than 1,000,000. Franklin: "That was our loss alone." Burge: "Oh, if you count foreigners." Haslam: "God counts foreigners, you know." Savvy, with intense satisfaction: "Well said, Bill." Franklin: "I am not blaming you. Your task was beyond human capacity. What with our huge armaments, our terrible engines of destruction, our systems of coercion manned by an irresistible police, you were called on to control powers so gigantic that one shudders at the thought of their being entrusted even to an infinitely experienced and benevolent God, much less to mortal men, whose whole life does not last 100 years. Burge: "We won the war, don't forget that." Franklin: "No, the soldiers and sailors won it, and left you to finish it. And you were so utterly incompetent that the multitudes of children slain by hunger in the first years of peace made us all wish we were at war again." Conrad: It's no use arguing about it. It is now absolutely certain that the political and social problems raised by our civilization cannot be solved by mere human mushrooms who decay and die when they are just beginning to have a glimmer of the wisdom and knowledge needed for their own government. Lubin. Quite an interesting idea, Doctor. Extravagant. Fantastic. But quite interesting. When I was young, I used to feel my human limitations very acutely. Burge. God knows I have often felt that I could not go on if it had not been for the sense that I was only an instrument in the hands of a power above us. Conrad. I'm glad you both agree with us and with one another. Lubin. I have not gone so far as that, I think. After all, we have had many very able political leaders, even within your recollection and mine. Franklin. Have you read the recent biographies? Dilke's, for instance, which revealed the truth about them? Lubin. I did not discover any new truth revealed in these books, Mr. Barnabas. Franklin. What? Not the truth that England was governed all that time by a little woman who knew her own mind? Savvy. Hear, hear. Lubin. That often happens. Which woman do you mean? Franklin. Queen Victoria, to whom your prime ministers stood in the relation of naughty children, whose heads she knocked together when their tempers and quarrels became intolerable. Within 13 years of her death, Europe became a hell. Burge. Quite true. That was because she was piously brought up, and regarded herself as an instrument. If a statesman remembers that he is only an instrument, and feels quite sure that he is rightly interpreting the divine purpose, he will come out all right, you know. Franklin. The Kaiser felt like that. Did he come out all right? Burge. Well, let us be fair, even to the Kaiser. Let us be fair. Franklin. Were you fair to him when you won an election on the program of hanging him? Burge. Stuff! I am the last man alive to hang anybody. But the people wouldn't listen to reason. Besides, I knew the Dutch wouldn't give him up. Savvy. Oh, don't start arguing about poor old Bill. Stick to our point. Let these two gentlemen settle the question for themselves. Mr. Burge, do you think Mr. Lubin is fit to govern England? Burge. No. Frankly, I don't. Lubin, remonstrant. Really? Conrad. Why? Burge. Because he has no conscience, that's why. Lubin, shocked and amazed. Oh. Franklin. Mr. Lubin, do you consider Joyce Burge qualified to govern England? Lubin, with dignified emotion, wounded, but without bitterness. Excuse me, Mr. Barnabas, but before I answer that question, I want to say this. Burge, we have had differences of opinion, and your newspaper friends have said hard things of me. But we worked together for years, and I hope I have done nothing to justify you in the amazing accusation you have just brought against me. Do you realize that you said that I have no conscience? Burge. Lubin, I am very accessible to an appeal to my emotions, and you are very cunning in making such appeals. I will meet you to this extent. I don't mean that you are a bad man. I don't mean that I dislike you, in spite of your continual attempts to discourage and depress me. But you have a mind like a looking-glass. You are very clear and smooth and lucid as to what is standing in front of you. But you have no foresight and no hindsight. You have no vision and no memory. You have no continuity, and a man without continuity can have neither conscience nor honor from one day to another. The result is that you have always been a damned bad minister, and you have sometimes been a damned bad friend. Now you can answer Barnabas's question, and take it out of me to your heart's content. He asked you, was I fit to govern England? Lubin, recovering himself. After what has just passed, I sincerely wish I could honestly say yes, Burge. But it seems to me that you have condemned yourself out of your own mouth. You represent something which has had far too much influence and popularity in this country, since Joseph Chamberlain set the fashion. And that is mere energy without intellect and without knowledge.
Your mind is not a trained mind. It has not been stored with the best information, nor cultivated by intercourse with educated minds at any of our great seats of learning. As I happen to have enjoyed that advantage, it follows that you do not understand my mind. Candidly, I think that disqualifies you. The piece found out your weaknesses.
Burge. Oh, what did it find out in you?
Lubin. You and your newspaper confederates took the piece out of my hands. The piece did not find me out, because it did not find me in.
Franklin. Come, confess, both of you. You were only flies on the wheel. The war went England's way, but the peace went its own way, and not England's way, nor any of the ways you had so glibly appointed for it. Your peace treaty was a scrap of paper before the ink dried on it. The statesmen of Europe were incapable of governing Europe. What they needed was a couple of 100 years' training and experience. What they had actually had was a few years at the bar, or in a counting-house, or on the grouse moors and golf courses. And now we are waiting with monster cannons trained on every city and seaport, and huge aeroplanes ready to spring into the air and drop bombs, every one of which will obliterate a whole street, and poison gases that will strike multitudes dead with a breath, until one of you gentlemen rises in his helplessness to tell us, who are as helpless as himself, that we are at war again.
Conrad. Aha! What consolation will it be for us then that you two are able to tell off one another's defects so cleverly in your afternoon chat?
Burge, angrily. If you come to that, what consolation will it be that you two can sit there and tell both of us off? You, who have had no responsibility, you, who haven't lifted a finger, as far as I know, to help us through this awful crisis, which has left me 10 years older than my proper age. Can you tell me a single thing you did to help us during the whole infernal business?
Conrad. We're not blaming you. You hadn't lived long enough. No more had we. Can't you see that 70, though it may be long enough for a very crude sort of village life, isn't long enough for a complicated civilization like ours? Flinders Petrie has counted 9 attempts at civilization made by people exactly like us, and every one of them failed just as ours is failing. They failed because the citizens and statesmen died of old age or overeating before they had grown out of schoolboy games and savage sports and cigars and champagne. The signs of the end are always the same: democracy, socialism, and votes for women. We shall go to smash within the lifetime of men now living, unless we recognize that we must live longer.
Lubin. I am glad you agree with me that socialism and votes for women are signs of decay.
Franklin. Not at all. They are only the difficulties that overtax your capacity. If you cannot organize socialism, you cannot organize civilized life, and you will relapse into barbarism accordingly.
Savvy.
Hear, hear.
Burge.
A useful point. We cannot put back the clock.
Haslam.
I can. I've often done it.
Lubin.
My dear Burge, what are you dreaming of? Mr. Barnabas, I am a very patient man, but will you tell me what earthly use or interest there is in a conclusion that cannot be realized? I grant you that if we could live 300 years, we should all be perhaps wiser, certainly older. You will grant me in return, I hope, that if the sky fell, we should all catch larks.
Franklin. Your turn now, Conrad. Go ahead.
Conrad. I don't think it's any good. I don't think they want to live longer than usual.
Lubin.
Although I am a mere child of 69, I am old enough to have lost the habit of crying for the moon.
Burge. Have you discovered the elixir of life, or have you not? If not, I agree with Lubin that you are wasting our time.
Conrad. Is your time of any value?
Burge, unable to believe his ears. My time of any value? What do you mean?
Lubin, smiling comfortably. From your high scientific point of view, I dare say none whatever, Professor. In any case, I think a little perfectly idle discussion would do Burge good.
After all, we might as well hear about the elixir of life as read novels, or whatever Burge does when he is not playing golf on Walton Heath. What is your elixir, Dr. Barnabas? Lemons? Sour milk? Or what is the latest? Burge. We were just beginning to talk seriously, and now you snatch at the chance of talking rot. He rises. Good evening. He turns to the door. Conrad, rudely. Die as soon as you like. Good evening. Burge, hesitating. Look here. I took sour milk twice a day until Metchnikoff died. He thought it would keep him alive forever, and he died of it. Conrad. You might as well have taken sour beer. Burge. You believe in lemons? Conrad. I wouldn't eat a lemon for 10 pounds. Burge, sitting down again. What do you recommend? Conrad, rising with a gesture of despair. What's the use of going on, Frank? Because I am a doctor, and because they think I have a bottle to give them that will make them live forever, they are listening to me for the first time with their mouths open and their eyes shut. That's their notion of science. Savvy. Steady, Nonk. Hold the fort. Conrad growls and sits down. Lubin. You volunteered the consultation, Doctor. I may tell you that far from sharing the credulity as to science, which is now the fashion, I am prepared to demonstrate that during the last 50 years, though the Church has often been wrong, and even the Liberal party has not been infallible, the men of science have always been wrong. Conrad. Yes, the fellows you call men of science. The people who make money by it, and their medical hangers-on. But has anybody been right? Lubin. The poets and storytellers, especially the classical poets and storytellers, have been, in the main, right. I will ask you not to repeat this as my opinion outside, for the vote of the medical profession and its worshippers is not to be trifled with. Franklin. You are quite right. The poem is our real clue to biological science. The most scientific document we possess at present is, as your grandmother would have told you quite truly, the story of the Garden of Eden. Burge, pricking up his ears. What's that? If you can establish that, Barnabas, I am prepared to hear you out with my very best attention. I am listening. Go on. Franklin. Well, you remember, don't you, that in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve were not created mortal, and that natural death, as we call it, was not a part of life, but a later and quite separate invention. Burge. Now that you mention it, that's true. Death came afterwards. Lubin. What about accidental death? That was always possible. Franklin. Precisely. Adam and Eve were hung up between two frightful possibilities. One was the extinction of mankind by their accidental death. The other was the prospect of living forever. They could bear neither. They decided that they would just take a short turn of 1,000 years, and meanwhile hand on their work to a new pair. Consequently, they had to invent natural birth and natural death, which are, after all, only modes of perpetuating life without putting on any single creature the terrible burden of immortality. Lubin. I see. The old must make room for the new. Burge. Death is nothing but making room. That's all there is in it, or ever has been in it. Franklin. Yes, but the old must not desert their posts until the new are right for them. They desert them now 200 years too soon. Savvy. I believe the old people are the new people reincarnated, Nunk. I suspect I am Eve. I am very fond of apples, and they always disagree with me. Conrad. You are Eve, in a sense. The eternal life persists. Only it wears out its bodies and minds and gets new ones, like new clothes. You are only a new hat and frock on Eve. Franklin. Yes, bodies and minds ever better and better fitted to carry out its eternal pursuit. Lubin, with quiet skepticism. What pursuit, one may ask, Mr. Barnabas? Franklin. The pursuit of omnipotence and omniscience, greater power and greater knowledge. These are what we are pursuing, even at the risk of our lives and the sacrifice of our pleasures. Evolution is that pursuit and nothing else. It is the path to Godhead. A man differs from a microbe only in being further on the path. Lubin. And how soon do you expect this modest end to be reached? Franklin. Never, thank God. As there is no limit to power and knowledge, there can be no end. The power and the glory, world without end. Have those words meant nothing to you? Burge, pulling out an old envelope. I should like to make a note of that. He does so. Conrad. There will always be something to live for. Burge, pocketing his envelope and becoming more and more businesslike. Right, I've got that. Now, what about sin? What about the fall? How do you work them in? Conrad. I don't work in the fall. The fall is outside science. But I dare say Frank can work it in for you. Burge, to Franklin. I wish you would, you know. It's important, very important. Franklin. Well, consider it this way. It is clear that when Adam and Eve were immortal, it was necessary that they should make the earth an extremely comfortable place to live in. Burge. True. If you take a house on a 99 years lease, you spend a good deal of money on it. If you take it for 3 months, you generally have a bill for dilapidations to pay at the end of them. Franklin. Just so. Consequently, when Adam had the Garden of Eden on a lease forever, he took care to make it what the house agents call a highly desirable country residence. But the moment he invented death and became a tenant for life only, the place was no longer worth the trouble. It was then that he let the thistles grow. Life was so short that it was no longer worth his while to do anything thoroughly well. Burge. Do you think that is enough to constitute what an average elector would consider a fall? Is it tragic enough? Franklin. That is only the first step of the fall. Adam did not fall down that step only. He fell down a whole flight. For instance, before he invented birth, he dared not have lost his temper, for if he had killed Eve, he would have been lonely and barren to all eternity. But when he invented birth, and anyone who was killed could be replaced, he could afford to let himself go. He undoubtedly invented wife-beating, and that was another step down. One of his sons invented meat-eating. The other was horrified at the innovation. With a ferocity which is still characteristic of bulls and other vegetarians, he slew his beefsteak-eating brother, and thus invented murder. That was a very steep step. It was so exciting that all the others began to kill one another for sport, and thus invented war, the steepest step of all. They even took to killing animals as a means of killing time, and then, of course, ate them to save the long and difficult labor of agriculture. I ask you to contemplate our fathers as they came crashing down all the steps of this Jacob's ladder that reached from paradise to a hell on earth, in which they had multiplied the chances of death from violence, accident, and disease, until they could hardly count on 70 years of life, much less the 1,000 that Adam had been ready to face. With that picture before you, will you now ask me where was the fall? You might as well stand at the foot of Snowdon and ask me where is the mountain. The very children see it so plainly that they compress its history into a 2-line epic. Old Daddy Longlegs wouldn't say his prayers. Take him by the hind legs and throw him downstairs. Lubin, still immovably skeptical. And what does science say to this fairy tale, Dr. Barnabas? Surely science knows nothing of Genesis or of Adam and Eve. Conrad. Then it isn't science, that's all. Science has to account for everything, and everything includes the Bible. Franklin. The book of Genesis is a part of nature like any other part of nature. The fact that the tale of the Garden of Eden has survived and held the imagination of men spellbound for centuries, whilst hundreds of much more plausible and amusing stories have gone out of fashion and perished like last year's popular song, is a scientific fact, and science is bound to explain it. You tell me that science knows nothing of it. Then science is more ignorant than the children at any village school. Conrad. Of course, if you think it more scientific to say that what we are discussing is not Adam and Eve and Eden, but the phylogeny of the blastoderm. Savvy. You needn't swear, Nunk. Conrad. Shut up, you. I'm not swearing. To Lubin. If you want the professional humbug of rewriting the Bible in words of 4 syllables, and pretending it's something new, I can humbug you to your heart's content. I can call Genesis phylogenesis. Let the Creator say, if you like, I will establish an antipathetic symbiosis between thee and the female, and between thy blastoderm and her blastoderm. Nobody will understand you, and Savvy will think you're swearing. The meaning is the same. Haslam. Priceless. But it's quite simple. The one version is poetry, the other is science. Franklin. The one is classroom jargon, the other is inspired human language. Lubin, calmly reminiscent. One of the few modern authors into whom I have occasionally glanced is Rousseau, who was a sort of deist, like Burge, interrupting him forcibly. Lubin, has this stupendously important communication which Professor Barnabas has just made to us, a communication for which I shall be indebted to him all my life long, has this, I say, no deeper effect on you than to set you pulling my leg by trying to make out that I am an infidel? Lubin. It's very interesting and amusing, Burge, and I think I see a case in it. I think I could undertake to argue it in an ecclesiastical court. But important is hardly a word I should attach to it. Burge. Good God! Here is this professor, a man utterly removed from the turmoil of our political life, devoted to pure learning in its most abstract phases, and I solemnly declare he is the greatest politician, the most inspired party leader in the kingdom. I take off my hat to him. I, Joyce Burge, give him best. And you sit there purring like an Angora cat and can see nothing in it. Conrad, opening his eyes widely. Hallo! What have I done to deserve this tribute? Burge. Done? You have put the Liberal party into power for the next 30 years, Doctor. That's what you've done. Conrad. God forbid. Burge. It's all up with the Church now. Thanks to you, we go to the country with one cry, and one only: back to the Bible. Think of the effect on the nonconformist vote. You gather that in with one hand, and you gather in the modern scientific skeptical professional vote with the other. The village atheist and the first cornet in the local Salvation Army band meet on the village green and shake hands. You take your school children, your Bible class under the Cooper Temple clause, into the museum. You show the kids the Piltdown skull, and you say, that's Adam. That's Eve's husband. You take the spectacled science student from the laboratory in Owens College, and when he asks you for a truly scientific history of evolution, you put into his hand the Pilgrim's Progress. You, Savvy and Haslam explode into shrieks of merriment. What are you two laughing at? Savvy. Oh, go on, Mr. Burge, don't stop. Haslam. Priceless. Franklin. Would 30 years of office for the Liberal party seem so important to you, Mr. Burge, if you had another 2.5 centuries to live? Burge, decisively. No. You will have to drop that part of it. The constituencies won't swallow it. Lubin, seriously. I am not so sure of that, Burge. I am not sure that it may not prove the only point they will swallow. Burge. It will be no use to us even if they do. It's not a party point. It's as good for the other side as for us. Lubin. Not necessarily. If we get in first with it, it will be associated in the public mind with our party. Suppose I put it forward as a plank in our program that we advocate the extension of human life to 300 years. Dunreen, as leader of the opposite party, will be bound to oppose me, to denounce me as a visionary, and so forth. By doing so, he will place himself in the position of wanting to rob the people of 230 years of their natural life. The Unionists will become the party of premature death, and we shall become the longevity party. Burge, shaken. You really think the electorate will swallow it? Lubin. My dear Burge, is there anything the electorate will not swallow if it is judiciously put to them? But we must make sure of our ground. We must have the support of the men of science. Is there serious agreement among them, Doctor, as to the possibility of such an evolution as you have described? Conrad. Yes. Ever since the reaction against Darwin set in at the beginning of the present century, All scientific opinion worth counting has been converging rapidly upon creative evolution. Franklin. Poetry has been converging on it. Philosophy has been converging on it. Religion has been converging on it. It is going to be the religion of the 20th century, a religion that has its intellectual roots in philosophy and science, just as medieval Christianity had its intellectual roots in Aristotle. Lubin. But surely any change would be so extremely gradual that... Conrad. Don't deceive yourself. It's only the politicians who improve the world so gradually that nobody can see the improvement. The notion that nature does not proceed by jumps is only one of the budget of plausible lies that we call classical education. Nature always proceeds by jumps. She may spend 20,000 years making up her mind to jump, but when she makes it up at last, the jump is big enough to take us into a new age. Lubin, impressed. Fancy my being leader of the party for the next 300 years. Verge. What? Lubin. Perhaps hard on some of the younger men. I think in fairness I shall have to step aside to make room after another century or so. That is, if Mimi can be persuaded to give up Downing Street. Verge. This is too much. Your colossal conceit blinds you to the most obvious necessity of the political situation. Lubin. You mean my retirement? I really cannot see that it is a necessity. I could not see it when I was almost an old man, or at least an elderly one. Now that it appears that I am a young man, the case for it breaks down completely. To Conrad. May I ask, are there any alternative theories? Is there a scientific opposition? Conrad. Well, some authorities hold that the human race is a failure, and that a new form of life, better adapted to high civilization, will supersede us, as we have superseded the ape and the elephant. Verge. The Superman, eh? Conrad. No, some being quite different from us. Lubin. Is that altogether desirable? Franklin. I fear so. However that may be, we may be quite sure of one thing. We shall not be let alone. The force behind evolution, call it what you will, is determined to solve the problem of civilization, and if it cannot do it through us, it will produce some more capable agents. Man is not God's last word. God can still create. If you cannot do his work, he will produce some being who can. Burge, with zealous reverence. What do we know about him, Barnabas? What does anyone know about him? Conrad. We know this about him with absolute certainty. The power my brother calls God proceeds by the method of trial and error. And if we turn out to be one of the errors, we shall go the way of the mastodon and the megatherium and all the other scrapped experiments. Lubin, rising and beginning to walk up and down the room with his considering cap on. I admit that I am impressed, gentlemen. I will go so far as to say that your theory is likely to prove more interesting than ever Welsh disestablishment was. But as a practical politician... Burge? Conrad. We are not practical politicians. We are out to get something done. Practical politicians are people who have mastered the art of using Parliament to prevent anything being done. Franklin. When we get matured statesmen and citizens... Lubin, stopping short. Citizens? Oh, are the citizens to live 300 years as well as the statesmen? Conrad. Of course. Lubin. I confess that had not occurred to me. He sits down abruptly, evidently very unfavorably affected by this new light. Savvy and Haslam look at one another with unspeakable feelings. Burge. Do you think it would be wise to go quite so far at first? Surely it would be more prudent to begin with the best men. Franklin. You need not be anxious about that. It will begin with the best men. Lubin. I am glad to hear you say so. You see, we must put this into a practical parliamentary shape. Burge. We shall have to draft a bill. That is the long and the short of it. Until you have your bill drafted, you don't know what you are really doing. That is my experience. Lubin. Quite so. My idea is that
that whilst we should interest the electorate in this as a sort of religious aspiration and personal hope, using it at the same time to remove their prejudices against those of us who are getting on in years, it would be in the last degree upsetting and even dangerous to enable everyone to live longer than usual. Take the mere question of the manufacture of the specific, whatever it may be. There are 40 millions of people in the country. Let me assume, for the sake of illustration, that each person would have to consume, say, 5 ounces a day of the elixir. And that would be, 5 times 365 is 25, 32, 18, 1,825 ounces a year. Just 2 ounces over the hundredweight. Urge, 2 million tons a year, in round numbers, of stuff that everyone would clamor for, that men would trample down women and children in the streets to get at. You couldn't produce it. There would be blue murder. It's out of the question. We must keep the actual secret to ourselves. Conrad, staring at them. The actual secret? What on earth is the man talking about? Verge, the stuff, the powder, the bottle, the tabloid, whatever it is. You said it wasn't lemons. Conrad, my good sir, I have no powder, no bottle, no tabloid. I am not a quack, I am a biologist. This is a thing that's going to happen. Lubin, completely let down. Going to happen? Oh, is that all? He looks at his watch. Burge, going to happen? What do you mean? Do you mean that you can't make it happen? Conrad, no more than I could have made you happen. Franklin, we can put it into men's heads that there is nothing to prevent its happening but their own will to die before their work is done, and their own ignorance of the splendid work there is for them to do. Conrad, spread that knowledge and that conviction, and as surely as the sun will rise tomorrow, the thing will happen. Franklin, we don't know where or when or to whom it will happen. It may happen first to someone in this room. Haslam, it won't happen to me, that's jolly sure. Conrad, it might happen to anyone. It might happen to the parlour-maid. How do we know? Savvy, the parlour-maid? Oh, that's nonsense, Nunk. Lubin, once more quite comfortable. I think Miss Savvy has delivered the final verdict. Verge, do you mean to say that you have nothing more practical to offer than the mere wish to live longer? Why, if people could live by merely wishing to, we should all be living forever already. Everybody would like to live forever, why don't they? Conrad, pshaw. Everybody would like to have $1 million of money. Why haven't they? Because the men who would like to be millionaires won't save sixpence even with the chance of starvation staring them in the face. The men who want to live forever won't cut off a glass of beer or a pipe of tobacco, though they believe the teetotalers and non-smokers live longer. That sort of liking is not willing. See what they do when they know they must. Franklin, do not mistake mere idle fancies for the tremendous miracle-working force of will nerved to creation by a conviction of necessity. I tell you, men capable of such willing and realizing its necessity will do it reluctantly, under inner compulsion, as all great efforts are made. They will hide what they are doing from themselves. They will take care not to know what they are doing. They will live 300 years, not because they would like to, but because the soul, deep down in them, will know that they must, if the world is to be saved. Lubin, turning to Franklin and patting him almost paternally. Well, my dear Barnabas, for the last 30 years the post has brought me at least once a week a plan from some crank or other for the establishment of the millennium. I think you are the maddest of all the cranks, but you are much the most interesting. I am conscious of a very curious mixture of relief and disappointment in finding that your plan is all moonshine, and that you have nothing practical to offer us. But what a pity! It is such a fascinating idea. I think you are too hard on us practical men. But there are men in every government, even on the front bench, who deserve all you say. And now, before dropping the subject, may I put just one question to you? An idle question, since nothing can come of it, but still. Franklin, ask your question. Lubin,
Why do you fix 300 years as the exact figure? Franklin. Because we must fix some figure. Less would not be enough, and more would be more than we dare as yet face. Lubin. Pooh! I am quite prepared to face 3,000, not to say 3,000,000. Conrad. Yes, because you don't believe you will be called on to make good your word. Franklin, gently. Also, perhaps, because you have never been troubled by much vision of the future. Burge, with intense conviction. The future does not exist for Henry Hopkins Lubin. Lubin. If by the future you mean the millennial delusions which you use as a bunch of carrots to lure the uneducated British donkey to the polling booth to vote for you, it certainly does not. Burge. I can see the future not only because, if I may say so in all humility, I have been gifted with a certain power of spiritual vision, but because I have practiced as a solicitor. A solicitor has to advise families. He has to think of the future and know the past. His office is the real modern confessional. Among other things, he has to make people's wills for them. He has to show them how to provide for their daughters after their deaths. Has it occurred to you, Lubin, that if you live 300 years, your daughters will have to wait a devilish long time for their money? Franklin. The money may not wait for them. Few investments flourish for 300 years. Savvy. And what about before your death? Suppose they didn't get married? Imagine a girl living at home with her mother and on her father for 300 years. They'd murder her, if she didn't murder them first. Lubin. By the way, Barnabas, is your daughter to keep her good looks all the time? Franklin. Will it matter? Can you conceive the most hardened flirt going on flirting for 3 centuries? At the end of half the time, we shall hardly notice whether it is a woman or a man we are speaking to. Lubin, not quite relishing this ascetic prospect. He rises. Ah, well, you must come and tell my wife and my young people all about it. And you will bring your daughter with you, of course. He shakes hands with Savvy. Goodbye. He shakes hands with Franklin. Goodbye, Doctor. He shakes hands with Conrad. Come on, Burge, you must really tell me what line you are going to take about the church at the election. Burge. Haven't you heard? Haven't you taken in the revelation that has been vouchsafed to us? The line I am going to take is back to Methuselah. Lubin, decisively. Don't be ridiculous, Burge. You don't suppose, do you, that our friends here are in earnest? Or that our very pleasant conversation has had anything to do with practical politics? They have just been pulling our legs very wittily. Come along. He goes out, Franklin politely going with him, but shaking his head in mute protest. Burge, shaking Conrad's hand. It's beyond the old man, Doctor. No spiritual side to him. Only a sort of classical side that goes down with his own set. Besides, he's done, gone, past, burnt out, burst up. Thinks he's our leader, and is only our rag-and-bottle department. But you may depend on me. I will work this stunt of yours in. I see its value. He begins moving towards the door with Conrad. Of course, I can't put it exactly in your way, but you are quite right about our needing something fresh. And I believe an election can be fought on the death rate and on Adam and Eve as scientific facts. It will take the opposition right out of its depth. And if we win, there will be an OM for somebody when the first honors list comes round. By this time he has talked himself out of the room and out of earshot, Conrad accompanying him. Savvy and Haslam, left alone, seize each other in an ecstasy of amusement and jazz to the settee, where they sit down again side by side. Haslam, caressing her. Darling, what a priceless humbug old Lubin is. Savvy. Oh, sweet old thing, I love him. Burge is a flaming fraud, if you like. Haslam. Did you notice one thing? It struck me as rather curious. Savvy. What? Haslam. Lubin and your father have both survived the war, but their sons were killed in it. Savvy, sobered. Yes, Jim's death killed Mother. Haslam. And they never said a word about it. Savvy. Well, why should they? The subject didn't come up. I forgot about it too, and I was very fond of Jim. Haslam, I didn't forget it, because I am of military age, and if I hadn't been a parson, I'd have had to go out and be killed too. To me, the awful thing about their political incompetence was that they had to kill their own sons. It was the war casualty lists and the starvation afterwards that finished me up with politics and the church and everything else except you. Savvy. Oh, I was just as bad as any of them. I sold flags in the streets in my best clothes, and... She jumps up and pretends to be looking for a book on the shelves behind the settee. Franklin and Conrad return, looking weary and glum. Conrad. Well, that's how the gospel of the brothers Barnabas is going to be received. He drops into Burge's chair. Franklin, going back to his seat at the table. It's no use. Were you convinced, Mr. Haslam? Haslam. About our being able to live 300 years? Frankly, no. Conrad, just savvy. Nor you, I suppose. Savvy. Oh, I don't know. I thought I was for a moment. I can believe in a sort of way that people might live for 300 years. But when you came down to tin tacks and said that the parlour-maid might, then I saw how absurd it was. Franklin. Just so. We had better hold our tongues about it, Con. We should only be laughed at, and lose the little credit we earned on false pretences in the days of our ignorance. Conrad. I dare say. But creative evolution doesn't stop while people are laughing. Laughing may even lubricate its job. Savvy. What does that mean? Conrad. It means that the first man to live 300 years mayn't have the slightest notion that he is going to do it, and may be the loudest laugher of the lot. Savvy. Or the first woman. Conrad assenting. Or the first woman. Haslam. Well, it won't be one of us, anyhow. Franklin. How do you know? This is unanswerable, none of them having anything more to say. End of Part 2. End of Section 10. Section 11 of Back to Methuselah by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 11, Part 3. The Thing Happens. A summer afternoon in the year 2170 A.D., the official parlor of the President of the British Islands. A board table, long enough for 3 chairs at each side, besides the presidential chair at the head and an ordinary chair at the foot, occupies the breadth of the room. On the table, opposite every chair, a small switchboard with a dial. There is no fireplace. The end wall is a silvery screen nearly as large as a pair of folding doors. The door is on your left as you face the screen, and there is a row of thick pegs, padded and covered with velvet, beside it. A stoutish middle-aged man, good-looking and breezily genial, dressed in a silk smock, stockings, handsomely ornamented sandals, and a gold fillet round his brows, comes in. He is like Joyce Burge, yet also like Lubin, as if nature had made a composite photograph of the 2 men. He takes off the fillet and hangs it on a peg, then sits down in the presidential chair at the head of the table, which is at the end farthest from the door. He puts a peg into his switchboard, turns the pointer on the dial, puts another peg in, and presses a button. Immediately the silvery screen vanishes, and in its place appears, in reverse from right to left, another office similarly furnished, with a thin, unamiable man, similarly dressed, but in duller colors, turning over some documents at the table. His gold fillet is hanging up on a similar peg beside the door. He is rather like Conrad Barnabas, but younger and much more commonplace. Burge Lubin. Hello, Barnabas. Barnabas, without looking round. What number? Burge Lubin. 5XX32 Gamma. Burge Lubin. Barnabas puts a plug in for number 5, turns his pointer to double X and another plug in 32, presses a button and looks round at Burge Lubin, who is now visible to him as well as audible. Barnabas curtly. Oh, that you, President? Burge Lubin. Yes, they told me you wanted me to ring you up. Anything wrong? Barnabas, harsh and querulous. I wish to make a protest.
Bergsleben, good-humoured and mocking. What? Another protest? What's wrong now? Barnabas. If you only knew all the protests I haven't made, you would be surprised at my patience. It is you who are always treating me with the grossest want of consideration. Bergsleben. What have I done now? Barnabas. You have put me down to go to the record office today to receive that American fellow, and do the honours of a ridiculous cinema show. That is not the business of the Accountant General. It is the business of the President. It is an outrageous waste of my time, and an unjustifiable shirking of your duty at my expense. I refuse to go. You must go. Bergsleben. My dear boy, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to take the job off your hands. Barnabas. Then do it. That's all I want. He is about to switch off. Bergsleben. Don't switch off. Listen. This American has invented a method of breathing under water. Barnabas. What do I care? I don't want to breathe under water. Bergsleben. You may, my dear Barnabas, at any time. You know you never look where you are going when you are immersed in your calculations. Some day you will walk into the Serpentine. This man's invention may save your life. Barnabas, angrily. Will you tell me what that has to do with your putting your ceremonial duties onto my shoulders? I will not be trifled. He vanishes and is replaced by the blank screen. Bergsleben, indignantly holding down his button. Don't cut us off, please. We have not finished. I am the President speaking to the Accountant General. What are you dreaming of? A woman's voice. Sorry. The screen shows Barnabas as before. Bergsleben. Since you take it that way, I will go in your place. It's a pity, because, you see, this American thinks you are the greatest living authority on the duration of human life, and... Barnabas, interrupting. The American thinks? What do you mean? I am the greatest living authority on the duration of human life. Who dares dispute it? Bergsleben. Nobody, dear lad, nobody. Don't fly out at me. It is evident that you have not read the American's book. Barnabas. Don't tell me that you have, or that you have read any book except a novel for the last 20 years, for I won't believe you. Bergsleben. Quite right, dear old fellow. I haven't read it, but I have read what the Times Literary Supplement says about it. Barnabas. I don't care 2 straws what it says about it. Does it say anything about me? Bergsleben. Yes. Barnabas. Oh, does it? What? Bergsleben. It points out that an extraordinary number of first-rate persons like you and me have died by drowning during the last 2 centuries, and that when this invention of breathing underwater takes effect, your estimate of the average duration of human life will be upset. Barnabas, alarmed. Upset my estimate? Gracious heavens, does the fool realize what that means? Do you realize what that means? Bergsleben. I suppose it means that we shall have to amend the Act. Barnabas. Amend my Act? Monstrous! Bergsleben. But we must. We can't ask people to go on working until they are 43, unless our figures are unchallengeable. You know what a row there was over those last 3 years, and how nearly the too old at 40 people won. Barnabas. They would have made the British Islands bankrupt if they'd won. But you don't care for that. You care for nothing but being popular. Bergsleben. Oh, well, I shouldn't worry if I were you. For most people complain that there is not enough work for them, and would be only too glad to stick on instead of retiring at 43, if only they were asked as a favour instead of having to. Barnabas. Thank you. I need no consolation. He rises determinedly and puts on his fillet. Bergsleben. Are you off? Where are you going to? Barnabas. To that cinema tomfoolery, of course. I shall put this American impostor in his place. He goes out. Bergsleben, calling after him, God bless you, dear old chap. With a chuckle, he switches off, and the screen becomes blank. He presses a button and holds it down while he calls, Hello! A woman's voice. Hello? Bergsleben, formally. The President respectfully solicits the privilege of an interview with the Chief Secretary, and holds himself entirely at his Honour's august disposal. A Chinese voice. He is coming. Bergsleben. Oh, that you, Confucius, so good of you. Come along. He releases the button. A man in a yellow gown, presenting the general appearance of a Chinese sage, enters. Bergsleben, jocularly. Well, illustrious sage and onions, How are your poor sore feet?
Confucius,
Gravely. I thank you for your kind inquiries. I am well.
Burge Lupin.
That's right. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. Any business for me today? Confucius, sitting down on the first chair round the corner of the table to the president's right. None. Burge Lupin. Have you heard the result of the by-election?
Confucius.
A walkover. Only one candidate.
Burge Lupin.
Any good?
Confucius.
He was released from the county lunatic asylum a fortnight ago. Not mad enough for the lethal chamber, not sane enough for any place but the division lobby. A very popular speaker.
Burge Lupin.
I wish the people would take a serious interest in politics.
Confucius.
I do not agree. The Englishman is not fitted by nature to understand politics. Ever since the public services have been manned by Chinese, the country has been well and honestly governed. What more is needed?
Burge Lupin.
What I can't make out is that China is one of the worst governed countries on earth.
Confucius.
No, it was badly governed 20 years ago. But since we forbade any Chinaman to take part in our public services and imported natives of Scotland for that purpose, we have done well. Your information here is always 20 years out of date.
Burge Lupin.
People don't seem to be able to govern themselves. I can't understand it. Why should it be so?
Confucius.
Justice is impartiality. Only strangers are impartial.
Burge Lupin.
It ends in the public services being so good that the government has nothing to do but think.
Confucius.
Were it otherwise, the government would have too much to do to think.
Burge Lupin.
Is that any excuse for the English people electing a parliament of lunatics?
Confucius.
The English people always did elect parliaments of lunatics.
What does it matter if your permanent officials are honest and competent? Burge Lupin.
You do not know the history of this country. What would my ancestors have said to the menagerie of degenerates that is still called the House of Commons? Confucius, you will not believe me, and I do not blame you for it. But England once saved the liberties of the world by inventing parliamentary government, which was her peculiar and supreme glory.
Confucius.
I know the history of your country perfectly well. It proves the exact contrary.
Burge Lupin.
How do you make that out?
Confucius.
The only power your parliament ever had was the power of withholding supplies from the king.
Burge Lupin.
Precisely. That great Englishman, Simon de Montfort.
Confucius.
He was not an Englishman. He was a Frenchman. He imported parliaments from France. Burge Lupin, surprised. You don't say so.
Confucius.
The king and his loyal subjects killed Simon for forcing his French parliament on him. The first thing British parliaments always did was to grant supplies to the king for life, with enthusiastic expressions of loyalty, lest they should have any real power and be expected to do something.
Burge Lupin.
Look here, Confucius. You know more history than I do, of course, but democracy—
Confucius.
An institution peculiar to China, and it was never really a success there.
Burge Lupin.
But the Habeas Corpus Act?
Confucius.
The English always suspended it when it threatened to be of the slightest use.
Burge Lupin.
Well, trial by jury. You can't deny that we established that.
Confucius.
All cases that were dangerous to the governing classes were tried in the Star Chamber or by court-martial, except when the prisoner was not tried at all, but executed after calling him names enough to make him unpopular.
Burge Lupin.
Oh, bother. You may be right in these little details, but in the large we have managed to hold our own as a great race. Well, people who could do nothing couldn't have done that, you know.
Confucius.
I did not say you could do nothing. You could fight, you could eat, you could drink. Until the 20th century you could produce children. You could play games. You could work when you were forced to.
but you could not govern yourselves.
Lubin.
Then how did we get our reputation as the pioneers of liberty?
Confucius.
By your steadfast refusal to be governed at all. A horse that kicks everyone who tries to harness and guide him may be a pioneer of liberty, but he is not a pioneer of government. In China he would be shot.
Lubin.
Stuff! Do you mean to imply that the administration of which I am president is no government?
Confucius.
I do. I am the government.
Lubin.
You, fat yellow lump of conceit.
Confucius.
Only an Englishman could be so ignorant of the nature of government as to suppose that a capable statesman cannot be fat, yellow, and conceited. Many Englishmen are slim, red-nosed, and modest. Put them in my place, and within a year you will be back in the anarchy and chaos of the 19th and 20th centuries.
Lubin.
Oh, if you go back to the Dark Ages, I have nothing more to say. But we did not perish. We extricated ourselves from that chaos. We are now the best-governed country in the world. How did we manage that if we are such fools as to pretend?
Confucius.
You did not do it until the slaughter and ruin produced by your anarchy forced you at last to recognize two inexorable facts. First, that government is absolutely necessary to civilization, and that you could not maintain civilization by merely doing down your neighbor, as you called it, and cutting off the head of your king whenever he happened to be a logical Scot and tried to take his position seriously. Second, that government is an art of which you are congenitally incapable. Accordingly, you imported educated negresses and Chinese to govern you. Since then, you have done very well.
Lubin.
So have you old humbug. All the same, I don't know how you stand the work you do. You seem to me positively to like public business. Why won't you let me take you down to the coast some weekend and teach you marine golf?
Confucius.
It does not interest me. I am not a barbarian.
Lubin.
You mean that I am?
Confucius.
That is evident.
Lubin.
How?
Confucius.
People like you. They like cheerful, good-natured barbarians. They have elected you president 5 times in succession. They will elect you 5 times more. I like you. You are better company than a dog or a horse, because you can speak.
Lubin.
Am I a barbarian because you like me?
Confucius.
Surely. Nobody likes me. I am held in awe. Capable persons are never liked. I am not likable, but I am indispensable.
Lubin.
Oh, cheer up, old man. There's nothing so disagreeable about you as all that. I don't dislike you, and if you think I'm afraid of you, you jolly well don't know Lubin, that's all.
Confucius.
You are brave, yes. It is a form of stupidity.
Lubin.
You may not be brave, one doesn't expect it from a chink, but you have the devil's own cheek.
Confucius.
I have the assured certainty of the man who sees and knows. Your genial bluster, your cheery self-confidence are pleasant, like the open air, but they are blind, they are vain. I seem to see a great dog wag his tail and bark joyously, but if he reaves my heel, he is lost.
Lubin.
Thank you for a handsome compliment. I have a big dog, and he is the best fellow I know. If you knew how much uglier you are than a chow, you wouldn't start those comparisons, though. Rising. Well, if you have nothing for me to do, I am going to leave your heel for the rest of the day and enjoy myself. What would you recommend me to do with myself?
Confucius.
Give yourself up to contemplation, and great thoughts will come to you.
Lubin.
Will they? If you think I am going to sit here on a fine day like this, with my legs crossed, waiting for great thoughts, You exaggerate my taste for them. I prefer marine golf. Stopping short. Oh, by the way, I forgot something. I have a word or two to say to the Minister of Health. He goes back to his chair.
Confucius.
Her number is...
Burge Lubin.
I know it.
Confucius.
I cannot understand her attraction for you. For me, a woman who is not yellow does not exist, save as an official. He goes out. Burge Lubin operates his switchboard as before. The screen vanishes, and a dainty room with a bed, a wardrobe, and a dressing table with a mirror and a switch on it appears. Seated at it, a handsome negress is trying on a brilliant headscarf. Her dressing gown is thrown back from her shoulders to her chair. She is in corset, knickers, and silk stockings. Burge Lubin, horrified. I beg your pardon 1,000 times. The startled negress snatches the peg out of her switchboard and vanishes. The negress's voice. Who is it? Burge Lubin. Me, the President. Burge Lubin. I had no idea your bedroom switch was in. I beg your pardon. The negress reappears. She has pulled the dressing gown perfunctorily over her shoulders, and continues her experiments with the scarf, not at all put out, and rather amused by Burge's prudery. The negress. Stupid of me. I was talking to another lady this morning, and I left the peg in. Burge Lubin. But I am so sorry. The negress, sunnily, still busy with the scarf. Why, it was my fault. Burge Lubin, embarrassed. Well, but I suppose you were used to it in Africa. The negress. Your delicacy is very touching, Mr. President. It would be funny if it were not so unpleasant, because, like all white delicacy, it is in the wrong place. How do you think this suits my complexion? Burge Lubin. How can any really vivid colour go wrong with a black satin skin? It is our women's wretched pale faces that have to be matched and lighted. Yours is always right. The negress. Yes, it is a pity your white beauties have all the same ashy faces, the same colourless drab, the same age. But look at their beautiful noses and little lips. They are physically insipid. They have no beauty. You cannot love them. But how elegant! Burge Lubin. Can't you find an official pretext for coming to see me? Isn't it ridiculous that we have never met? It's so tantalizing to see you and talk to you, and to know all the time that you are 200 miles away, and that I can't touch you. The negress. I cannot live on the East Coast. It is hard enough to keep my blood warm here. Besides, my friend, it would not be safe. These distant flirtations are very charming, and they teach self-control. Burge Lubin. Damn self-control. I want to hold you in my arms to... The negress snatches out the peg from the switchboard and vanishes. She is still heard laughing. Black devil! He snatches out his peg furiously. Her laugh is no longer heard. Oh, these sex episodes! Why can I not resist them? Disgraceful! Confucius returns. I forgot. There is something for you to do this morning. You have to go to the record office to receive the American barbarian. Confucius, once for all, I object to this Chinese habit of describing white men as barbarians. Confucius, standing formally at the head of the table with his hands palm to palm. I make a mental note that you do not wish the Americans to be described as barbarians.
Burge Lubin.
Not at all. The Americans are barbarians, but we are not. I suppose the particular barbarian you are speaking of is the American who has invented a means of breathing under water. Confucius. He says he has invented such a method. For some reason which is not intelligible in China, Englishmen always believe any statement made by an American inventor, especially one who has never invented anything. Therefore you believe this person, and have given him a public reception. Today, the record office is entertaining him with a display of the cinematographic records of all the eminent Englishmen who have lost their lives by drowning since the cinema was invented. Why not go to see it if you are at a loss for something to do?
Burge Lubin.
What earthly interest is there in looking at a moving picture of a lot of people merely because they were drowned?
If they had had any sense, they would not have been drowned, probably. Confucius. That is not so. It has never been noticed before. But the Record Office has just made 2 remarkable discoveries about the public men and women who have displayed extraordinary ability during the past century. One is that they retained unusual usefulness up to an advanced age. The other is that they all met their death by drowning. Birdsleuben. Yes, I know. Can you explain it? Confucius. It cannot be explained. It is not reasonable. Therefore I do not believe it. The Accountant General rushes in, looking ghastly. He staggers to the middle of the table. Birdsleuben. What's the matter? Are you ill? Barnabas, choking. No, He collapses into the middle chair. I must speak to you in private. Confucius calmly withdraws. Birdsleuben. What on earth is it? Have some oxygen. Barnabas. I have had some. Go to the Records Office. You will see men fainting there again and again, and being revived with oxygen as I have been. They have seen with their own eyes, as I have. Birdsleuben. Seen what? Barnabas. Seen the Archbishop of York. Birdsleuben. Well, why shouldn't they see the Archbishop of York? What are they fainting for? Has he been murdered? Barnabas. No, he has been drowned. Birdsleuben. Good God, where? When? How? Poor fellow. Barnabas. Poor fellow? Poor thief? Poor swindler? Poor robber of his country's exchequer? Poor fellow, indeed. Wait till I catch him. Birdsleuben. How can you catch him when he's dead? You're mad. Barnabas. Dead? Who said he was dead? Birdsleuben. You did. Drowned. Barnabas, exasperated. Will you listen to me? Was old Archbishop Haslam, the present man's last predecessor but 4, drowned or not? Birdsleuben. I don't know. Look him up in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Barnabas. Yah! Was Bishop Stickit, who wrote Stick It on the Palms, drowned or not? Birdsleuben. Yes, mercifully, he deserved it. Barnabas. Was President Dickinson drowned? Was General Bullyboy drowned? Birdsleuben. Who is denying it? Barnabas. Well, Wave had moving pictures of all 4 put on the screen today for this American, and they and the Archbishop are the same man. Now tell me I am mad. Birdsleuben. I do tell you you are mad. Stark, raving, mad. Barnabas. Am I to believe my own eyes, or am I not? Birdsleuben. You can do as you please. All I can tell you is that I don't believe your eyes if they can't see any difference between a live archbishop and 2 dead ones. The apparatus rings. He holds the button down. Yes. The woman's voice. The Archbishop of York to see the President. Barnabas, hoarse with rage. Have him in. I'll talk to the scoundrel. Birdsleuben, releasing the button. Not while you are in this state. Barnabas, reaching furiously for his button and holding it down. Send the Archbishop in at once. Birdsleuben. If you lose your temper, Barnabas, remember that we shall be 2 to 1. The Archbishop enters. He has a white band round his throat, set in a black stock. He wears a sort of kilt of black ribbons and soft black boots that button high up on his calves. His costume does not differ otherwise from that of the President and the Accountant General, but its color scheme is black and white. He is older than the Reverend Bill Haslam was when he wooed Miss Savvy Barnabas, but he is recognizably the same man. He does not look a day over 50, and is very well preserved even at that. But his boyishness of manner is quite gone. He now has complete authority and self-possession. In fact, the President is a little afraid of him, and it seems quite natural and inevitable that he should speak fast. The Archbishop. Good day, Mr. President. Birdsleuben. Good day, Mr. Archbishop. Be seated. The Archbishop, sitting down between them. Good day, Mr. Accountant General. Barnabas, malevolently. Good day to you. I have a question to put to you, if you don't mind. The Archbishop, looking curiously at him, jarred by his uncivil tone. Certainly, what is it? Barnabas. What is your definition of a thief? The Archbishop. Rather an old-fashioned word, is it not? Barnabas. It survives officially in my department. The Archbishop. Our departments are full of survivals. Look at my tie, my apron, my boots. They are all mere survivals. Yet it seems that without them I cannot be a proper archbishop. Barnabas. Indeed. Well, in my department the word thief survives, because in the community the thing thief survives, and a very despicable and dishonourable thing he is, too. The Archbishop. Coolly. I dare say. Barnabas. In my department, sir, a thief is a person who lives longer than the statutory expectation of life entitles him to, and goes on drawing public money when, if he were an honest man, he would be dead. The Archbishop. Then let me say, sir, that your department does not understand its own business. If you have miscalculated the duration of human life, that is not the fault of the persons whose longevity you have miscalculated, and if they continue to work and produce, they pay their way, even if they live 2 or 3 centuries. Barnabas. I know nothing about their working and producing. That is not the business of my department. I am concerned with their expectation of life, and I say that no man has any right to go on living and drawing money when he ought to be dead. The Archbishop. You do not comprehend the relation between income and production. Barnabas. I understand my own department. The Archbishop. That is not enough. Your department is part of a synthesis which embraces all the departments. Burge-Lubin. Synthesis? This is an intellectual difficulty. This is a job for Confucius. I heard him use that very word the other day, and I wondered what the devil he meant. Switching on. Hello. Put me through to the Chief Secretary. Confucius's voice. You are speaking to him? Burge-Lubin. An intellectual difficulty, old man. Something we don't understand. Come and help us out. The Archbishop. May I ask how the question has arisen? Barnabas. Ah, you begin to smell a rat, do you? You thought yourself pretty safe, you. Burge-Lubin. Steady, Barnabas. Don't be in a hurry. Confucius enters. The Archbishop, rising. Good morning, Mr. Chief Secretary. Burge-Lubin, rising in instinctive imitation of the Archbishop. Honour us by taking a seat, O sage. Confucius. Ceremony is needless. He bows to the company and takes the chair at the foot of the table. The President and the Archbishop resume their seats. Burge-Lubin. We wish to put a case to you, Confucius. Suppose a man, instead of conforming to the official estimate of his expectation of life, were to live for more than 2 centuries and a half. Would the Accountant General be justified in calling him a thief? Confucius. No, he would be justified in calling him a liar. The Archbishop. I think not, Mr. Chief Secretary. What do you suppose my age is? Confucius. 50. Burge-Lubin. You don't look it. 45, and young for your age. The Archbishop. My age is 283. Barnabas, morosely triumphant. Mad, am I? Burge-Lubin. You're both mad. Excuse me, Archbishop, but this is getting a bit, well. The Archbishop, to Confucius. Mr. Chief Secretary, will you, to oblige me, assume that I have lived nearly 3 centuries, as a hypothesis? Burge-Lubin. What is a hypothesis? Confucius. It does not matter, I understand. To the Archbishop. Am I to assume that you have lived in your ancestors, or by metempsychosis? Burge-Lubin. Good Lord, what a brain, Confucius, what a brain! The Archbishop. Nothing of that kind. Assume in the ordinary sense that I was born in the year 1887, and that I have worked continuously in one profession or another since the year 1910. Am I a thief? Confucius. I do not know. Was that one of your professions? The Archbishop. No, I have been nothing worse than an archbishop, a president, and a general. Barnabas. Has he or has he not robbed the exchequer by drawing 5 or 6 incomes when he was only entitled to 1? Answer me that. Confucius. Certainly not. The hypothesis is that he has worked continuously since 1910. We are now in the year 2170. What is the official lifetime? Barnabas. 78. Of course, it's an average, and we don't mind a man here and there going on to 90, or even, as a curiosity, becoming a centenarian. But I say that a man who goes beyond that is a swindler. Confucius. 78 into 283 goes more than 3.5 times. Your department owes the Archbishop 2.5 educations and 3.5 retiring pensions. Barnabas. Stuff! How can that be? Confucius. At what age do your people begin to work for the community? Bergsleben. 3. They do certain things every day when they are 3, just to break them in, you know. But they become self-supporting, or nearly so, at 13. Confucius. And at what age do they retire? Barnabas. 43. Confucius. That is, they do 30 years' work, and they receive maintenance and education without working for 13 years of childhood and 35 years of superannuation, 48 years in all, for each 30 years' work. The Archbishop has given you 260 years' work, and has received only 1 education and no superannuation. You therefore owe him over 300 years of leisure and nearly 8 educations. You are thus heavily in his debt. In other words, he has effected an enormous national economy by living so long, and you, by living only 78 years, are profiting at his expense. He is the benefactor. You are the thief. Half rising. May I now withdraw and return to my serious business, as my own span is comparatively short? Bergsleben. Don't be in a hurry, old chap. Confucius sits down again. This hypothecary, or whatever you call it, is put up seriously. I don't believe it, but if the Archbishop and the Accountant General are going to insist that it's true, we shall have either to lock them up or to see the thing through. Barnabas. It's no use trying these Chinese subtleties on me. I am a plain man, and though I don't understand metaphysics and don't believe in them, I understand figures, and if the Archbishop is only entitled to 78 years, and he takes 283, I say he takes more than he is entitled to. Get over that if you can. The Archbishop. I have not taken 283 years. I have taken 23 and given 260. Confucius. Do your accounts show a deficiency or a surplus? Barnabas. A surplus. That's what I can't make out. That's the artfulness of these people. Bergsleben. That settles it. What's the use of arguing? The chink says you are wrong, and there's an end of it. Barnabas. I can say nothing against the chink's arguments, but what about my facts? Confucius. If your facts include a case of a man living 283 years, I advise you to take a few weeks at the seaside. Barnabas. Let there be an end of this hinting that I am out of my mind. Come and look at the cinema record. I tell you, this man is Archbishop Haslam, Archbishop Stickett, President Dickinson, General Bullyboy, and himself into the bargain. All 5 of them. The Archbishop. I do not deny it. I have never denied it. Nobody has ever asked me. Bergsleben. But damn it, man, I beg your pardon, Archbishop, but really. The Archbishop. Don't mention it. What were you going to say? Bergsleben. Well, you were drowned 4 times over. You are not a cat, you know. The Archbishop. That is very easy to understand. Consider my situation when I first made the amazing discovery that I was destined to live 300 years. Confucius, interrupting him. Pardon me. Such a discovery was impossible. You have not made it yet. You may live 1,000,000 years if you have already lived 200. There is no question of 300 years. You have made us sleep at the very beginning of your fairy tale, Mr. Archbishop. Bergsleben. Good, Confucius. To the Archbishop. He has you there. I don't see how you can get over that. The Archbishop. Yes, it is quite a good point. But if the Accountant General will go to the British Museum Library and search the catalogue, he will find under his own name a curious and now forgotten book dated 1924, entitled The Gospel of the Brothers Barnabas. That gospel was that men must live 300 years if civilization is to be saved.
It showed that this extension of individual human life was possible, and how it was likely to come about. I married the daughter of one of the brothers. Barnabas. Do you mean to say you claim to be a connection of mine? The Archbishop. I claim nothing. As I have by this time perhaps 3 or 4 million cousins of one degree or another, I have ceased to call in the family. Burge-Leuben. Gracious heavens! 4 million relatives! Is that calculation correct, Confucius? Confucius. In China, it might be 40 millions if there were no checks on population. Burge-Leuben. This is a staggerer. It brings home to one, but, recovering, it isn't true, you know. Let us keep sane. Confucius to the Archbishop. You wish us to understand that the illustrious ancestors of the Accountant General communicated to you a secret by which you could attain the age of 300 years? The Archbishop. No, nothing of the kind. They simply believed that mankind could live any length of time it knew to be absolutely necessary to save civilization from extinction. I did not share their belief. At least I was not conscious of sharing it. I thought I was only amused by it. To me, my father-in-law and his brother were a pair of clever cranks who had talked one another into a fixed idea which had become a monomania with them. It was not until I got into serious difficulties with the pension authorities after turning 70 that I began to suspect the truth. Confucius. The truth? The Archbishop. Yes, Mr. Chief Secretary, the truth. Like all revolutionary truths, it began as a joke. As I showed no signs of aging after 45, my wife used to make fun of me by saying that I was certainly going to live 300 years. She was 68 when she died, and the last thing she said to me as I sat by her bedside holding her hand was, Bill, you really don't look 50. I wonder... She broke off and fell asleep wondering, and never awoke. Then I began to wonder too. That is the explanation of the 300 years, Mr. Secretary. Confucius. It is very ingenious, Mr. Archbishop, and very well told. Burge-Leuben. Of course, you understand that I don't for a moment suggest the very faintest doubt of your absolute veracity, Archbishop. You know that, don't you? The Archbishop. Quite, Mr. President. Only you don't believe me. That is all. I do not expect you to. In your place, I should not believe. You had better have a look at the films. Pointing to the Accountant General. He believes. Burge-Leuben. But the drowning? What about the drowning? A man might get drowned once, or even twice if he was exceptionally careless, but he couldn't be drowned 4 times. He would run away from water like a mad dog. The Archbishop. Perhaps Mr. Chief Secretary can guess the explanation of that. Confucius. To keep your secret, you had to die. Burge-Leuben. But, dash it all, man, he isn't dead. Confucius. It is socially impossible not to do what everybody else does. One must die at the usual time. Barnabas. Of course, a simple point of honour. Confucius. Not at all. A simple necessity. Burge-Leuben. Well, I'm hanged if I see it. I should jolly well live for ever if I could. The Archbishop. It is not so easy as you think. You, Mr. Chief Secretary, have grasped the difficulties of the position. Let me remind you, Mr. President, that I was over 80 before the 1969 Act for the Redistribution of Income entitled me to a handsome retiring pension. Owing to my youthful appearance, I was prosecuted for attempting to obtain public money on false pretenses when I claimed it. I could prove nothing, for the register of my birth had been blown to pieces by a bomb dropped on a village church years before in the first of the big modern wars. I was ordered back to work as a man of 40 and had to work for 15 years more, the retiring age being then 55. Burge-Leuben. As late as 55? How did people stand it? The Archbishop. They made difficulties about letting me go even then. I still looked so young. For some years I was in continual trouble. The industrial police rounded me up again and again, refusing to believe that I was over age. They began to call me the Wandering Jew. You see how impossible my position was.
I foresaw that in 20 years more my official record would prove me to be 75. My appearance would make it impossible to believe that I was more than 45, and my real age would be 117. What was I to do? Bleach my hair? Hobble about on 2 sticks? Mimic the voice of a centenarian? Better have killed myself. Barnabas. You ought to have killed yourself. As an honest man, you were entitled to no more than an honest man's expectation of life. The Archbishop. I did kill myself. It was quite easy. I left a suit of clothes by the seashore during the bathing season, with documents in the pockets to identify me. I then turned up in a strange place, pretending that I had lost my memory, and did not know my name or my age or anything about myself. Under treatment I recovered my health, but not my memory. I have had several careers since I began this routine of life and death. I have been an archbishop 3 times. When I persuaded the authorities to knock down all our towns and rebuild them from the foundations, or move them, I went into the artillery and became a general. I have been president. Burge-Leuben. Dickinson? The Archbishop. Yes. Burge-Leuben. But they found Dickinson's body. Its ashes are buried in St. Paul's. The Archbishop. They almost always found the body. During the bathing season there are plenty of bodies. I have been cremated again and again. At first I used to attend my own funeral in disguise, because I had read about a man doing that in an old romance by an author named Bennet, from whom I remember borrowing £5 in 1912. But I got tired of that. I would not cross the street now to read my latest epitaph. The Chief Secretary and the President look very glum. Their incredulity is vanquished at last. Burge-Leuben. Look here. Do you chaps realize how awful this is? Here we are, sitting calmly in the presence of a man whose death is overdue by 2 centuries. He may crumble into dust before our eyes at any moment. Barnabas. Not he. He'll go on drawing his pension until the end of the world. The Archbishop. Not quite that. My expectation of life is only 300 years. Barnabas. You will last out my time anyhow. That's enough for me. The Archbishop. Coolly. How do you know? Barnabas, taken aback. How do I know? The Archbishop. Yes, how do you know? I did not begin even to suspect until I was nearly 70. I was only vain of my youthful appearance. I was not quite serious about it until I was 90. Even now I am not sure from one moment to another, though I have given you my reason for thinking that I have quite unintentionally committed myself to a lifetime of 300 years. Burge-Leuben. But how do you do it? Is it lemons? Is it soybeans? Is it... The Archbishop. I do not do it. It happens. It may happen to anyone. It may happen to you. Burge-Leuben, the full significance of this for himself dawning on him. Then we 3 may be in the same boat with you, for all we know. The Archbishop. You may. Therefore I advise you to be very careful how you take any step that will make my position uncomfortable. Burge-Leuben. Well, I'm dashed. One of my secretaries was remarking only this morning how well and young I am looking. Barnabas, I have an absolute conviction that I am one of shall I say, one of the victims of this strange destiny. The Archbishop. Your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather formed the same conviction when he was between 60 and 70. I knew him. Burge-Leuben, depressed. Ah, but he died. The Archbishop. No. Burge-Leuben, hopefully. Do you mean to say he is still alive? The Archbishop. No, he was shot. Under the influence of his belief that he was going to live 300 years, he became a changed man. He began to tell people the truth, and they disliked it so much that they took advantage of certain clauses in an Act of Parliament he had himself passed during the 4 Years' War, and had purposely forgotten to repeal afterwards. They took him to the Tower of London and shot him. The apparatus rings. Confucius, answering. Yes. He listens. A woman's voice. The domestic minister has called. Burge-Leuben, not quite catching the answer. Who does she say is called? Confucius. The domestic minister. Barnabas. Oh, dash it, that awful woman. Burge-Leuben. She certainly is a bit of a terror. I don't know exactly why, for she is not at all bad-looking. Barnabas, out of patience. For heaven's sake, don't be frivolous. The Archbishop. He cannot help it, Mr. Accountant General. 3 of his 16 great-great-great-grandfathers married Lubins. Burge Lubin. I am not frivoling. I did not ask the lady here. Which of you did? Confucius. It is her official duty to report personally to the President once a quarter. Burge Lubin. Oh, that. Then I suppose it's my official duty to receive her. They'd better send her in. You don't mind, do you? She will bring us back to real life. I don't know how you fellows feel, but I'm just going dotty. Confucius, into the telephone. The President will receive the domestic minister at once. They watch the door in silence for the entrance of the domestic minister. Burge Lubin, suddenly to the Archbishop. I suppose you have been married over and over again? The Archbishop. Once. You do not make vows until death, when death is 300 years off. They relapse into uneasy silence. End of section 11.